Chapter 26. The Red Apricot Squad mentioned by Li Yu is located in the home of the Silver Knights. Xiao En and Li Yu took a slightly dilapidated flying boat, galloped through the desert, and came to a huge metal mountain range not long after. The rigid structural outline, the metal veins that go deep into the ridge and the ground, and the huge gears exposed on the surface all show that this place was once an extremely prosperous large mine. However, the dilapidated and rusty metal surface, as well as the large expanse of wind and sand covering the entrance, also indicate that this place has been abandoned for a long time. The metal wires scattered among the spears and gears, the temporary guard towers and defensive walls show that this abandoned mine has been occupied by doves and magpies' nests and is playing a new role. Li Yu accelerated the flying boat all the way to the gate of the mountain mine, and stopped the flying boat laterally with a chic and thrilling flick. A tragic car accident. But he himself jumped out of the flying boat indifferently, and waved his hand at Shan with ease. Come on. With the sound of Li Yu's words, the metal gate of the mine that was more than 10 meters high rumbled open, and the electromagnetic drive device burst out sparks from the door frame from time to time. Behind the door is a wide corridor like a square, the lights are turned on one by one, and then someone pokes their heads out from the passage doors on both sides. Hey, Boss Li, are you back? So fast? Didn't you say you just landed? Has the port work been done? Why didn't you see by following you? Boss Li, you won't leave the work to her alone again and just be lazy, right? Li Yu was picked on by his family, and immediately showed a gratified smile. I haven't seen you for a while, and I am relieved to see that you are still so energetic. Starting tomorrow, the base will carry out intensive training for a month. Please get ready. The head poking out from behind the passage door retracted immediately, and there was silence in the bright passage, as if the conversation just now had never happened at all. Li Yu breathed a sigh of relief, and while leading the way, he also instructed Xiao En. You're a smart person, so you don't need to tell me too much, but I'd like to say one more thing, by there, don't talk nonsense about some things. The most important thing for the harmony and stability of an organization is that the leader's backyard can't catch fire, you understand? Shan responded, I don't know what you're talking about. Li Yu laughed loudly, that's the right reaction. You are indeed a smart person, and only smart people are eligible to join the Red Apricot Squad. Alright, your new home is right ahead, let's say hello to your new family. While talking, the two had already crossed the bright and spacious corridor, followed a side passage, meandering down, and came to an underground base. Li Yu slapped the metal gate of the base vigorously, shaking off a fine cloud of dust. After a while, the metal door was pulled aside forcefully, revealing the figure of a sleepy man. He is about 1.8 meters tall, wearing a loose white robe, standing loosely, with messy beard and hair, and two slightly squinted eyes covered with crow's feet and bags under the eyes, just like a middle-aged social animal crushed by society. However, compared with this ordinary appearance, Shan noticed more details. His life energy is extremely strong. Although his figure looks a little thin against the backdrop of his loose clothes, but through the posture of bowing his head, one can find that his trapezius muscles are very developed, enough to hold him firmly the head and neck, and the slightly protruding pectoral muscles also squeezed out a gap at the opening of the white robe, and the thigh muscles wrapped in tights were extremely full, as if they had absorbed enough water. This is the stature of an undisputed fighter. What's more, when he opened the gate of the base, he used a metal prosthetic limb. The prosthetics are driven by powerful electromagnetic force, and the elbows, wrists and fingers possess incredible strength, so that they leave shallow fingerprints on the metal door. Boss Li, you are here. The man turned sideways to get out of the way, and quickly locked his eyes on Xiao En, newcomer. Li Yu smiled, raised his hand and rapped hard on the opponent's chest. That's right, didn't you complain to me about the lack of manpower in the team before? I'll pick up a newcomer for you, the kind that is especially useful. After finishing speaking, Li Yu turned his head and said to Shan, let me introduce you, this is Enping, the captain of the Red Apricot team, who will be your immediate boss afterward. Enping, this is Shan. The man named Enping smiled at Shan, exuding a gentle gesture, but his gaze was as sharp as a knife, making Shan nervous involuntarily, as if he was facing an enemy. The intuition of crisis is not bad. Enping was very satisfied with Xiao En's instinctive reaction in an instant, at least it's not a black mountain weed that will die casually. When did I recommend black mountain weed to you? Li Yu said, besides, he is now in debt of 1 million, so don't let him die casually. Enping asked, the Red Seeing Squad will never let anyone die casually. Boss, you should know it best. Li Yu patted Anping's chest again, that's why I handed him over to you. During this period of vacation, let's train this kid well. He has good potential, but he is still very tender. Well, of course newcomers have to go through a full set of procedures to join the team, and it's impossible for him to want to be tender after the process. Li Yu smiled, okay, then I'll slip away first, that guy Bai seems to have locked in here, when she asks you, remember to say that I went to the Haijiao Tavern. Understood, I'll tell her you want me to say you're at the Cape Tavern. Anping, you bastard shit. You even betrayed me. I'm sorry, but now all the members of the team think that Master Bai is more reliable than you. You will be punished. Li Yu fled after leaving some completely irresponsible remarks. Shan, on the other hand, was left in the rather empty underground base, looking at his immediate superior in a daze. Anping shrugged his shoulders and watched Li Yu leave, and then the relaxed smile on his face subsided in an instant, his whole body exuded an ice-like temperament, and his eyes became sharper. Newcomers, don't be dazed, prepare for the first round of testing. Test. Anping walked to a shelf not far away, took off 2 pairs of practice gloves, and threw a pair to Shan. Shan took the glove and realized that this was probably the Red Apricot team's entry into the team. Mercenary teams in many regions have similar rules. He does not reject this rule. He didn't reject this method, because while Anping wanted to measure him, Xiaoan also wanted to measure Anping. In any case, this strangely named team will be his place to live and work for some time to come. He wants to pay off his debts here, collect information here, and find a way to find master here. So, now at least know the level of the squad, and the level of the squad depends a lot on the level of the captain. Even if Anping doesn't mention it, Xiaoan still wants to find a chance to fight him. After all, as Mistima's apprentice, Shan's melee combat ability is very good. In fact, any Jedi Knight, with the blessing of the Force, can have physical fitness far beyond ordinary people. Their speed is faster, their strength is stronger, and their reaction is more sensitive. Even without relying on the indestructible lightsaber, they can quickly subdue the enemy. Shan has not only mastered this strengthening technique, but also mastered a variety of fighting skills. If someone wants to use fighting methods to get rid of Ma Yi, Xiaoan doesn't mind turning the other side, stepping on the head of the Red Apricot squad leader to establish prestige. Then, let's begin. Anping gave the command to start the moment Shan put on the gloves, and his figure disappeared from Shan's vision in an instant. Xiaoan subconsciously praised the other party's explosive skills in his heart. Those thick thighs were indeed not for display, and the sprint speed was bizarre. Moreover, Anping also made full use of the environment as a cover when he acted. The floor of the underground base has complex and mottled color blocks. In the blind spot. It's a pity that for Xiaoan, such small tricks are ineffective, he never relies solely on visual combat. When he noticed Anping's legs, he had already considered the current situation. In his mind, Anping's position is clearly discernible. Xiaoan didn't dodge or dodge, he only twisted his body slightly, clasped his hands in front of his chest, and put on a posture to meet Anping's heavy punch head-on. Punches came mercilessly like cannonballs. Anping did not release any water in the entry test for Xiaoan. The metal prosthetic limb released electromagnetic thrust from the elbow joint device, accelerating the forearm and fist to an incredible level in an instant. The recoil force was counteracted by the deformation of the shoulder joints, and Anping's shoulders swelled like an explosion in an instant. Such a full-strength blow is powerful enough to pierce through steel plates, and it is an undoubted killing move when aimed at flesh and blood. Xiaoan was calm in his heart, as if he had rehearsed in advance. He leaned back, stretched his arms, his legs were intertwined, and his body was wrapped around the opponent's arm like soft rubber in an instant. Scoff! The hard metal directly tore through Shan's clothes, making his chest, arms, waist, thighs, and other places feel hot and painful. However, the most powerful impact was dodged after all, and Xiaoan also took advantage of the situation to firmly lock Anping's arm. He hugged the mechanical prosthesis with both hands, and his legs pressed against Anping's chest and shoulders, leaning back. Bending the mechanical arm outward with all the strength of the whole body. No matter how hard the machine is, there are structural weaknesses. Shan noticed its structure when he opened the door with the mechanical arm in Anping. The elbow joint is not only the essence of the prosthesis, but also the biggest weakness. With the right amount of force, just crash. The sound of metal shattering sounded as expected, and the sturdy mechanical arm disintegrated and shattered in Xiao En's arms on the spot, turning into a mass of broken parts. However, before Shan could even breathe a sigh of relief, he felt his eyes blur. Anping completely ignored the collapse of his prosthetic limb, turned his body back to his elbow calmly, and hit Shan's back of the head with a huge shock in his left hand. This is the end of the first round of testing. Chapter 27. Looking at Xiao En, who fell unconscious on the ground, it took Anping a few seconds to stand up. His slightly squinted and lazy eyes were wide open, full of disbelief. My mechanical arm worth more than 50,000 Kyunkan coins was just broken. Does this kid have Wookiee blood in his ancestry? Where did such brute force come from? In other words, his reaction was wrong from the very beginning. How could anyone dare to use flesh and blood to block an iron fist like a hammer? Anping activated the electromagnetic device at that time, because he calculated that Xiao En had enough reflexes to dodge. Who would have thought that he would not dodge, but instead used joint skills? Looking at the metal fragments on the ground, Anping couldn't help but get a headache again. The Red Apricot Squad is indeed earning a lot of money, but he also has a lot of expenses as the captain, and 50,000 Kyunkan coins were scrapped in a newcomer entry test. I don't know if this account can be used for public funds. In addition, the side effects of this backhand punch are also slightly serious. The left shoulder is completely dislocated, and the medical expenses are troublesome. Anping was applying cheap ointment and bandages on the medical table next to the shelf, when he suddenly saw Shan's fingers trembling slightly, and then the young man opened his eyes and woke up. The middle-aged man couldn't help being surprised. Isn't it? Can you wake up so quickly after being punched by me? What is your ancestry's connection to the Dwaloons? But in addition to being surprised, Anping also felt a little excitement. It's really rare for a rookie to survive the first round of testing. Boss Lee really didn't lie to him this time. Although this kid is young, he does have great potential. Then the second round of testing is ready to start. On the other side, when Shan woke up again, he felt that everything in front of him was blurry, and the bright white light on the ceiling was doing a distorted dance in his sight as if it had come alive. I felt like I was on a small boat that was swaying in the rainstorm, and my internal organs were shaking from side to side. Finally woke up. Shan couldn't tell the owner of the voice for a while. Because of the concussion, the voice sounded particularly distorted, a bit like a cross between a Dwalonian and a Wookiee. Wake up and prepare for the second round of testing. My vacation time is limited. It wasn't until the second sentence that Xiao En vaguely discerned that the owner of the voice was Anping, the culprit who got him into a concussion. At this time, Shan finally realized that he had lost the first round of tests. Although he broke Anping's mechanical arm in a clever way, the opponent used a more ingenious backhand punch to turn back in an instant, winning with one blow. But Shan couldn't figure it out. With the positions and postures of the two of them at that time, how did Anping hit him with such a powerful backhand punch on the back of the head? His left arm needs to be bent back so that it is almost parallel to the spine, and that violates the basic bone structure. Could it be that his left arm is also a prosthetic? Feeling strongly puzzled, Shan stood up staggeringly, patted his cheeks, to wake himself up a bit. Then he saw Anping's left shoulder was swollen and wrapped in a thick bandage. Shan immediately understood the whole process, and said in disbelief, "You actually dislocated your shoulder." Anping said, "Otherwise, how do you hit a backhand punch from that angle? Don't be too immature in your thinking." As a Jedi apprentice, Shan has traveled to quite a few places with his master, and experienced many adventures. It is really rare for outsiders to comment on his immature thinking. But it is also a fact that he lost the test. He had no idea that Anping would use this kind of self-harming fighting technique. Anping said earnestly, "A dislocated shoulder can take down a difficult enemy. You should be able to make such a profit with your knees. But if you don't think about it, then on the battlefield, they only lose one joint, but you will lose your life." Shan frowned, subconsciously wanting to refute, but recalling Anping's incredible left fist in his mind, he felt that his rebuttal was really powerless. Seeing Xiao En's reaction, Anping narrowed his eyes, and said in a deep voice, "If you are not convinced, prove yourself with actual combat." Shan was also polite, and regardless of the remaining dizziness, he put on his gloves again and took a stance. His condition is certainly not good, but his opponent Anping will only get worse. The ace's steel prosthesis was scrapped in the first round of testing, and now Anping's right shoulder is empty, and his left hand is severely contused by a backhand punch, wrapped in thick bandages. Now only 2 legs are usable, greatly discounted. Okay, let's get started. The moment the voice fell, Anping started. The speed can be described as extremely fast, much faster than the first round of testing. Almost in the blink of an eye, he rushed in front of Shan, and his thick right leg kicked Shan's jaw from bottom to top like a heavy cannon that was ignited. Xiao Enrao had seen Anping's explosive power before, but he was caught off guard at this moment, and he barely had time to put his elbows on his chest. The next moment, he felt that his arms were hit by a high-speed flying boat, and they were lost in an instant. Lost consciousness, and was raised high. Shan's chest opened wide, and the opponent's kick hit his jaw almost at the same time. The second round of testing thus ends here. Anping let out a long breath, then his knees gave way and he nearly fell to the ground. This kid gave me a big surprise again. I thought it was impossible for him to react under such a full-speed explosion, but unexpectedly, his quick response far exceeded Anping's expectation. Those arms barely reached his chest, and his elbows were like hammers facing Anping's kick. Of course, Shan's reaction was a bit slow after all, so Anping's violent kick still managed to make him fall to the ground. The only problem is that the price is much heavier than expected. Looking at the soles of his feet crushed by Xiao En's iron elbow, Anping felt absurdly victorious and yet defeated. If it was a battle of life and death, with Anping living and Xiao En dying, there was no doubt about the outcome. But this is not a battlefield after all, but a testing ground. Anping didn't need to look to know how bleak he looked with his limping, empty right hand and high left shoulder. It was also fortunate that the team members were not on the scene at this time, otherwise the dignified team leader would be tested by the newcomers and become disabled in full view, and he would really lose his face. But looking at the bright side, the Hongxing team has finally welcomed a newcomer who can last until the second round of testing, and Boss Li has brought a surprise this time. However, the surprise is yet to come. Snort! With a muffled groan, Xiao En, who fell to the ground, struggled to get up again. Anping's face darkened, and he began to wonder if Boss Li deliberately asked someone to punish him. He can still wake up. Is it at a critical moment, with delicate body control ability, leaning back to further offset the impact? This kid's reaction is so fast that it doesn't look like a human being at all, which makes his attainment and talent in fighting skills ridiculously strong. Anping suddenly thought, maybe his fighting skills can finally usher in an inheritor. At the same time, Xiao En groaned and woke up again, only to feel that everything in front of him was covered with a layer of blood, and all the lines in his vision were more distorted than before. The whole world is spinning, releasing malice in distorted color blocks, the ears are constantly buzzing, and there are constantly disturbing noises. And my internal organs and even my limbs are doing their own thing, refusing to coordinate to resist the erosion of the vision. No doubt the concussion worsened. With a heavy kick on the chin, Shan only felt that his gums were a little loose. And at this moment, amidst the noise, Anping's voice came again. Awake? Then start the third round of testing. I don't know if it was an illusion, but Shan felt that there was some surprise and relief in the other party's tone. What a surprise and comfort! Probably the concussion was too severe. Xiao En was stunned for a moment, but still struggled to stand up, posing towards Anping. The third round of testing, if you want to come, come. The middle-aged man in white robe in front of him looked very different to him. This is a powerful opponent beyond imagination. If it was an accident that he lost in the first round of tests, then there really was no excuse for his defeat in the second round of tests. Because the reason for the failure was very simple, Shan miscalculated the opponent's explosive speed, resulting in a lack of reaction. Anping's first round of sprinting left Shan so impressed that Shan forgot that during the second round of testing, Anping had already removed the metal prosthesis, and his weight was at least dozens of caddies lighter. Then the explosion speed will naturally be several % faster. This time, even Xiao En felt that he was too immature, and compared to an immature Jedi apprentice, Anping's strength was naturally beyond doubt. At this moment, Shan had completely given up his thinking of turning his back on the customer, and frankly admitted the strength of his opponent. Then he calmly faced the third round of tests. Anping didn't talk nonsense, seeing that Xiao En had already set up his posture, he approached like a stroll in the courtyard. With each step, the footsteps seemed to resonate with Shan's heartbeat. Shan watched the other party's movements carefully, and found that Anping's leg muscles seemed to be trembling slightly. That's right, in the previous 2 rounds of sprint explosions, Anping's speed was a bit beyond imagination, and he is a flesh and blood body after all, so the explosion must come with a price. And that powerful kick also caused heavy damage to the sole of his foot. Now it seems that Anping no longer has the ability to break out a surprise attack. So what else is his weapon? As Anping approached slowly, Xiao En was also carefully observing his opponent, unearthing his possible hidden weapons. Although the mechanical prosthesis on the right shoulder was destroyed, there were still sharp parts on the edge, which must be taken care of. Although the left shoulder was severely contused due to dislocation and wrapped in a heavy bandage, it did not mean that it was completely unusable. If the leg muscles are overcongested, the strength will inevitably be greatly reduced, but once the bully comes close, the kicks, knee bumps and other actions still have a strong lethality. However, when Xiao En was fully alert, he saw Anping suddenly turned his eyes to the side, with a surprised expression on his face. Boss Li. Shan was stunned for a moment, and immediately realized that the other party was playing tricks. His reaction was not unpleasant, and his vigilance was not high, and he didn't even take his eyes off the other party from the beginning to the end. However, flaws were finally revealed. The eyes are there, but the attention is not necessarily there. At the moment when Shan was amazed by Anping's performance, Anping once again activated with all his strength, and his body stabbed at Shan like an arrow. And this time, because the distance between the two is closer, Anping came faster. And the result was even worse than the second round of tests. Before Shan even had time to raise his hand, he was knocked down helplessly and fell into a coma. This concludes the third round of testing. The moment Xiao En fell to the ground, Anping also groaned and sat down on the ground. This round of tests, he won the easiest, but also the most difficult. In terms of physical consumption, it was easy, but the mental consumption was even greater than the sum of the previous 2 times. When Anping approached Xiao En step by step, he was actually in a state of full concentration, like a predatory beast, frantically looking for the opponent's flaws. Under Anping's insight, most of the opponents are full of flaws. However, in Anping's view, Xiao En's posture of supporting himself has no obvious flaws at all. He was clearly in the bleak state of concussion, confusion of 5 senses, and muscle spasms, but his posture seemed to be impeccable. Even from Xiao En's awe-inspiring eyes, Anping also noticed that the other party was trying to fight back against adversity. This guy is too aggressive. After losing 2 rounds in a row, he didn't lose his fighting spirit? Is he on spice? What an incredible newcomer! Anping even suspected that this young man had undergone more formal and strict fighting training than himself. The only pity is that, after all, it is still a little immature. So Anping finally used a simple performance to defeat Xiao En. It's just that this kind of victory is really not glorious for the testers. Seeing Xiao En who fell to the ground and finally unable to get up again, Anping sighed, called the medical robot in the base to carry him away, then got up and walked towards the maintenance room of the team base. Anping simply replaced the spare prosthetic there, sprayed Bacta spray on his badly bruised left shoulder and legs, then took a shower and changed clothes, and came to the cafeteria. The members of the team had been waiting at the dining table for a long time, and when they saw Anping coming in, they cast their eyes one after another. A short old man wearing a bloated coat was the first to ask, "Captain, where is the newcomer?" Anping lowered his eyes and said vaguely, "Uncle Su, the newcomer is still resting, come over later." Rest. Su Bo was taken aback for a moment. At the dining table, a tall, short-haired woman keenly caught the question and asked, "I think she is unconscious, right? You guys won't be doing some entry tests on newcomers again, right?" Anping slightly avoided the woman's gaze, and said, "LV Nan, don't mess around, it's just a necessary link." Lu Nan's face darkened, "Necessary?" Uncle Su also said, "Captain, that is the newcomer personally sent by Boss Li. The roots are very good, do you need to do the necessary link?" Anping didn't mind the impoliteness of the team members, and explained, "First of all, Li Yu's consent was sought, and second, Bian is indeed Li Yu's Bian, but I am the captain of the Red Apricot team, and I have the right to criticize every newcomer is given a basic assessment." Lu Nan shook his head and dismissed the argument, "You obviously feel itchy to punch, so you have to find someone to try your fist. But I also heard that the rookie is very good at fighting, and he fought alone outside the manor of Dui 9527. There are hundreds of Suzaku and the others." At the end of the dining table, a little girl wearing a thick soft hat looked up in surprise, "Hundreds of people? That's amazing." Lu Nan reached out and patted the girl's soft hat, "Xiao Chuang, that's rhetoric. Don't take everything seriously every time, and make me look like a liar." "Yes, sorry. I don't want you to apologize." Lu Nan scratched her short hair, feeling helpless towards this sensitive and shy teammate. Seeing that she was about to hide her head under the dining table, she had to change the subject and asked Anping, "So, what about the test results?" Anping rubbed the newly attached metal prosthetic with lingering fear, and said, "It's very powerful, beyond expectations, and it lasted for 3 rounds before it completely fell down." Before the words fell, the tall woman slapped the table angrily, "Are you sick? Arrange 3 rounds of tests for newcomers? I'm afraid our red apricot team has too many people, so we want to drive every newcomer away." Being robbed so much by his subordinates, Anping, the dignified captain, was a little embarrassed. I didn't expect him to be so capable. He is not good at melee combat in DUI 9527. I thought that the first round of tests should be it's over, who would have thought that he would still have energy left. Afterwards, Anping briefly explained the test process, only to hear everyone at the dining table dumbfounded. Even Su Bo, the most mature and prudent old man in thick clothes, couldn't help but shook his head. "Captain, your test is too strict, and I'm not used to having limbs broken like you. I was beaten when I first joined the team. Unconscious, I'm afraid this entry test will become a closed test." Liu Nan asked, "You just said that after the test, only a medical robot was arranged to take him away for treatment? So he is alone in the medical room now?" Anping was stunned for a moment. "Yes, I also left a message telling him to come to the cafeteria for dinner after waking up. What's wrong? You left him alone in the unguarded medical room?" The woman repeated her question. "Do you really think he would honestly come to the cafeteria and establish a relationship with us? Any normal person would. It's as far as you can run." Anping was dumbfounded. No way. He still owes Li Yu $1 million. Being a mechanic on the silver to pay off debts for 100 years is better than working hard under a perverted captain like you. I bet he's probably gone out of the Oplovis sector by now." However, as soon as the woman finished speaking, the cafeteria door opened with a sound. A handsome young man walked in. "Is the dinner here?" This is the first sentence of Sean and all the members of the Red Apricot Squad. Chapter 28. When Sean walked into the restaurant, 8 rather complicated gazes met him. The 4 people in the restaurant seemed to be housewives who suddenly encountered wild monkeys and lizards breaking into the door while cooking lunch at home. They were full of curiosity in their astonishment, and in their curiosity there was a bit of sympathy and pity for civilized people when they witnessed wild animals. Sean, who was viewed as a wild animal, felt a little uncomfortable. Could it be that his performance in the entry test was so poor that he was no longer eligible to be treated as an equal? Is it going to be swept out next? After all, when most housewives encounter wild animals breaking into the door, they will call the police and expel them. Thinking of this, Sean couldn't help taking a half step back. However, as soon as he moved, he felt a blur in front of his eyes. "Young hero, please stay." The first person to act was the old man Su Bo in a thick coat. He was short, slightly stooped, his face was wrinkled, and his curly, wavy white hair hung down to his chest along the edge of his hood. Crossed the borderline between middle age and old age. But the quickness of his movements has faintly the demeanor of Anping, who is in his prime. The oncoming situation is actually not fast, but it is really unexpected. Sean was in a daze, and the old man had already grabbed his right hand. The old man pinched Sean's wrist with his haggard fingers, feeling the blood flow from the wrist, and at the same time, he took out an electronic screen with his left hand and examined it. The data information flowing like a waterfall above. "Your metabolism is so strong, and your resilience is a dimension stronger than ordinary people. No wonder you can withstand 3 rounds of ravages by the captain. Although it is impossible from an academic perspective, let me ask, your ancestors and Deva, is there anything to do with long people?" Sean only had a headache when he heard it. Fortunately, the old man was quickly pulled back by Liu Nan forcibly. Although Su Bo was struggling hard during the process, the gap in strength made him seem like a wild duck preyed on by a beast, with only the strength left to croak. "Liu Nan, don't drag me. I'm making a medical diagnosis for him. This is medicine, academics, do you understand? He was beaten unconscious by the captain. What if there are hidden wounds on his body? This is life and death." Liu Nan, on the other hand, showed strength no less than Captain Anping's. He lifted Uncle Su and pushed him back to his seat, and said with a sneer, "A rookie who can beat the captain to replace his prosthetic limbs shouldn't need you to worry about secret injuries." Anping, who was hurt by words, touched the new prosthetic awkwardly, and coughed. "Anyway, since Sean is here, let's officially start our welcome party. While talking, Enping slapped his metal prosthetic limb in his left hand, making weird applause. However, there were very few people at the dining table, and Yunnan and Su Bo were still bickering. Only the little girl Zhuang Yuanying, who was wearing a thick soft hat, responded enthusiastically and clapped her hands. I don't know if it's an illusion, or maybe the side effects of the concussion are still lingering. Shan felt that the little girl's applause seemed unusually loud. In Shan's opinion, the most disobedient person at the dinner table is the girl wearing a soft hat. Perhaps in terms of age, she was 1 or 2 years older than Shan, but compared to the people around her, she was too young, not at all like the girl who should appear in the mercenary base. From her body, Shan didn't feel the slightest hint of fierceness, she was completely a harmless commoner. But in theory, it is impossible for civilians to exist in the underground base of the Red Apricot Squad. He had heard Chen Sanwan mention the name of the Red Apricot Squad many times on the Bian. It was an absolute elite that was enough to make most of the Bian's crew dread and yearn for it. As for how elite it is, Enping had already fully demonstrated it to Shan during the initial test. Therefore, Zhuang Yuanying wearing a soft hat seemed a little out of place. Xiao En was very puzzled, and then boldly guessed, "This is Enping's daughter, right? Came here to visit relatives?" Enping sighed, "This expression again, do you also regard Xiao Zhuang as my daughter? Come on, I really don't even have half a girlfriend." The girl named Xiao Zhuang was frightened again, pulled the soft hat with both hands, and hid her whole face in the hat. Yunnan let Su Bo go, laughing so hard. In the end, Enping coughed a few times and managed to maintain the order in the cafeteria. "Okay, enough nonsense, let's get straight to the point." As Enping's tone became more serious, the atmosphere in the restaurant also became solemn. "This is the Red Apricot Squad. I am Captain Enping. I am mainly responsible for team command and overall coordination. Most of the combat positions are concentrated at the forefront. I am good at fighting skills, simple firearms, and survival in the wild." Then he pointed to the tall woman, LV Nan, the current deputy captain, is also the core fireman of the team. He is good at almost all firearms, especially proficient in sniper skills. One person can become a sniper team, which is the most important part of the team. Output point. In addition, she is also good at a variety of driving techniques, providing mobility for the team at critical moments, so to speak. Yunnan couldn't help turning her head away when she heard it, and waved to Enping, "It's all right, don't be so nasty, let's replace it." Enping sighed helplessly, and turned his fingers to Uncle Su. "This is Uncle Su. His surname is not Su, nor is he of any seniority, but he just happens to be named Uncle Su. He is currently the medical officer of the team. He is proficient in various first aid skills, the technology is also above the standard, and he is basically responsible for the team's medical robots. When necessary, he can provide a certain support capability on the battlefield, but the price is heavy, so don't let him overdraw easily." Uncle Su held his head high and held his chest high. "Captain, don't be polite to me. For the sake of the team, I can go through fire and water at any time." Yunnan commented unceremoniously, "Are you taking banned drugs justifiably after you get injured?" Su Boli said bluntly, "Don't foul people's innocence at will. I, Su Boli, have lived for 37 years, and I have never taken banned drugs until I was injured." Even Shan was stunned now. How many years did he just say he lived? 37 years? Isn't it 73 years? Uncle Su glared at Xiao En, "What are you looking at? Haven't you seen a 37-year-old handsome man?" Xiao En frowned, thinking about this wrinkled 37-year-old man. Could it be that his ancestors have some connection with the Bis people? Yunnan gloated a little and said, "A few more times of banned drugs, Uncle Su, you will be able to go to the Urban Welfare Center to receive pension assistance. As long as you shave your face, they will definitely give you a big gift package for longevity." But Su Bo waved his hand, "Pull it down, the Urban Welfare Center near the deserted area has long been abandoned by the upper echelon, and now the funds are very tight, and the longevity gift bag is full of flashy things like longevity peaches and couplets, and there is no cash at all." Yunnan was dumbfounded, "You really went to get it?" "Nonsense, if you don't get paid, you don't get paid, and I don't have captain and vice-captain allowances. Naturally, I need to know how to increase revenue and reduce expenditure." Enping listened to it and felt a headache, feeling deeply desperate for these bastards under his opponent. Even if you can't help showing your true colors, at least wait for the newcomers to join the team. Aren't you afraid to scare the newcomers away by showing your ugliness so early? Although a newcomer who can survive 3 rounds of testing should theoretically be strong enough psychologically. While thinking about it, Anping saw that there was finally a comforting team member at the table. Zhuang Yuanying sat quietly at the corner of the dining table, looking at Xiaoan from time to time with curious and shy eyes. Anping thought, it would be great if everyone could be as well behaved as Zhuang Yuanying. Zhuang Yuanying, the youngest member of the team other than you, is mainly responsible for machine repair work. Although she is young, she is very skilled in machine repair. Any broken machine can be handled by her. Boss Li sometimes likes to play in Space Sao Operation, destroying the Bian. They all went to Xiao Zhuang to rescue them. L. Yunan interjected again, if it wasn't for Xiao Zhuang, Li Yu would have been skinned and boned by Lord Bai long ago. Uncle Su also sighed, so Xiao Zhuang is the savior of Li Yu's boss. Captain, remember to mention this matter in the next team meeting, so that the boss can allocate some funds. I happen to have a new medicine. Research has hit a bottleneck. Anping said unhappily, don't try to use Xiao Zhuang to seek your own selfishness. Then if you want funds, go to a few more welfare centers to clear your face. Zhuang Yuanying, who became the target of public criticism, buried her head in the hat again in shame. You guys, that's right, it's too exaggerated. The immature voice still reveals a strong taste of harmlessness to humans and animals in Shan's ears. And looking at the other people's doting attitude towards Zhuang Yuanying, Xiaoan couldn't help but think, maybe this red apricot squad is not as dangerous and cruel as he expected. However, just as the idea came up, Anping heard Anping say, okay, the specific members have been introduced, and it's time to introduce the red apricot squad. I think you should have been thinking about this question a long time ago, what is the name of this team? So weird. Shan nodded. In the context of Qunkan language, the word Hongxing is always reminiscent of the ambiguous saying Hongxing is out of the wall. And this doesn't match the elite positioning of the Hongxing team, no matter how you look at it. Although Li Yu, the leader of the Silver Knights, has always been particularly arbitrary in terms of naming, there is no need to give his trump card such a nondescript name. Anping said with a smile, the core meaning of the common saying red apricot leaving the wall is to describe someone who is unruly. And the core idea of our team is indeed unruly. After a pause, Anping continued, Boss Li Yu said that you are here to pay off your debts, so you should also know that the income of the members of the red apricot team is much higher than that of other team members. For example, I completed the 1 team mission, 3 individual missions, the cumulative income is 720,000 Qunkan coins, which is the number that other team members need to save for a lifetime. Anping pointed to L. Yunan and Su Bo again, the income levels of these two people are not low, let alone Xiao Zhuang, who saved Li Yu's life many times, that is a sky-high credit. With a hint of amusement, Anping asked the question, what do you think is the reason for this special treatment? Shan tried to speculate, by strength. It's really concise, but you're right. Our treatment is indeed based on strength. Any member of this team has strength far above the average. But the problem comes soon now, what do you mean by strength? Shan thought for a moment and said, ability to complete tasks. That's right, the essence of strength is the ability to complete tasks. Our treatment is essentially derived from completing near impossible tasks time and time again. Shan said, so, is this a reward? Anping smiled, you are on the point again. The answer is yes and no. Special treatment does seem like a reward, but it is actually a last resort. To complete the impossible task, it takes an extremely high price. Cost. And in this cost, subjective will is very indifferent. Mr. Li has never lacked people who dare to work hard, and there is no shortage of people who work hard, but they cannot do things that cannot be done. Because they lack enough material basis. While talking, Anping put his right prosthetic limb on the dining table and asked Xiaoan, if I were to compete with you in arm wrestling now, do you think you have a chance of winning? Shan shook his head. With his strength at this time, even if he used the force to strengthen his body, it would be difficult to win against an electromagnetically driven steel arm under the rules of arm wrestling. Anping said, the difference between you and me does not lie in the will to win, nor in the perseverance in daily exercise, but in the fact that I have a mechanical prosthesis worth 50,000 Qunkan coins, but you only have flesh and blood. After a pause, Anping continued, similarly, Liu Nan's sniper ability is the best in the entire galaxy because she has a tailor-made and priceless Dongfeng DFQ-91 sniper rifle. Seriously remind you in a word, that is her most precious treasure. If you dare to leave even a little fingerprint on her gun barrel, she can beat you to the point where Uncle Su can't even cure you. So here comes the problem. When there is such a small group of people who are very good at exchanging resources for strength, the allocation of resources becomes a big problem for the entire team. For example, I just spent 50,000 Kyunkan coins. Mechanical prosthetic limbs are used to give you an entry test, and at the same time, even the senior engineers on the silver are only paid a few hundred a day. Do you think the latter will agree with my profligate behavior? Obviously not, but if because of the latter's disapproval, I won't get a mechanical prosthetic with a cost of 50,000 yuan, then the team shouldn't expect me to create miracles at critical moments. It's hard for a clever woman to cook without rice. The solution to this contradiction is that the Red Apricot Squad goes out independently and is responsible for its own profits and losses. Our income depends on our contributions, and our expenses will not be paid for by anyone. Compared with other people who are completely collectivist, isn't our team just a bunch of red apricots sticking out of the wall? Before he finished speaking, he heard Liu Nan say, the word self-responsibility for profit and loss is a very good word, so don't expect the team to pay for the mechanical prosthesis you scrapped before. Anping was stunned when he heard the words, and smiled wryly after a while. Don't be so cruel. Liu Nan glanced at him. Since you are responsible for your own profits and losses, you have to do rigorous testing for newcomers on your own initiative. Do you still expect us to help you pay for the testing? Anping was silent for a while, then looked at Zhuang Yuanying with kind eyes. Xiao Zhuang. Before he finished speaking, Liu Nan had already grabbed a metal water glass on the dining table and threw it over. How dare you ask Xiao Zhuang to borrow money again? Captain Tang Tang, shameless. Anping was disheartened and swallowed his anger. Chapter 29. In short, the name of the Red Apricot Squad is derived from the above. We are usually mainly responsible for dealing with difficult and miscellaneous diseases that others cannot handle. And the so-called difficult and miscellaneous diseases are mostly related to beatings and killings. Everyone has been on the battlefield, experienced life and death. About your scuffle outside DUI 9527's manor, I have read the records left by Li Yu, and the performance was pretty good, and it will be your daily routine from now on. Saying that, Anping showed a very warm smile on his face. How, do you have a clearer understanding of the Red Seeing Squad? It's still too late to quit now. Sean asked, is it really too late? Haha, of course it's a lie. I spent 50,000 on you, so of course you don't want to just walk away. Anping laughed at himself, but he didn't really care about the mere 50,000 Kyunkan coins. Anyway, that's the end of my introduction, it's up to you next. You don't have to say what you don't want to say, but you can't tell lies. Sean nodded, and introduced himself that he had been planning for a long time. I'm Sean. I came here by chance. My main job now is to pay off my debts. Compared with you, I don't have any outstanding specialties, but I am familiar with melee combat, the use of firearms, wild survival, mechanical maintenance, etc. Those who have been involved in hunting, may be used as mobile personnel in the team to check for gaps. In addition, I am not a native of the galaxy, so I am still very unfamiliar with everything here. There may be a lot of things that are not handled properly. I hope you will be happy at that time. At the same time, as a newcomer, I also need to rely on your help. Of course it will definitely be answered. Sean's brief self-introduction received sincere applause. Uncle Su was even more amazed. It's the first time I've heard such a serious self-introduction in the years since I joined the team. I like this kid so much. Xiaoen, you will be a medical soldier with me in the future, very interesting. Oh, the future. Liu Nan sneered, your so-called future is to be overdrawn at the age of 37 and become 73 years old. After a pause, the woman said again, I've also seen your record of that battle. Your accomplishments and talents in marksmanship are outstanding, don't waste them in vain. After finishing speaking, Liu Nan lowered his head, picked up the steaming food in the bowl with chopsticks, and ignored the new team members. But those who know her well know that this is already a very warm invitation for her. Anping said, I won't say anything superfluous. We have a fist-to-heart relationship. Although the 3 rounds of tests may seem short, they are enough to form a tacit understanding between real men. Xiaoen frowned, he couldn't think of any kind of tacit understanding between himself and this sleepy middle-aged man, but seeing in Ping's words with certainty, it seemed that he lost his memory due to a concussion. Yunnan sneered, "Don't think too much, he just bullied you to be honest, and he just wanted to catch you as a strong man. The front line of the team's missions is always tight in recent times. I always like to do entry tests to scare newcomers away. In my opinion, let him eat his own fruit, there is no need to accommodate him." Anping smiled helplessly, "The front line collapses, and you are of no use as a firepower." Su Bo interjected, "If you, the front line captain, collapse, the vice captain will be able to take over as the captain." Just as Uncle Su finished speaking, Yunnan's metal cup was thrown like a cannonball, and the cafeteria became noisy. Shan frowned tightly, and really had a thought of slipping away in his heart. But that thought was fleeting. "Where can I go if I leave here?" After leaving the manor, he was cut off from his master, and it was obvious that he would not be able to appear in the public view of the Gan Galaxy in an open and above-board manner. Although judging from the current news channels, the Kyunkan group has not publicly issued an arrest warrant for the Jedi Masters and apprentices, but Xiao En knew with his knees that it must be a pattern of looseness on the outside and tightness on the inside. At this time, Li Yu's home located in the deserted area is actually a good hiding place. While thinking about it, Shan finally sat down at the dining table, picked up the bowls and chopsticks, picked up a piece of soft, waxy and translucent roasted meat from the steaming iron pot on the table, and put it in his mouth. Then his movements froze. The stimulation in his mouth that was so strong that it hit all 5 senses at the same time made his mind stunned for a moment. "Who am I? Where am I? What is in my mouth?" Su Bo's cheerful voice sounded next to his ears. "How does it taste? This is a big meal that the vice captain personally cooks to welcome the newcomers. Usually, even the captain doesn't have such a good fortune." Xiao En was stunned again when he heard the words, and looked up, only to see the expressions of scientists observing the experimental small animals injected with new drugs. The boy opened and closed his jaw with difficulty, chewed the piece of meat twice, resisted the numbness of his taste buds, and swallowed it. With a warm feeling down the esophagus, the Jedi apprentice actually felt a kind of relief. "Finally, I swallowed it. But are you sure this is a big meal prepared to welcome newcomers?" No wonder the Hongxing team complained about the lack of people every day. Only Yunnan was smiling, and his heroic facial features became soft and amiable because of the smile, and even the tough voice that just ridiculed Anping was soft. Yunnan asked expectantly, "How is it? Is it still the same taste?" Shan was silent for a while. As a Jedi apprentice, he really couldn't convince himself to talk nonsense, so he could only ask back, "Is this the endurance test for newcomers conducted by the vice captain?" "Ha ha ha ha." Su Bo laughed so hard that he threw the rice bowl that Yunnan gave him to the ground. Anping also took advantage of the chaos and threw his rice bowl on the ground expressionlessly. Only Zhuang Yuanying chewed the roasted pork that tasted almost anesthetic, blinked curiously, and observed the follow-up on the table. The smile on Yunnan's face became brighter, but he was clearly smiling, but the subtle changes in his facial features made this smile reveal a thrilling murderous intent. "You are a newcomer who dares to say it. It seems that my good intentions have failed to whet your appetite. However, my instructor said a word before, if you want to boost your appetite, the best way is to increase your appetite. The way is to train. When you are exhausted and your muscles dissolve, even eating dirt is delicious." While talking, Yunnan slammed down the table, leaving a clear palm print on the metal table, and the pots and pans on the table were also overturned, and the food soup was messed up. This made Anping and Su Bo couldn't help but put their hands on their chests, as if they had received amnesty. Yunnan continued, "Just now Uncle Su said that you are young, strong, and resilient. It seems that you are right. You have the energy to picky eaters just after waking up. Then you should also have the energy to accompany me to do some warm-up training." Shan looked at the vice captain who was gearing up and knew that this challenge probably couldn't be avoided. However, it is also desirable. Xiao En has never resisted competing with the strong, even if the huge gap in strength will leave him covered in bruises and lose his face. But after summing up the experience and lessons, every failure will bring tangible gains. In the previous 3 rounds of tests with Anping, he had already deeply experienced the power of the opponent's weird close combat technique, and this also gave great inspiration to the Jedi apprentices. So, what kind of surprises can Yunnan, who is known as the strongest player in the team, bring him? With anticipation, Shan even felt that the hunger in his belly was not worth mentioning. although it may also be because the stomach pouch has been paralyzed by that piece of roast meat. The Red Apricot Squad was extremely efficient. After a few minutes, the whole team appeared in an extremely spacious underground training ground. This place is several times larger than the open space where Enping conducted the test, and the entire training ground is covered with bunkers of different heights and shapes, and there are more than a dozen floating metal platforms in the air. The walls on all sides present mirror-like reflections. On both sides of the entrance of the training room, there are 2 huge firearm racks, on which there are no less than hundreds of various firearms neatly stacked. 12 out of 10. But just 1 out of 10 is shocking, because all of them are flagship masterpieces of famous manufacturers, and a few mediocre models have obviously been deeply modified to have stronger performance. This is simply a gun show to show off wealth. Sean really understood the essence of the phrase "the Red Apricot team has high income and high expenses." So the next step is to use Liu Nan's collection for a gunfight in this complex terrain? Sean was thrilled. Although he is not a gun enthusiast, he also knows what a rare opportunity it is to touch these masterpieces of guns with his own hands. What's more, holding these firearms against a top master. It has been bad luck since entering the Dry Galaxy, and now it finally has some good things. Xiaoen looked at Liu Nan's collection with great interest, and was about to choose a firearm that he was relatively familiar with and could give full play to its performance, but soon he was attracted by a short gun with a simple shape. Although the location of the collection was very inconspicuous, but the pistol fell into the eyes of the Jedi apprentice, but it had a distinctive attraction, which made him subconsciously reach out. "Don't touch!" Liu Nan's distraught voice came from behind, and her movements were astonishingly fast, and she came to Xiaoen in a flash, blocking between him and the gun rack. She was obviously taller than Enping, and she had put on a heavy protective suit at this time, but her figure was not bulky at all. This mobility was indeed worthy of the name of the vice-captain of the Red Apricot Squad. However, at the same time, a slightly frightening stupidity appeared in the woman's eyes. I saw Liu Nan lightly holding the short-barreled blaster that Xiaoen planned to choose, stretching out his right hand wearing a brand new glove, caressing the bright silver barrel, without saying a word. That gentle gaze made Xiaoen feel horrified for a moment. He looked at Captain Enping, only to see that the latter showed a helpless look, nodded, and silently signaled with his mouth, "You guessed right." Liu Nan is indeed a perverted shooter who suffers from severe fetishes and possesses an astonishingly strong desire. Sean froze for a moment, regretfully giving up his plan to touch the masterpiece with his own hands. He didn't think Liu Nan was a fetish, but he had already seen the word Hua neatly engraved on the handle of the pistol in Liu Nan's hand. And this word and Liu Nan seemed to have a very deep bond. That is not a collection that others can dye their hands on. After putting away her short gun, Liu Nan leaned over and opened the bottom drawer of the gun rack, revealing a set of simple firearms of different lengths. "Training gun, use this today." Sean glanced at it, feeling kindness in his heart. This training gun is a lot like the Jedi youngster's training partner, the remote-controlled training ball. The energy beam shot from it will cause a strong sting, but it will not cause serious damage. When Jedi youngsters are training in the Force, they often wear helmets that shield the 5 senses, only guided by the Force, and use lightsabers to protect themselves under the shooting of flexible remote-controlled training balls. Although it is obviously impossible for Sean to take out the lightsaber openly right now, but the familiar feeling makes Sean seem to have found his childhood. Seeing Xiaoen's gentle smile, Liu Nan sneered and said, "You have a good attitude, I hope you can keep it up for a while." Captain Enping couldn't help but sighed when he heard the words, but shook his head and refused to comment. Su Bo, on the other hand, had an excited expression of watching a good show, drawing on an electronic tablet with both hands, remotely controlling the robot in the medical room to dispense new medicines. Zhuang Yuanying restrained her shyness and reminded, "Even if it's a training gun, it hurts to be hit continuously." Xiaoen looked back curiously, and immediately asked Zhuang Yuanying to bury her face in the hat again. Of course, the Jedi apprentices know that the energy beam of the training gun will cause pain, especially when hitting consecutively. The strong stimulation may even cause coma and incontinence. However, it is rare that someone is willing to remind him. This shy team mechanic is really pure and kind-hearted. It is in stark contrast with other goods. Obviously, Liu Nan wants to let the newcomers fully experience her firepower technology without killing her. Sean's response was consistent. He couldn't ask for more. Chapter 30. In the melee between Sean and the pirates outside the manor, although he had the upper hand and almost formed a unilateral crush, the essence was that the opponent was too weak, not how superb Sean's marksmanship was. When encountering real masters, Sean still has self-knowledge. Oh, a little clever. Seeing Xiao En's choice, Yunnan couldn't help raising her eyebrows. Okay, then it's my turn to choose. As she said that, the woman directly pulled the drawer out of the shelf, and she picked up all the styles of training guns one by one and put them on her body. It was only then that Xiao En really noticed that there were many belts and metal lock hooks on the outside of Yunnan's heavy protective clothing. They were not decorations, but were used to fix firearms. Using these external devices, Yunnan installed 12 long guns and 6 short guns on her body, and carried a sniper training gun taller than herself on her back. The whole person is like a humanoid arsenal. Okay, go to the designated location along the indicator light under your feet, and the training will officially start after the green light above your head is lit, understand? With a natural tone, Yunnan pointed out the indicator lights under his feet and above his head for Xiao En, then took a step ahead, and headed to the deep part of the training ground with the sound of metal colliding. Sean was stunned for a while, looking at the 2 pitiful pistols in his hands. He once again sighed that he was indeed too tender. Can this game still be played like this? But after thinking about it, I don't have that kind of special protective clothing, nor do I have the ability to control multiple firearms at the same time, so it may not be a good thing to get more. In fact, Sean is also very curious. Yunnan armed herself like a tetric sea urchin, which looks mighty, but she doesn't have 3 heads and 6 arms. Isn't so many guns a burden? Forget it, let's see what is unique about the top gunners of the GAN galaxy from actual combat. After making up his mind, Sean quickly came to the designated location. A low bunker shelter, and then through the fire port of the bunker, he patiently observed the surroundings and waited for the light above his head to change color. The moment the green light was on, Sean turned and flew back, leaving the spot. Almost at the same time, 2 energy beams shot out from afar, exquisitely shooting into the bunker along the narrow fire opening. If Sean hadn't reacted in advance and left his original position, he would have been knocked down in the first second of the battle. Sean became more and more excited. Yunnan is indeed a top expert. At the moment of sniping just now, Xiao En could see very clearly through the fire port that Yunnan suddenly leaned out from behind a low wall and raised his gun to shoot. The woman's movements are as fast as lightning, but the key is that she hardly has any preview. A single shot spanned a distance of 300 meters, along the narrow firepower port of the bunker, and shot the energy beam into the opponent's bunker. Even though this training field is the opponent's home field, and every tree and tree is clear, the shooting accuracy at this moment is still amazing. At least Sean asked himself that he absolutely couldn't do it. So it's true that you can't shoot at her from a long distance, you have to use your agility to get closer, so close that her firepower can't be used. While thinking about it, Sean outlined in his mind the general terrain of the training room that he recorded instantly, and then calculated a relatively safe trajectory. The Jedi apprentice took a deep breath, his muscles tensed up, ready for the impending explosion. The next moment, he exerted force with his feet, and his figure shuttled like lightning, drawing a zigzag trajectory, quickly passing a narrow and long ramp, crossing a low wall, and bypassing a towering tower. In the blink of an eye, Xiao En had crossed 1/3 of the training field, and the distance between him and Yunnan was shortened sharply. But Yunnan didn't fire a shot, as if he couldn't find a chance to aim and shoot, but it was more like waiting for the opponent to approach and reveal his flaws. The eerie calm is like a quicksand trap in the desert. For a top sniper, it is more threatening when not shooting. But Xiao En was not at all disturbed in his mind, instead he flashed his figure methodically and approached quickly. Because what he faced was not an optional question at all. He had no choice but to move forward. In other people's home courts, facing a fully armed fireman and only 2 pistols in his hands, it was simply a matter of sticking to one place. Suicide. Sean had to find a way to close the distance, so close that the spear on the opponent's body could not exert its advantage at all, and so close that he could knock the opponent down with just 2 pistols. However, after bypassing the high tower, there was an empty space ahead. Although there were uneven trenches and bunkers on the left and right, they looked like traps carefully prepared by the other party to Xiao En. If you really thought it was safe to use it as a transit, you would definitely be shot by Yunnan during the transfer process, or even behind the bunker. The Jedi apprentice huddled under the tower, thought for a moment, and a flash of light flashed in his mind. The high tower in this training room should be designed as a condescending firepower point in essence. Standing on the top of the high tower can easily cover every corner of the training room with firepower. But beyond that, it serves a purpose. Sean took a deep breath, leaned down, stepped on the ground firmly with both feet, and pressed his hands on the outer wall of the tower. Then, as no surprise, he felt the seemingly solid outer wall shake slightly, and this part of the sway was gradually transmitted to the top of the tower, causing the top of the tower to sway violently. Ha, sure enough. Sean couldn't help smiling. All the facilities and bunkers in this training room are built with lightweight and cheap quick-build materials, which can facilitate Lunan to change the terrain in time according to training needs. And this kind of cheap building material, although it can block the energy beam of the training gun, of course it can't stop the full-scale destruction of a Jedi apprentice. Sean used the force to strengthen his body, and then used his thick shoulders as a hammer to slam into the tower, and the white outer wall immediately collapsed like a bubble. After several collisions, the foundation of the tower disappeared, and it fell forward helplessly. Xiaoan immediately seized the opportunity and acted before the tower fell to the ground. He lowered his body and moved forward quickly in a nearly crawling posture. The tower during the collapse properly covered all of Lunan's shooting angles. However, just when Sean was about to take advantage of the cover of the tower and come to the next bunker. Whoosh! A green beam of energy shot through the cracks in the cracked tower, and passed close to the top of Xiaoan's head. This made the Jedi apprentice break out in a cold sweat. You can find the shooting angle like this. Even if Lunan occupies the main field, the shooting accuracy is really unimaginable. However, the shot failed in the end. Xiaoan's consistent cautious style saved him. He kept his body low enough that even though Lunan managed to find a tricky angle, he still failed to snipe. The shot missed, and the situation in front of Sean was simply perfect. The terrain in front is very favorable to him, with high walls and continuous trenches. With his maneuverability, he can easily hide himself in the blind spot of shooting all the time. Lunan's almost berserk firepower configuration seems to be a drag at this time. With so many firearms, she is doomed to be unable to fight guerrillas with Xiaoan in complex terrain. In the middle, almost naturally can only be in a stubborn position. As the distance gets closer, the balance of victory and defeat keeps tilting towards Sean. Although Lunan also hid in the bunker without showing her whereabouts, for a Jedi apprentice who was good at observing, he could already lock her approximate location through Lunan's 2 shots. It is in an open area with high terrain and surrounded by high walls. In fact, this is also an inevitable choice. She has too many spears on her body, and the space is small, so she can't use them. And Sean's distance from that open area was quickly shortened to within reach. As long as he crossed the last trench, Sean could formally enter the opponent's hiding place, and at that distance, pistols and long guns would not. There is a fundamental difference, and even the pistol is more flexible. But Xiaoan also knew that the last trap he had to face was ahead of him. Although he was able to deduce Lunan's position during this fast journey, why didn't Lunan grasp his own position? At the moment of crossing the trench, Lunan's shooting will definitely be accurate, but he is in mid-air, so there is no way to avoid it. So, Sean looked around again, and soon his eyes locked on a slowly drifting floating platform above his head. In the training room, there are a total of 23 such floating platforms, with different sizes, heights, and shapes, providing a more three-dimensional battlefield environment for the training room. It's not that Sean has never considered using these platforms for three-dimensional maneuvering, but no matter how he thinks about it, he feels that facing a top fireman, it is too unsafe for a person to be in mid-air. But now, this unsafe floating platform seems to be the last step for Sean to win. As long as he quickly climbed up the platform, then slowly moved on the platform to the top of Lunan, and then fell from the sky, it would be difficult for Lunan to have a chance to shoot during the whole process. And once you jump off the high platform, it means that the distance between the two sides is so close that the pistol can shoot accurately. At that time, the initiative on the battlefield will be in the hands of the more flexible Xiaoan. The Jedi apprentice quickly deduced the process in his mind. After confirming that it was correct, he climbed up a broken high wall in front of him without the slightest hesitation, and jumped onto the platform 5 meters away from the ground with a flash. Dazzling! And the moment Sean climbed onto the high platform, a green beam of energy brushed past Sean's feet, making the Jedi apprentice marvel at Lunan's shooting skills again. In his mind's deduction, climbing the wall there is almost no chance in the process of climbing and leaping onto a high platform, but Lunan seized the opportunity. Her only mistake was that she misjudged Xiaoan's jumping ability. The speed of the Jedi apprentice jumping onto the high platform was a mile faster than she expected. However, this was actually a trap that Sean had designed from the very beginning. When he was sprinting between the bunkers, he didn't use his fastest speed, and always reserved it for the last moment. This is also the trick he learned from Anping. In the second round of the test, the opponent relied on weight loss in exchange for a faster explosive speed, which caught Sean off guard. At this time, Xiao En followed suit, and sure enough, he also counted on Liu Yunan, causing the sharpshooter to miss again. And once he reached the high stage, Sean almost held the victory in his hands. However, the closer the victory was, the more calm Sean became, because if he was negligent at the last moment, all the previous hard work would be in vain. Standing on the edge of the high platform, Sean could even clearly see Liu Yunan's elongated shadow dragged by the light below. Next, just find the location of the airborne by surprise. However, just as Xiao En was about to quickly plan the landing location, he heard Liu Yunan under the platform sneer. "It's finally time for you." Chapter 31. The moment Liu Yunan's voice sounded, Xiao En felt a warning signal in his heart, and that strong sense of crisis was like a mountain roaring in a tsunami. At the same time, his peripheral vision captured an unbelievable scene. On the 3 platforms floating beside him, there are actually 18 automatic gun towers with simple structures. 18 guns have locked on Sean at the same time. In an instant, Sean's sense of time seemed to be stretched infinitely, and he could even hear the buzzing of the training guns when the triggers of the automatic gun turrets were pulled. At the same time, Sean also realized that he was the one who really fell into the trap. Sean didn't complain in his heart about the existence of the gun tower outside the rules. First, there are no pre-agreed rules at all. Secondly, it was because of his poor thinking before the battle. Judging from the simple bracket structure and remote control device of the gun turret, its construction is very simple, and the relevant materials are probably hidden in Liu Yunan's heavy protective clothing from the very beginning. Inside. As for the metal lock hook of the external firearm, it is simply a confusing item. What's the use of carrying so many firearms for a person who doesn't have 3 heads and 6 arms? As a top fireman, Liu Yunan must have a way to make the best use of every gun, so the simple gun tower is actually a very logical judgment. After the test started, Liu Yunan only fired 3 shots. Besides, could it be that she was really just squatting in place, waiting for the enemy to come to her door? So since Sean found out that Liu Yunan hadn't moved his position, he should have thought that the opponent was probably consolidating his position. Among the methods of consolidating the position, the simplest method is the gun tower. It's really too careless. But on the other hand, judging from the configuration of the gun turret, Liu Yunan's calculations were also terrifying. All the gun turrets in sight were aimed at the high platform above Liu Yunan's head, and the angle of fire could not reach the ground. In other words, Liu Yunan concentrated almost all of his firepower on this point. From the very beginning, she calculated that Sean might avoid all the sniper attacks all the way, and then occupy the only commanding heights enough to win. Sean couldn't help but be convinced by a female warrior who had the right time and place and was so shrewd and skilled in combat. However, the so-called convincing is just admiration rather than obedience. Sean admired the strength shown by the other party, but the Jedi apprentice would never admit defeat until the last moment. Even if it's an embarrassing situation where both sides suffer, they will never admit defeat. In the blink of an eye, Sean flew forward, and in mid-air, under the guidance of the original force, his body reacted almost unimaginably. With his exquisite twisting posture, he avoided most of the firepower. Although the body was still inevitably hit by the energy beam, causing intense pain, Xiao En successfully broke through the encirclement of firepower in an instant, jumped off the high platform, and faced Liu Yunan face to face. At this time, Liu Yunan was only 5 meters away from him. At this distance, even though Xiao En was shocked by the severe pain and dizziness, his vision was distorted, and his consciousness was on the verge of collapsing. He will never let the gun in his hand miss the target. When waking up from the darkness, Sean only felt his eyes hurt slightly from a burst of bright white light, and the familiar smell of medicine in the infirmary of the underground base lingered in his nostrils. And the place on his body where he was hit by the training gun still stings. Xiao En couldn't help but sigh in his heart. He just joined the Red Apricot team, and he has been tested until he passed out twice. Although both times were crimes other than war, this feeling is really uncomfortable. If Master saw it, it would be really ashamed. In a daze, Xiao En suddenly saw a wrinkled face approaching in front of him. It looks a bit like Su Bo, but he is even older than Su Bo. If Su Bo looks like 73, this person can at least make up to 84. The old man squeezed out a smile distorted by wrinkles, and asked in a hoarse voice, "It's been 5 years, you finally woke up." Sean was startled at the time, almost jumping directly from the hospital bed. "What did you say?" Uncle Su touched his old face. "I also changed from a 37-year-old handsome man to a 42-year-old handsome man." Sean thought to himself, "No one asked you to show off your mathematical talents, what does it mean that 5 years have passed?" Seeing the surprise in Xiao En's eyes, Su Bo showed a look of pity, and explained, "That woman Lu Nan played with fire too much. The output power of the training gun has been adjusted up, exceeding the safety threshold. You were hit by the concentrated fire again. The point is that there was a gunshot to your head at the last moment. Do you still feel some pain in the top of your head now? That is the root of everything." Su Bo's voice could be described as heartbroken. "LV Nan is really too much. Even if it is a training gun, you can't just aim at your head." Although she explained that the shooting accuracy of the gun turret is not enough, it is nonsense. All the gun turrets are remote controlled by her, so close. How could it be possible to hit the head unintentionally? But it's too late to say anything now, you've been sleeping for 5 years. Before Uncle Su finished speaking, Sean sat up from the hospital bed and gave his own evaluation, exaggerated acting skills, hypocritical words, your test is the least technical. Su Bo was stunned at that moment. Sean didn't believe in the 5-year theory at all. Although he was startled by the other party when he first woke up, the Jedi apprentice quickly grasped his physical condition. He fell into a coma for a few hours at most, and he received quite proper medical treatment during the coma. The remaining pain in his body was more of a memory than a warning sign. As for why Uncle Su looked much older than he was a few hours ago, maybe he took some medicine? While Uncle Su was shutting up, Xiao En squinted his eyes and looked around. Sure enough, he saw a tall and familiar figure in the next bed. A thick bandage was wrapped around Lu Nan's shoulders, and there was a playful smile on his face. "Uncle Su, I said earlier that this kid is definitely much smarter than you, and he will only bring himself to be humiliated by showing off his tricks." Hearing this, Uncle Su took a few steps back from Xiao En's side, with a dispirited expression on his face. He is full of calculations at a young age, and his thoughts are deep. This kid has never had a girlfriend. Sean felt strange. "I did not submit it, but what does this have to do with calculations? Is this a unique culture of some kind of dry galaxy?" But soon his attention was attracted by the injury on Lu Nan's shoulder. Judging from the heavy bandage and Lu Nan's awkward posture, her injury was quite serious, at least worse than his own, which was set on fire. The loser is even heavier. How did it happen? Sean didn't remember that he had left such a serious injury to the other party. Su Bo smiled, wiped his face next to him, and turned back into a 73-year-old handsome man. The dense wrinkles on his face were just simple disguise makeup, and then sighed, "Xiao En, since you joined the Red Apricot team, you must remember one thing, who is the smartest person in this team will never be determined, but the stupidest person must be the woman lying next to you." Lu Nan unceremoniously used his good arm to grab a monitoring device next to the hospital bed, trying to smash it. "Wait, listen to my explanation." Su Bo hurriedly rushed up to hug the device. "I have a reason." His voice was justified and his eyes were so upright that even Lu Nan, who was personally attacked, was taken aback. "Have a reason?" Su Bo finally rescued his precious equipment, sighed with lingering fear, and said to Sean, "This woman has tampered with your gun, and the training gun in your hand is extremely powerful, and it can basically be regarded as live ammunition. So your shooting at the last moment almost killed her. If she didn't react in time after all, I'm afraid she would be shot in the head by you on the spot." Sean opened his eyes wide in disbelief. Lu Nan tampered with his gun, when? Su Bo explained, "To be precise, all the training guns have the killing power, and only the one she uses has been temporarily reduced in power. As for the reason?" Lu Nan himself gave the answer, "On my own territory, suppressing a rookie with absolute firepower superiority, it is impossible for me to be hit. If I am hit, or even hit a vital point, it means that I am a waste, deserve to die there." Su Bo stretched out his finger and pointed to his head. "Did you hear that? This man is sick." Lu Nan said, "A cripple like you, who takes drugs every day, is also qualified to say that others are sick." Su Bo said confidently, "I am a doctor, of course I am qualified to judge who is sick. What's more, if I am sick, I at least know how to take medicine. After you are seriously injured, let alone Bacta liquid, you won't even use my herbal medicine. Even bandages are extremely reluctant. Yunan turned her head away and said, I need to remember this pain, this is the shame I should bear. Uncle Su said with distaste, it's a real shame to show off the sense of honor we had when we were young. We've all fallen into criminal gangs in the deserted area. Let's save the old sense of honor. Regarding this, Yunan was neither angry nor annoyed, just hummed lightly, and skipped it. Hearing the words juvenile and past, Sean faintly felt that their topic seemed to involve the past, but the word past was a taboo for them to avoid as much as possible. So Xiaoan didn't ask any further questions, but instead changed the topic and said, then what about the next test? Uncle Su, do you need to test my first aid skills? Su Bo shrugged, I don't have as many affairs as the two captains. If you can see through my disguise and not be deceived, it means you have a good brain. I will consider you qualified here. As for first aid skills, we will have the opportunity to learn from each other in the future. Xiaoan nodded, that is to say, there is only the last link left in my test? Senior Zhuang Yuanying, she. Uncle Su let out a snort, and laughed so much that he sprayed his saliva on Xiaoan's hospital bed. Don't say the word senior in front of her, this kind of honor can scare her heart to stop. After a pause, Uncle Su said earnestly, okay, it's a bit exaggerated to say that, but you should know her character. It's better to kill her than ask her to be tested by others. Besides, hasn't it been clarified a long time ago? The Red Apricot Squad doesn't have any entry test procedures at all. It's all due to the short-circuiting of the chief and deputy captain's brains, which made it so troublesome now. The welcome ceremony was so good, I almost became the vice-captain funeral. As Su Bo spoke, he reached out to touch the wound on Yunan's shoulder provocatively, causing the latter to raise his eyebrows. Su Bo waved a can of Bacta spray in his hand, and persuaded, Nan, you should stop, the shameful display of honor has been done, and it's time to seriously heal the wound. If you keep putting the wound like this, it may worsen. Yunan said, it's a joke, even if I am really seriously injured, I will. However, before the words fell, there was a slightly piercing bell ringing in the base. After a while, Zhuang Yuanying, who was wearing a thick soft hat, trotted over and said softly, the mission is here, the captain wants everyone to gather quickly. The next moment, Yunan grabbed Uncle Su by the collar, hurry up and heal my wounds, and make sure you recover before you leave. Chapter 32. Good news. In the meeting room of the underground base, Anping said with a gloomy face, with an expression that didn't seem like there was anything good going on. Xianming was lost. In a word, aroused a strong reaction from the team members. Uncle Su stood up straight from his seat with a serious expression on his face, that biochemical virus liquid that can pollute an entire oasis and poison 100,000 people. Anping sighed helplessly, that's right, but please remember the second half of the statement when you present the information. Xianming is also the core raw material of the new biological water purification equipment, and Yanghan City in the south has just updated the water purification equipment, just needed for emergency. Yunan asked, I remember that Tian Liuyao was responsible for leading the team from the Space Trade City Li. Zhuang Yuanying suddenly raised his head, that fat uncle who raised 3 Boar cats. Su Bo smiled sinisterly, soon he will become a poor uncle who can't even afford a cat. Such a big loss, hey, don't feel bad, just think about the good, the cat he can't afford must be find someone to entrust, and this is your chance. But in that case, the cat will be separated from the owner. Su Boyu said earnestly, for a cat, the real happiness is to be with an owner who can afford it. By the way, Xiao Zhuang, your recent savings. Yunan slammed on the table, interrupting Uncle Su's gossip. Who did it? Anping said, I don't know, the goods were lost on Li, it is said that Tian Liuyao never even touched the box from the beginning to the end. Su Bo sneered, but the payment for the goods has already been paid, right? Anping ignored this nonsense and continued, judging from the latest news, there should be an experienced team of thefts in Li, who have committed many thefts in a row. Lao Tian is also negligent. Yunan sneered and said, from the moment he stepped back from the front line and used his time to practice guns to pet cats, he's not even qualified to be negligent. Anping said, he saw his own child die in front of his own eyes, so it's only natural that he doesn't want to go back to the front line. Yunan disdained, it's human nature to crush all the enemies to ashes, instead of shrinking at home and raising Boar Mao as a son. Obviously, this kind of dialogue will not be fruitful, so the two soon fell into silence. At this time, as a new player, Sean finally had the opportunity to ask a basic question. "Excuse me, why is this news good news?" Anping was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, "Good question, because Boss Lee asked us to do it." After a pause, he added, "As I said before, the Red Apricot team is responsible for its own profits and losses. To put it another way, as long as we bring Xianming home, all the rest of the income from this mission will belong to the team." Then, afraid that Xiaoan still didn't understand, Anping said, "That theft team has done many cases on Li, and the income is quite rich." Su Bo said, "That is to say, you can eat black and eat black." Sean was silent for a while, then nodded in understanding. The benefits of cheating and cheating are insignificant to him, and the Jedi never pursues things outside of himself, although it is indeed a good thing to pay off the debt as soon as possible. For the Jedi apprentices who believe in the way of balance, the act of eating black itself is not worth advocating, because it is essentially encouraging greed, allowing people to disrupt balance and order, and it can easily lead to chain reactions and intensify conflicts. But looking at it from another angle, the essence of this mission is to recover the extremely dangerous Xianming virus from a group of clever thieves, and use it for water purification. This is an unquestionable act of charity. So Sean has no objection. Uncle Su became interested in this reaction. "Hey, you don't seem to be interested in getting rich? Since that's the case, why don't you fund my research when you have money? If the new drug is successfully developed, it will definitely be a great achievement that will last forever." Xiaoan didn't believe the remarks at all, and asked Anping directly, "How should the mission be arranged?" Anping said, "The situation is urgent this time, so I judged it to be a team task, and everyone must be dispatched. After 2 standard hours, we will take the Red Apricot to the spaceport Li. The docking person over there is old friend Zhu Junshan, I just said hello." Xiaoan listened and memorized, and after a while, seeing that Anping had no further words, he couldn't help asking, "And then?" Anping asked back, "What then? What about after going to the spaceport? What should we do?" Anping showed an inexplicable expression, "Did I say nothing before? We are going to Li to retrieve the stolen Xianming, and search the criminal's lair by the way." Sean frowned when he heard it, and felt that the conversation between the two was not on the same channel at all, so that he had to wonder if there were any major omissions in the Kyunkan language he had learned before. "Why can't we communicate normally?" The Jedi apprentice had to be patient and explained, "What I want to ask is, how to do it specifically? How is the team's division of labor arranged, what is the task of each person, how to cooperate with each other, and is there a guiding plan for the action? Even if the second is an emergency mission, and there should be a corresponding plan. If an accident occurs during the mission, is there a backup plan? If the backup plan fails, is there an emergency plan? If..." Before he finished speaking, Xiaoan was interrupted by Yunan. "What the hell are you trying to say?" Sean took a deep breath, preparing words in his mind so that the other party could understand his intentions. "I think we lack a reliable action plan now." Yunan glanced at him. "Scheme plan? You won't be able to do things without a plan." Sean frowned even tighter, feeling that his words were simply illogical. "It's not a question of whether you can do things, but only under the guidance of a reliable plan, the task can be carried out smoothly. For example, there must always be a recipe when cooking." Before he finished speaking, Anping slapped his face with his hand. "What a recipe, you're really in trouble, rookie." At the same time, Yunan raised his brows upside down and said angrily, "I never use recipes for cooking." Sean suddenly realized, no wonder. Although I shrank the second half of the sentence and didn't say it, it made no difference if I said it. The air in the conference room seemed to condense instantly. Uncle Su took a deep breath, sprayed the bandages on his right hand with Bacta with his left hand, and was fully armed as a medical soldier in an instant. Anping helplessly stretched out his mechanical arm, trying to block Xiaoan's face. But quickly flinched under Yunan's cold gaze. When the situation was on the verge of breaking out, a slightly soft beep sound came from Zhuang Yuanying's waist. The girl looked down and said, "The red apricot is already in place in the hangar, and the robots from the maintenance team have arrived. I have to go there quickly, is that okay?" The girl's soft voice successfully broke the tension in the conference room, and Yunan's anger was extinguished at this time, and he nodded, "Go, the round trip depends on you." The girl smiled softly, reached out and pressed the soft hat, "Leave it to me. When Xiaoan saw this, he couldn't help but feel moved. This is a good chance to escape. I'm going to help too. Yunan snorted coldly, wanted to speak, but heard Anping speak first. I remember that when you introduced yourself, you said that you know a little bit of machine repair technology, and you also worked as an assistant for Chen Sanwan on the silver, so go and help. After Shan left, the atmosphere in the conference room completely eased down. Yunan raised her hand first. Sorry, I was too impulsive just now. Anping sighed, it doesn't matter, nothing happened anyway. That kid is smart, and I won't let you get into trouble again in the future. Yunan snorted coldly and said, whether he is smart or not depends on his mission performance. Although he performed better than expected during the test, too many people like this have died on the battlefield. Anping couldn't help but said, I know he reminds you of that. Okay, stop talking nonsense, go make your preparations, and don't let that kid really die. Yunan paused, and added, he owes Boss Li $1 million. Anping smiled helplessly. Why can't this person be more frank? Chapter 33. Xiaoan followed Zhuang Yuanying to the underground hangar of the Red Seeing Squad, only to see a busy scene. 7 chubby mechanic robots about 1 meter in height surrounded a spaceship, each doing routine maintenance work. This worker B-type WB-35 mechanic robot produced by Kyunkan Group's East Heavy Industries can be regarded as the proud industrial crystallization of this remote galaxy. Its cost is low but its quality is high. The export model QB-35 is widely distributed in multiple surrounding star areas. Under reasonable command and deployment, these mechanic robots can perform extremely well. Judging from their methodical division of labor and highly efficient machine repair actions, it is obvious that they have an excellent commander. The only problem is that with such an outstanding mechanic team, the spacecraft that is currently being processed seems a bit shocking. The outline of the spacecraft is like a lying pointed cone, about 30 meters long, 15 meters wide, and 6 meters high. The shape looks extreme and slightly fragile. However, several key structural points showed more or less shocking deformations, as if they had suffered a strong impact and would disintegrate at any time. In addition, the surface of the spaceship is full of potholes and scorched marks, and the background color of the spaceship cannot be seen at all for a while, and the armor plate is even lost in some places, exposing important equipment and pipelines. Shan had only seen such a spaceship before in a factory responsible for scrap and recycling. Those spaceships that were unfortunately destroyed by meteorites, shot down by pirate ships, improperly modified by pilots, or imploded by buying inferior engines are mostly placed on the assembly line in such a miserable appearance, waiting to be dismantled into metal parts, waste utilization. And this cone-shaped thing that needs to be disassembled urgently has the word Hongxing written on the side in the standard Kyunkan font. So, this is the so-called red apricot? Will I take something like this to rush out of the atmosphere later? Shan took a deep breath and put his hands on his chest to calm down. The next moment, the Jedi apprentice raised his spirits, determined to show unlimited subjective initiative in this limited time, make full use of everything he had learned, and help Zhuang Yuanying reinforce this space junk to be safer. However, at this time, I saw that Zhuang Yuanying had already come to the spaceship with light steps, took off the multifunctional machine repair gun hanging on his waist, pointed at an exposed pipeline, and poked it, immediately piercing that pipeline, and then lightning flashes. And the 7 robot assistants gathered around very tacitly, doing processing around. However, instead of filling the loophole, they made the exposed gap bigger, and added scorched marks on the edge with a high-temperature spray gun. Shan froze for a moment, then a flash of inspiration flashed in his mind, and he deconstructed the truth. The dilapidated appearance of this spaceship is actually intentional. Those potholes and scorched marks were all polished out bit by these skilled mechanic robots. As for the reasons for this move, it is not difficult to speculate. With the Red Apricot team's disposition of eating blacks and blacks, this spaceship, which seemed to be on the verge of being scrapped, was obviously used as bait, specially used to catch those kind of unsightly pirates. Thinking from this angle, Xiaoan had to admit that the spaceship in front of him was indeed extremely attractive, whether it was the high-strength alloy that made up the main body of the spaceship, or the huge engine with astonishing thrust at the tail, they were all very valuable. However, this spaceship itself seems to be completely undefended. While thinking about it, Shan's footsteps also slowed down. Because once the angle of view is changed, it is not difficult to find that this spaceship is not as bad as it looks at first glance. More than half of the seemingly distorted and fragile overall structure is visually misleading by using incomplete external armor, well-designed outline lines, and some exposed pipelines, so in fact the spaceship is maintained at a very delicate structural balance point superior. If you look closely, the astonishing details on the red apricot become more and more abundant. The prototype of this spaceship is difficult to verify. It seems that it has undergone extremely bold magic changes, and the overall structure that can be maintained on the balance line is like a wonderful work of art. Under this framework, the components that support the various functions of the spacecraft come from different manufacturers, using completely different specifications with no compatibility at all. This kind of operation is taboo in any formal teaching material, but it is not uncommon on Hungxinghao. Looking along the way, Xiaoan only felt that this spaceship was like a small exposition. However, under the coordination of skilled craftsmen, the components from all over the world are inconceivably coordinated together, perfectly supporting the entire Hongxing. And this pair of wonderful hands is obviously from Zhuang Yuanying. At this time, Zhuang Yuanying's team has completed the camouflage enhancement on the exterior of the spacecraft, and began to carry out targeted in-depth modifications for this mission. Although the time is limited, their modification plan is quite bold. In order to adapt to the environment of the spaceport Li, they have to change the engine before the battle. Accompanied by the girl's skillful input of commands on the console, the two thick mechanical arms in the hangar slowly rose from the floor, making creaking and groaning sounds as they lifted heavy objects. Two brand new cylindrical engines were carefully moved to the tail of the Hongxing. At this time, Zhuang Yuanying led the team to disassemble the original engines at an incredible speed, cleared the space at the tail of the spacecraft, and began to install the new engines. Prepare for docking. The process flowed like clouds and water, and from Shan's point of view, the mechanic team composed of Zhuang Yuanying and her 7 robot assistants was flawless. They didn't have any superfluous operations, every movement was refined and accurate, without the slightest hesitation, even though electric arcs and sparks exploded right beside them. Various standards and dazzling pipelines and interfaces seem to have their own life in the hands of the girl and assistants, and they are perfectly combined with the brand new engine dexterously. Shan could only watch mesmerized, and at the same time he could only watch mesmerized. He intended to help, but facing a team that cooperated so tacitly, he found that he had no room to intervene at all. Even cheering on the periphery seems superfluous. No wonder Chen Sanwan admired the Red Apricot squad so much. In fact, objectively speaking, the mechanic on the silver also had extremely superb skills, but compared to this girl in a soft hat, she seemed to lack something. Looking at the mechanical repair team in front of him, under the command of Zhuang Yuanying, the refitting operation was like exquisite art. Xiaoan couldn't help but fell into deep thought. What is it that is missing? The time of contemplation always passed quickly, as if in a blink of an eye. Zhuang Yuanying led the team to complete all the work. Next, as long as the 2 robotic arms install the new engine with the pipeline connected in place, the preparations for the spacecraft to take off are complete. The girl entered the last command in front of the console, and watched the mechanical arm rise slowly, then wiped the sweat from her forehead and smiled. Then there was another sigh. A chubby worker bee robot next to it asked in a sharp voice, "Is there any problem?" Zhuang Yuanying said, "It's a pity that it took a lot of effort, and the new engine can only exert 95% of the power. But that's enough." Zhuang Yuanying nodded slightly, the soft hat on his head trembling slightly. "Yeah, but I still want to do better. It's strange, my modification idea should be fine, why is there still a loss of energy? This kind of problem has happened many times, how can I solve it? No, is the turbo modification plan inappropriate?" Zhuang Yuanying said while playing with the multifunctional machine gun in her hand. The half-meter-long machine gun danced flexibly in her slender hands, and the small arc at the tip drew an elegant curve. But the repeated loops and inflexible dance steps still clearly revealed the confusion in the girl's heart, and the lost 5% of the energy was like a puzzle that she couldn't let go of. At this moment, Shan finally couldn't help but speak. Because of this question, he happened to know the answer. Even though he could only understand most of Zhuang Yuanying's modification steps, he was very familiar with the final pipeline connection plan. On the silver, someone just happened to teach him a more efficient plan. "Maybe you should try adding a current regulator to wire number 3. Before Shan finished speaking, there was a scream. Zhuang Yuanying, who was engrossed, didn't realize that there was someone behind him. She was so frightened that she shrank on the spot, and the machine gun slipped from her fingertips, and fell to the ground with a loud clang. Shan suddenly felt embarrassed and ashamed. "Sorry, I didn't mean to scare you, it's just... While speaking, Xiao En bent down and lowered his hands, ready to pick up the machine repair gun for Zhuang Yuanying. When the fingertips touched, Shan could only feel the lingering warmth of the girl's palm, and the handle of the machine repair gun felt a wonderful touch, as if it naturally fit tightly with the human hand. Obviously the surface has been carefully polished so that the owner can use it more easily. Then, Xiao En raised his arms and stood up. Before he could open his mouth, he felt that the weight in his hands was far beyond imagination. The Jedi apprentice's exquisite self-control ability allowed him to regain his balance immediately, and also calmed down the pain in his waist, but he was still lying on the ground peacefully with the machine gun tightly in his hand. Shan looked at the half-meter-long machine gun in disbelief. How heavy is this thing? With Xiao En's arm strength, even without strengthening his body with the original force, he can easily lift a weight of tens of kilograms with one hand, but this machine repair gun does not move at all. In astonishment, Zhuang Yuanying had already moved closer to him, and said apologetically, "Sorry, my machine repair gun has been specially modified, and ordinary people may not be used to it." While speaking, the girl covered the handle of the gun with her slender 5 fingers, lifted it lightly, and hung it back around her waist. Shan watched Zhuang Yuanying's movements dully, and only then did he realize that Zhuang Yuanying's belt and hooks were specially strengthened for bearing weight. And now recalling how she wields the machine gun like a toy. I just feel that every movement is so powerful. And the problem that troubled Xiao En before, what is the gap between Chen Sanwan and Zhuang Yuanying, and now the answer is also revealed. Chen Sanwan's arm strength was 10 times worse than Zhuang Yuanying's. For a skilled mechanic, most of the high-intensity operations can rely on the help of machinery, and it does not require much physical strength. But for top mechanics, some extremely delicate operations can only be performed to the extreme with their own hands. Chen Sanwan's hand obviously couldn't handle Zhuang Yuanying's machine gun. And looking at Zhuang Yuanying, who looked shy and lowered his head, Xiao En only had a strong sense of absurdity in his heart. Fortunately, I thought she was a normal person. In the entire Hongxing team, she is probably the most abnormal one. The others, whether the captain Anping or the vice-captain Liu Nan, are undoubtedly superb fighters, but their strength is within the scope of common sense. Anping's strength comes from his explosive fighting skills and expensive mechanical arms. As a fireman, Liu Nan has luxurious weapons and equipment, as well as superb shooting skills. As for such masters, given the size of the Galactic Republic, there are not a few of them. At least Shan has seen more powerful fighters with his own eyes. But where did Zhuang Yuanying's strange power come from? It is impossible for a human to lift such a heavy machine gun with such a slender arm, at least Shan has never seen such a human. So this naturally shy girl is not human at all? Chapter 34. The astonishment and curiosity in Xiao En's heart reached the extreme. For a moment, his eyes couldn't help wandering back and forth on Zhuang Yuanying, as if he had witnessed some kind of galaxy spectacle, and he wished to see the mystery with his naked eyes. Zhuang Yuanying looked a little creepy, but this kind of curious gaze hurt her more than a blazing flame. But Xiao En's previous words made her overcome her fear and pain. Why add a stabilizer? The soft words also brought Shan back to his senses immediately, realizing that he had frightened the other party. The Jedi apprentice shook his head apologetically, took 2 steps back, opened a distance to reassure the other party, and replied at the same time, because the current stabilizer can make up for the 5% energy loss in the simplest way. Your connection scheme is very clever overall. But the pipeline combing scheme is already outdated. The Monday Calamari recently announced a set of brand new technical schemes, some of which can make up for the energy loss caused by the intertwining of complex pipelines, and the mechanics on the silver. Recently the focus of the research is this. I can be regarded as just in time, learning and selling now. During the short time of practicing on the silver, Xiao En actually learned quite a lot of new knowledge, but just before his departure, Chen Sanwan gave him a special lesson, which was about sorting out the complex pipeline of the spacecraft engine. After Xiao En finished speaking, he shared the textbook Chen Sanwan gave him with Zhuang Yuanying. Zhuang Yuanying was very surprised. Uncle Chen? So he has been thinking about this all the time? He also helped me find a complete solution. It's amazing. I must thank him seriously when I have the opportunity. The robot assistant next to him asked curiously, but he has always been afraid of seeing you. Zhuang Yuanying's mood was slightly depressed. Well, that's why I asked Xiao En to guide me. It was obviously not his fault at the beginning. This time it was Shan's turn to be surprised. Was this premeditated? Chen Sanwan didn't want to meet Zhuang Yuanying directly, so he borrowed his own hands to teach her the latest spaceship technology of the Monday calamari. Thinking about it now, everything seems reasonable. If it weren't for this, he really didn't need to waste time instilling a set of technical solutions that are not very commonly used to an intern. Sean, who has been reduced to a messenger, is not dissatisfied with this. After all, learning something new and helping others is always a joy. It's a pity that there is only so much I can do. In front of Zhuang Yuanying, it seems reluctant for me to be an assistant. Just as he was thinking, he saw the girl blinking her eyes and staring at herself seriously. You are also amazing. From Uncle Chen's whole plan, you can quickly extract the method of adding a flow stabilizer to number 3 pipeline, which shows that you have thoroughly understood the whole set of plans. Xiao En shook his head with some self-deprecation. It took a few days, and I only barely understood the general idea, so it's really not worth boasting about. It's probably already very good to understand. Zhuang Yuanying praised from the bottom of his heart, I hope you can help me with this mission. Do your best. While speaking, a surprised voice came from the hangar door. Oh, you got acquainted so quickly? Sure enough, it's good to be young and handsome. Xiao Zhuang even changed his fear of strangers. I saw Su Bo, the team doctor of the team, wearing a heavy and bloated coat and carrying an oversized backpack half as tall as a person, walking over with light steps. As soon as Uncle Su came, the fresh look on Zhuang Yuanying's face suddenly shrank. The girl lowered her soft hat and quietly hid behind Xiao En. This action made Su Bo heartbroken. Xiao Zhuang, we have been friends for many years, and I am not as good as a newcomer in your heart. Before he finished speaking, El Yunan's taunt came from behind Uncle Su. The longer I have been with someone like you, the more I want to beat you up. This time it was Su Bo's turn to be shocked when he heard the words. The 37-year-old handsome man quickly hid behind Sean, and then protested, You didn't just think, did you? You actually did it more than once or twice. I to warn you that harming doctors is a heinous crime, it is too much for heaven to tolerate. While talking, I saw El Yunan walking slowly in front of the hangar door, carrying a sniper rifle that almost never left his body. Every step seemed to step on Su Bo's heart, making him tremble. However, El Yunan obviously didn't really intend to trouble Uncle Su, so he snorted and passed by him. And behind El Yunan, there are 2 small floating shelves, full of various firearms, which are obviously the equipment she needs for this mission. The last one to arrive was Captain Enping. Compared to other players, he looked relaxed. Simple light armor and a crossbody backpack, this is all Enping's outfit for the battle. The sleepy-eyed middle-aged man saw that the team members had arrived in the hangar, and nodded with satisfaction, all ready? Then let's go. Sean originally wanted to say that he didn't have time to prepare anything, but after thinking about it, he didn't seem to have anything to prepare. The most important lightsaber has never left the body, and other clothes and toilet utensils, etc., actually don't matter at all, just pack lightly. Sean's silence was exchanged for Enping's approval. The rookie is not bad. Just like what Boss Li said, he doesn't talk too much nonsense. That's right, the more people talk, the faster they die on the battlefield. Su Bo protested, Captain, are you targeting me? Enping sneered, you still need me to target? Let's go through the vice-captain first. While talking and laughing, a group of people boarded the ship one by one, and the Hongxing quickly rose from the underground base, penetrated the atmosphere of Sun at an astonishing speed, and came to the deep space. The space trade city Li is an important link connecting the political center Kun with the economic center and trade hub Sun. Under the gravitational pull of 2 huge planets, a figure-8 orbit is formed. It has played an irreplaceable transit role for 2,000 years. As an important member of the Qian galaxy, Li's reputation in the Milky Way often even exceeds that of the galaxy's capital Kun. Because this is a completely artificial space city. In the beginning, Li was just an insignificant space station, but after 2,000 years of expansion, new modules were piled up one after another, and today, Li has become a behemoth with millions of permanent residents. Almost spaceships from all over the galaxy take off and land here at all times. The cone-shaped red apricot quietly approached the port area of Li among a group of cargo ships. Sitting in the cabin, Sean looked out through the side window, and saw that the space city close at hand was like an open human eye, both ends were sharp, and the middle was full, like a spindle. But the core was hollowed out, leaving a perfectly round silver sphere. The moment he saw the silver sphere, Sean felt a little short of breath. As a Jedi apprentice with amazing self-control ability, this excitement comes from a strong curiosity that cannot be suppressed. This is the famous city core Buzhu, which gathers all the technological and industrial essence of the dry galaxy. Its interior contains a reactor group composed of 32 supermatter reactors, which can provide almost inexhaustible energy for the entire space city, making it a veritable city that never sleeps, blooming lights in the deep and dark space. In addition, Buzhu also has a gravitational field covering the entire city inside, providing a livable gravity environment for millions of people. It can be said that without Buzhu, there would be no entire space trade city Li. Sean became very interested in the core components of this magnificent space city when he read the materials and previewed before entering the dry galaxy. Now that he can witness it up close, he refuses to let it go. I saw the silver sphere rotating at an astonishing speed, its surface shimmering due to the high heat, releasing energy like a star, surrounded by a frame with a complex structure to wrap the sphere, absorbing all the emitted energy, and then moving along it is transported to every corner of the space city through a complex network of pipelines. From a technical point of view, the industrial technology of the dry galaxy is of course not as good as the core area of the Galactic Republic, but not Joe fully reflects how to realize unlimited possibilities under limited technical conditions. If you can enter Buzhu in person and observe the internal structure up close, then it will be. Just as he was thinking, someone patted him lightly on the shoulder. Su Bo said, "Stop thinking about it, get ready to disembark. If you want to see this iron ball, there will be plenty of opportunities in the future. A small half of the missions of our Red Apricot team have to go through Li Transit, so busy it's almost 3 days. While running, I was sick of seeing it." Sean had already expected this. After all, the process of the Red Apricot from the base to Li was so smooth, and the speed was so fast, that people couldn't help but wonder, why are you so proficient? Apparently the spaceship is going back and forth between the two places very frequently. In fact, judging from the fact that a few team members did not do much preparation work when they set off, it is not difficult to see that they will definitely be able to feel like a fish in water on Li. And this rich experience is also an important guarantee for completing the task. Thinking of this, Sean happened to have a few questions about Li that he wanted to ask, but he heard Uncle Su say it before he could open his mouth. "By the way, since this is your first mission as a rookie, we won't give you any hints, and you can be self-reliant after getting off the ship." Sean was taken aback at the time. "What kind of logic do you have? Group bullying?" Su Bo sighed with jokes, "This is part of the culture of the team. Think about it, Hong Xin, who is out of the wall, of course can't enjoy the warm shelter inside the wall, right? But you also want to open up a little bit. If there are new people joining, you can tease him like I did." Chapter 35. Jedi apprentices have no interest in molesting or being molested. Hearing Uncle Su say this, he only made up his mind. Although joining Li Yu's team is just a stopgap measure, if he doesn't leave the Silver Knights in a short time, Red the Scene team can really welcome newcomers again, and I will definitely do my duty as a senior and take good care of the newcomers. Just like the master treats himself. Uncle Su only glanced at Xiaoen, then clicked his tongue repeatedly, looking at the expression of the Holy Mother. It seems that no important person has died before his eyes. Xiaoen couldn't help feeling bitter. Not long ago, Nan Qunyu, an important informant of the Republic, died before his eyes. But he asked rhetorically, "So, because the death rate of the newcomers is too high, the Red Apricot Squad doesn't want to establish an overly deep emotional connection with the newcomers to avoid psychological trauma in the future." Hey, how can we skilled veterans be so hypocritical? Don't talk about mere newcomers. Even if the board of directors of Kyunkan Group died in front of our eyes, we would just drink and celebrate. Xiaoen moved his ears, and asked, "Nan Heli is dead, have you opened the wine yet?" "That's not true." "Why? Is there anything special about him?" "What's so special about it? Recently, every few years, a senior executive of the Kyunkan Group will die. If we drink to celebrate every time, I'm afraid everyone will be poisoned by alcohol. Executives die every few years." "Yet, a few years ago there was an inexplicable death by the surname Ma, probably because he took the wrong medicine. It is said that those executives especially like to take medicine to keep in good health, and all of them are medicine jars." Sean was attracted by the huge amount of information, subconsciously asked, "Like you?" Uncle Su was choked by the straight ball and was short of breath. "You are so good at chatting, do you have a girlfriend?" Sean realized that he had made a slip of the tongue, so he could only ask back, Do you have any? After chatting to death, Sean failed to get more information, so he had to get off the spaceship quietly all the way. At this time, the captain and deputy captain had already disappeared all the way into the bustling sea of people at the port, and they really didn't give the newcomer the slightest attention. Fortunately, although Xiaoan is young, he has a lot of travel experience. He was not in a hurry to chase after Enping and Lu Nan. Instead, he carefully observed the movements of the passengers around him, and then imitated them, and received a bag from the port service desk. A holographic tour guide that can only be borrowed for free. Through this guide, the three-dimensional structure of Li, a huge space city, is immediately presented in the form of a holographic map. Its whole is similar to a plump spindle, and it can be divided into two basically symmetrical upper and lower halves with the core not Zhou as the boundary. It is named after heaven and earth. The peculiar shape of the whole is square. In the guide, this structure is marked with a special font, Sky Round Place. This word comes from the ancient dry galaxy philosophy. It is even difficult to verify the specific origin, but what is clear is that the earliest metal currency circulated in this space city was in the shape of a round sky and a square place. Of course, over the past 2,000 years, the currency system of the space city has undergone earth-shaking changes. In addition to the legal currency Kyunkan coins in the dry galaxy, the credit points of the Republic can also circulate freely here. This finally gave the dry galaxy some money. The appearance of the member states. On the contrary, ancient metal currency is relatively rare. However, the structure of the round sky and the earth has been accumulated as a culture that has been passed down for 2,000 years. Similar structures abound in this space city, and the sense of technology, art, and history contained in it makes Sean fascinated. In addition, in the holographic map, Buzhu located in the core of the city also has a fairly detailed introduction, from the birth of the first Buzhu to the 10th anniversary celebration of the 74th generation Buzhu officially put into operation. At the end of the introduction, there are also ways to visit the Buzhu Memorial Hall and peripheral tours. For a moment, Xiaoan had the urge to temporarily put down the task and go straight to Baozhou. However, what a Jedi apprentice is best at is overcoming impulse. After calming down, he zoomed in on the map and quickly locked on to the destination of this trip. Even if no one told him, he knew where to go. The silver trading house located in the 7th district of Tianqian. Despite the vastness of Li, there are many registered trade organizations in the trade region Tianqian, and there is only one named after Bian. If this is not enough evidence, then it is written in the browsing guide that the registered legal person of the trading house, Bai, is a certainty. Obviously this is the base of the Silver Knights in Li. Following the road guidance given by the holographic map, Sean went all the way. The young man walked briskly, and he walked the entire distance in less than 10 minutes, and came to the door of a small silver building. The door of the building opened, and inside the door, the sleepy Anping raised his head in surprise. Sure enough, rookie. Lu Nan next to him snorted, you can't even do this, so just stay here and beg for food. After finishing speaking, the two turned around and went up to the second floor. Sean followed quickly, wondering where Uncle Su had gone. This time the mission was to be dispatched by all, except for Zhuang Yuanying who wanted to stay on the spaceship. Everyone else had their own division of labor, but Su Bo seemed to disappear after molesting the newcomers. But now is not the time to care about others. As soon as Xiaoan reached the second floor, he saw a strange middle-aged man sitting dejectedly in the corner. He was tall and burly, with a clean and tidy face, two slender eyes almost parallel to the same slender eyebrows, appearing refined and refined. But this natural temperament was completely lost at this time. There were more than a dozen empty wine bottles piled up at the man's feet, as if he would die from alcohol poisoning at any time. And on the single bed on the other side of the room, 3 boar cats with cute horns on their heads were embracing each other, making soft meows. Xiaoan understood, obviously this is Tian Liu Yao who made the good news. As for this colleague who also belonged to the Silver Knights, the deputy captain Lu Nan just kicked him up, kicking him into a volley and rolling, and fell to the ground on his back, spraying out the wine and snacks in his stomach. Anping tacitly pulled a water spray pipe from the bathroom, aimed it at Tian Liu Yao and the dirt under his body, and sprayed it fiercely. After the sewage was sucked away by the suction device on the edge of the floor, Tian Liu Yao finally regained consciousness. He slumped on the ground, showing a wry smile. Captain Lu, Captain, long time no see. Lu Nan grabbed his collar, as if lifting a rag. Stop talking nonsense, how did things get lost, tell me from beginning to end. I really don't know. Tian Liu Yao struggled and said, Everything is according to the usual procedure. Yunnan didn't wait for him to finish, and put the tall man on the ground heavily. You know that there are thieves in the space city, but you still dare to follow the usual procedures. You forgot how your son died. The lethality of this sentence is so great that it is like a proton torpedo in the spiritual world. Tian Liu Yao's long and narrow eyes instantly widened, and his decadent temperament was replaced by awe-inspiring killing intent. However, in the face of a stronger momentum, Tian Liu Yao's struggle was really weak. Yunnan asked again, restart from the beginning. But Anping reached out to stop him and said, I don't have time to listen to him tell the whole story. Xianming bought the goods from Kun, and there has always been the distributor of Zaya's medicine that I contacted. The channel is very stable. Before the goods arrive at Li, even if we want to start with them, it will be a bit difficult. So let's rule out this link for now. Yunnan nodded silently. Anping also said, the foundation of the prosperity of the space city Li lies in its ability to provide a relatively safe environment for passing passengers. Thousands of spaceships take off and land here every day, handling hundreds of millions of tons of materials. If it becomes a criminal heaven has long been abandoned by people. Yunnan frowned, but the crime here has never stopped. Anping said, and most crimes, especially gang and chain crimes, cannot do without a local umbrella. Yunnan was stunned, and then glared at Tian Liu Yao with sharp eyes. What did you say to the person in charge of the Tianxian region recently? Tian Liu Yao was stunned, and said after a while, I haven't contacted you for a while. You iron trash. Yunnan was furious, and wanted to punch and kick him again, but Anping stopped him seriously. Don't waste your energy in vain, go find the person in charge of the Tianxian region. Yunnan hesitated for a moment, I want to go too. It's better to say that you have to go to talk. Yunnan couldn't help sneering, then it seems that you don't want to talk properly, Captain. Anping said unhappily, nonsense, even if Tian Liu Yao is trash, it is also Bian's trash. He dares to let the thieves stick their hands on Bian's goods and expect us to talk well. After a pause, Anping couldn't help but sneered and said, if you really want to talk properly, Boss Li can just come by himself, why bother us? It makes sense, I like it when you say it. Yunnan smiled and went downstairs first. Following her footsteps, there was a crisp sound of guns colliding on her body. Anping sighed, stretched out his hand to Tian Liu Yao who was lying on the ground, and forcibly pulled him up, but at the same time contacted another team member with a communicator. Uncle Su, do you understand? When you're done with your work, gather at Tianxian Yadong, and let's have a good chat with the person in charge. The 73-year-old hoarse voice of a 37-year-old handsome man came from the communicator. I can hear you clearly, I'll finish the job here soon, go straight over. But Captain, don't move too fast, my legs and feet are not as flexible as yours. Then take some medicine. Anping cut off the communication angrily. Chapter 36. Anping put down the communicator, glanced at Xiao En, then turned and went downstairs. Xiao En planned to grab Tian Liu Yao and inquire carefully about the situation of the silver exchange, but at this time he could only follow behind Anping with great reluctance. From the Bian exchange to the Tianxian Yadong where the person in charge of Tianxian district is located, the road is smooth and brightly lit, and the prosperity of Li can be seen everywhere. However, lighting up the bustling city lights cannot illuminate the deep starry sky after all. Xiao En can't help but think of the previous conversation. In this magnificent space city that inherits Kun and Sun, crimes have never stopped. So the momentary curiosity and excitement was gradually replaced by vigilance. After all, the Red Apricot Squad didn't come to play in the mountains and rivers, but came to settle accounts with a group of habitual theft criminals and their umbrellas. Judging from Anping Yunnan's conversation, they didn't plan to settle this account peacefully at all, so Xiao En was ready to fight at any time. But on the other hand, Shan really didn't want unnecessary killings to occur. If possible, he still hopes that the matter can be resolved in a peaceful manner. Perhaps this is indeed a kind of envoy of justice mentality. To the veterans of the Red Apricot Squad who are used to seeing life and death, it looks like a holy mother. Xiao En is very clear that this term is derogatory in the Red Apricot Squad. But this world always needs someone to be a messenger of justice. And it is better to have more saints than more criminals in the world. This is also the idea that he gradually engraved in his heart when he was receiving Jedi training. The galaxy doesn't need everyone to be a Jedi, but the galaxy will always need a Jedi. While thinking about it, Xiao En followed Anping to Tianxian Yadong. It is a beautiful building located in the middle of Tianqian Square with infinite scenery. It is more than 500 meters high and the whole body is crystal clear, like a pile of precious jade. This tall building with more than 150 floors gathers most of the essence of Tianqian district, including the largest financial and trading company in the Space City, the Storage Group, and the branches of many corporate giants from Kun and Sun. Some people say that the wealth contained in Tianqian Yudong even surpasses the rare jade with the same volume as the building. The top floors of the U building are the offices of the heads of the 9 divisions and districts of Tianqian. These 10 people look down at the most prosperous urban area of the entire Space City, like kings on the throne. Now, kings welcome unexpected guests. Anping faced the young girl in front of the service desk on the first floor of Tianqian Yudong, showing a lazy yet gentle smile. Please inform your chief person in charge, Mr. Zhang, and tell him that Anping has something to ask him. The well-trained front desk girl was startled when she heard this, but she still maintained a polite smile. Please wait a moment, let me confirm. After a while, the girl at the front desk got the feedback from the communicator, and couldn't help showing an apologetic smile. I'm sorry Mr. An, Mr. Zhang happened to be out today. Anping smiled and interrupted, tell him, if he still has something to go out with in a minute, Lu Nan and I will go to his office and wait for him to come back. The girl at the front desk was said to be inexplicable. Who is this person who dares to be so rude to Mr. Zhang? But looking at Anping's sleepy eyes, she subconsciously didn't dare to disobey, and just honestly conveyed his words to the assistant secretary on the top floor. In less than half a minute, she got a completely different feedback. This sudden change made the young girl dumbfounded, almost speechless. Zhang, Mr. Zhang invites you to meet at the top floor. Ha, I haven't seen you for many years. Mr. Zhang still misses the old relationship very much. Accompanied by Anping's laugh, the piercing siren of the security inspection device suddenly sounded at the gate of Tianqian Yudong. Wearing a heavy protective coat and carrying a gun case that was as long as one person, Lu Nan strode in from the main entrance. The alarm bell of the security check passage was like her own background sound effect, which became louder and louder with her footsteps, attracting everyone in the lobby on the first floor. There was chaos. The guards with guns on duty hurriedly aimed their guns at Lu Nan, and uttered a loud warning tone, but Lu Nan ignored it and didn't turn his head. The captain on duty was about to fire a warning shot, but at this moment he heard the latest instructions from the communicator. He lowered his gun in disbelief, and raised his hand to signal the rest of his men to lower their guns as well. Lu Nan, who was fully armed, broke into Tianqian Yudong openly and aboveboard. Behind Lu Nan, Xiao En couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Before that, he was still worried about how he could minimize casualties if a gun battle really broke out here. After all, most of the lobby on the first floor were innocent civilians. Fortunately, the worst case did not happen. Lu Nan was fully armed, but there was no use for it. But on the other hand, Xiao En also vaguely realized that the reason why he was useless was precisely because of Lu Nan's full armor. For a Jedi apprentice who had lived in the core area of the Republic for a long time and was influenced by the idea of disarmament, the scene in front of him could not help but fall into contemplation. On the other side, seeing Lu Nan and Xiao En entering the door smoothly, Anping beckoned them to follow, and then skillfully crossed a row of green plants in the lobby on the first floor to a restricted area. The 2 security guards in black at the entrance of the restricted area seemed to not see the arrival of the 3 of them. Anping didn't say hello to them either, and only brought 2 teammates to the end of the restricted area, in a blue elevator shaft. He skillfully entered the top-level code, and then said, Zhang Jinjinj is not an easy person to deal with, the trouble has just started from now on. Lu Nan sneered, whose trouble? Ours or his? Good question, Zhang Jinjinj is no longer the Zhang Jinjinj he was back then. After so many years, Xiao Zhang has become Lao Zhang, and Lao Zhang has become Mr. Zhang. After sitting on the throne for so long, he is more afraid of trouble than us. Speaking of this, Anping showed a hint of aftertaste on his face. I still admire Xiao Zhang, who was humble back then, but dared to scold the person in charge of the division. Lu Nan said coldly, if that little Zhang made the decision, there should not be a few living people left on the first floor. Anping sighed and said, indiscriminate killing is meaningless, so please be polite to Mr. Zhang. Our Hongxing team is responsible for our own profits and losses, and we should make money with peace. The part of not talking well is almost over, let me leave it to me first, how about it? Lu Nan sneered, so I'm just here to be a vase. Anping said, not necessarily. Mr. Zhang has 9 district leaders under his command. There will always be a few who don't want to talk properly. I'll trouble you to talk to them properly when the time comes. Ha, okay. L. Yunan said, her smile became warmer. Not long after, the elevator carried the 3 of them to the top floor of Tianxian Yadong. The elevator door is open, and what greets the eyes is a spacious and resplendent corridor. The carved beams and jade buildings on both sides are extremely prosperous, which makes people dazzled. At the end of the corridor is a 23-story staircase that combines gold and jade. Above the stairs, 2 scarlet wooden doors are half-covered, revealing the light and shadow of the lights behind the doors. Anping glanced at it and couldn't help laughing. Mr. Zhang is really getting richer and richer. He wasn't so exaggerated when he saw it a few years ago. As soon as the words fell, a slightly hoarse voice came from behind the door. I'm getting old, my eyesight is bad, and I always want to make everything around me brighter, which makes my old friends laugh. The voice came from all directions at the same time. Although it was not very strong, it seemed to have a strong aura, which made people dormant. Shan was startled at first, then terrified, realizing that this is actually just a simple surround sound field technology, but it can exert a shocking effect, but it contains very clever psychology. And Anping is also aware of this trivial skill at a glance. Mr. Zhang, thanks to your willingness to say old friend, I didn't want to laugh at you, but I really want to laugh at using this trick on old friends. The next moment, the voices from all directions suddenly subsided, leaving only a sigh at the end of the corridor and behind the door. Have you ever heard an old saying, it is better not to see an old friend when they meet? Since you've heard it before, why bother to make it a meeting of old friends? While Anping was talking, he had already passed 20 flights of stairs, and easily pushed the half-covered wooden door open. There was an empty space behind the door, the snow-white floor stretched all the way forward, extending out a small square with a diameter of nearly 100 meters. There are transparent glass windows on all sides, allowing you to have a 360-degree view of every corner of Tianxian district. At the other end of the square, there is a disproportionately large desk, and a fierce throne with a hideous silhouette and a tense temperament. A grey-haired middle-aged man sat on a throne that was more than 3 meters wide, and he looked like a small doll against the background. However, until the 3 of Anping walked to the desk and could condescendingly look down at Mr. Zhang sitting on the throne, he still didn't say a word. Anping knocked on the desk. We meet old friends, don't you want to say something? Mr. Zhang raised his eyelids. It's you who came to see me, or you should talk first. The goods of silver were stolen, and they are on your territory. Mr. Zhang smiled. If you want to comfort, I can give you a piece of candy, but if you don't want to comfort, I don't understand your logic. Your things have been stolen. If you don't look for them, come, what do you want me for? Do you suspect that I stole it? Anping said, I suspect you know who stole it. Mr. Zhang laughed again. At least hundreds of thousands of people in the Tianxian district know who stole your goods. Even if you go to the bar and ask the etiquette robot, you can get the answer. Why come to the old friend? Because the etiquette robot in the bar won't help us find someone. Mr. Zhang asked, then why should I help you find it? On your territory, a gang of thieves committed crimes continuously, and even stole from Bian. Why do you think you want to find someone for us? Speaking of this, Anping's tone gradually became sharper. As the person in charge of the district, you can argue that you can't take care of these trivial matters on weekdays, but the person in charge of your division is always duty-bound, right? Mr. Zhang nodded slowly. That makes sense. I remember that silver was lost in the 7th district, so let the person in charge of the 7th district talk to you. As he said that, Mr. Zhang was about to press the communicator on the table, but Anping shook his head. No need, my people have already finished talking with him. Then, Anping took the initiative to pick up his own communicator and asked, Uncle Su, what did the person in charge of District 7 say? Oh, he said, forgive me, I can't help myself. Hearing this, Mr. Zhang's complexion suddenly changed. Anping smiled, and continued to the communicator, the person in charge of the dignified division, who is at the top of Tianxian Yadong, now says that he can't help himself. Don't you think it's ridiculous? I think he is bullying your appearance. Boss, deliberately talking nonsense. You have to talk to him carefully, after all, Mr. Zhang ordered this. Mr. Zhang stood up abruptly. Anping. In the communicator, Su Bo's voice sounded leisurely, Captain, I have already negotiated here, and the next person in charge of the 7th district can come and continue the discussion with me. Anping put down the communicator and said to Mr. Zhang, how about it, do you want to arrange the next appointment? Chapter 37. Mr. Zhang stared at Anping's lazy sleepy eyes, and after a while he sneered, I haven't seen you for many years, but you still like playing with fire. Anping suddenly widened his eyes, you are the one who is playing with fire. If it were someone else, I can take it as a misunderstanding or a coincidence. But since you are the person in charge of the district, you should at least be responsible for the gang of thieves who continue to commit crimes. Knowing their details, there should be a way to warn them which goods can be moved and which goods cannot be moved. Anping continued, but now B&S goods have been stolen, and you are pretending to be innocent here, and you want us to talk to your subordinates. Okay, we have talked, as you wish, the 7th district is in charge, the people are gone, who do we need to talk to next? The person in charge of the 9th district who has always had the deepest grievances? Or the person in charge of the 6th district who is eyeing the throne of the region? Or we can start from the 1st district, let's talk one by one. Don't be too presumptuous. Mr. Zhang slapped his desk angrily, this is not your deserted area. You can't afford the price of running wild here. So what? Anping responded flatly, if you can't afford it, you will die. Boss Li sent us here. Of course, you know what the worst possible outcome is. You want to threaten Bian because you think a space the person in charge of Tianxian district in the city is already more intimidating than the subordinate giants of the Quncan group. Besides, are you really determined to tear yourself apart from us, Mr. Zhang? If it was you 20 years ago, I wouldn't be so ostentatious. Mr. Zhang, I am not afraid of you at all. When Mr. Zhang showed a slight look of astonishment, Anping sighed softly, do you still remember when we stepped on the heads of those big people, watched their ugly shit, and laughed at the meat eaters? Now you have getting close to the top of meat eaters. Mr. Zhang laughed when he heard the words, you don't know anything about real meat eaters. I can't even reach halfway up the mountain now. Anping, risking your life is your advantage, but people who risk their lives will never die. Can't reach the real peak. A person who cherishes his life like you can achieve it. Mr. Zhang shook his head, whether you can reach the top of the mountain or not is doomed from the moment you are born. You and I are just ants, but the ants that climb up are different from the ants that are willing to mix in the dust. Forget it. It's nonsense to tell you this, if you want to know who stole the goods, just promise me one condition. Anping thought for a while, you say. I originally wanted you to deal with the person in charge of the 9th district. Okay. Anping answered very simply. Before Mr. Zhang could react, he leaned over and pressed a button on the communicator in front of his desk. That's the button that notifies the person in charge of the 9th district to come here immediately. However, this is obviously not the time that Mr. Zhang expected to meet with the person in charge of the 9th district. He really wanted to get rid of that obstacle, but he needed to make enough preparations, so that the person died inexplicably, at least he couldn't connect with himself. But now Anping certainly won't let Mr. Zhang get his wish. Mr. Zhang was very frightened and wanted to withdraw the order, but Anping stretched out his hand and grabbed his shoulder, unable to move. Mr. Zhang, I haven't seen you for many years. You really have regressed. Even when you just climbed to the summit 5 years ago, you wouldn't have been negligent in exercising to this extent. Mr. Zhang didn't struggle or respond, and just stood there like a stone sculpture. A moment later, the elevator door at the other end of the corridor opened, and a middle-aged man who was extremely bloated but wrapped himself in a flowery attire staggered in. Mr. Zhang, why are you looking for me in such a hurry? I heard that you violated the rules and let a group of savages in. I'm afraid I have to talk to the higher UPS. Before he could finish speaking, a crimson energy beam shot out from the hall above the stairs, instantly piercing through the middle-aged man's forehead. Sean couldn't help but widen his eyes, only to feel the hairs all over his body stand on end. He looked in the direction of the shooting in disbelief, and saw that El Yunan put away the short-barreled blaster in his hand without looking back, as if the blind shot from behind was just an insignificant trick, and the person she shot was not a living human being, just a holographic target. Although it has been known for a long time that the people in the Red Apricot Squad, who usually have a playful face, may have a murderous side, but seeing it with their own eyes is another matter. Xiao En couldn't accept the natural indifference of these people to the murder, so that he knew it was impossible, but he still took the first half step and wanted to do something. However, the next moment, the surprisingly calm atmosphere in the arena made him feel a sense of incompatibility. Of all the people present, it seemed that he was the only one who had a normal reaction to the murder, and everyone else seemed to have expected it, living peacefully as if they were in another world. This strong contrast made the Jedi apprentice extremely uncomfortable, but he calmly restrained his impulse for the time being, and did not fall into team internal strife. This is not a good time to question. On the other side, Mr. Zhang watched the gunshots in front of him coldly. He didn't raise his eyebrows until the broad body of the person in charge of the 9th district swayed slightly and fell to the ground. Satisfied? Anping let him go and said, "This question should be asked to you. I have fulfilled your condition, and it is your turn to answer the question." Mr. Zhang straightened his collar and said, "The serial thieving gang is called Jade Mouse, with about 20 members, they travel around on a smuggling boat, and they don't have a long-term base, but they should all be in the 9th district recently. The Stars Pavilion hides." Anping said, "9th district? Tisk tisk, it seems that the fat man who died really deserved his death." Mr. Zhang said, "Is there anyone on the top floor of Tianxian Yudong who didn't deserve to die? But if I have to say it, the newly appointed head of District 7, Liang Yuchen, is an idiot with a good conscience. Unfortunately, idiots don't last long." Life. Anping smiled, and raised the communicator again. "Uncle Su, did you hear clearly?" "Xiao Yang and I can hear clearly, and our conscience is still there. He thinks highly of you." Snort. That grudging snort came from the person in charge of the 7th district who should have died. This made Mr. Zhang clenched his fists, and his anger was beyond words. "Are you kidding me?" Anping put away the communicator. "I didn't expect you to trust me so much. When I said I killed someone, you really thought I killed someone. The bond between old friends is really touching." After finishing speaking, Anping turned around and left. "However, time is limited, so I won't talk about the old days with you. There may be more movement in the Stars Pavilion later. As the person in charge of the district, you should work harder." Var. When the group returned to the lobby on the first floor along the original road, they saw Uncle Su was already waiting at the front desk, reaching out to greet the three of them. From his easygoing demeanor, it was not at all obvious that he had accomplished an incredible feat not long ago, single-handedly sneaked into the office of the person in charge of the 7th district, and took the life of a giant in his hands. As a doctor, Su Bo's individual combat ability is really unexpected. Seeing Xiao En's particularly concerned eyes, Uncle Su laughed, "It's a small thing, this Tianxian Yudong has actually been infiltrated into a sieve by us, after all Tianxian is only half a stronghold. Infiltrating is as easy as pie, compared to stealing in Zirun medicine." Before he finished speaking, El Yunan kicked him in the groin. "Stop talking nonsense." Uncle Su bent his knees half-bent, and endured the humiliation and said, "The vice-captain's lesson is. However, as a doctor, the biggest characteristic is that the scar is healed and the pain is forgotten." Before he reached the door, Uncle Su said enthusiastically, "Young Holy Mother, I see that your complexion is dark, but what do you think about the deputy captain shooting the fat man? Let me tell you, in fact, he is already dead. If we don't do it, Zhang Jinchinch will do it." Compared with Zhang Jinchinch's usual method of making people disappear, shooting him on the spot is a bit more enjoyable. This is actually the kindness of the vice-captain. El Yunan kicked again, "Shut up." While Su Bo cried out in pain, Anping was already at the front and stopped a taxi flying boat on the side of the road. Stars Pavilion, the fastest speed. When the driver in charge heard the name of Chuan Xingguan, he was a little hesitant, but seeing that El Yunan in the back seat had already sat down with a look of anger on his face, the driver immediately put away all his thoughts and nodded vigorously. "Yes, the fastest speed. In the Space City Li with reasonable and well-developed traffic planning, when the airship travels at the fastest speed calibrated, it only needs 1 standard hour to easily go around the city. And when the driver is in fear, this time can be shortened even further. And it only took 5 minutes for the group to rush from Tianxian Yudong in the 1st district to the Stars Pavilion in the 9th district. 5 minutes later, a colorful but eerie 2-story building appeared before his eyes. Chapter 38. Colorful refers to the magnificent colors of the neon lights hanging on the exterior walls of buildings. However, the air was overwhelming, but this building was the only building in the whole street that was shining brightly, and even the street lights on both sides were dim and flickering. With the dim light, one can vaguely see all kinds of ugly and ostentatious graffiti painted on the surrounding walls. The color tone is mostly scarlet, like bloodstains. Anping patted the driver on the shoulder, "I will pick us up here in 15 minutes. I can pay 5 times the fare. This is the deposit. If you break the contract, you will bear the consequences. The driver trembled and couldn't speak. Looking at the sudden addition of Kyunkan coins on the meter, he couldn't show any joy. After putting down the group of people, the flying boat left the block almost without stopping. And Yunan also took off the gun case on her back after the flying boat was out of sight, and unfolded it in front of the Stars Pavilion, revealing her most beloved sniper rifle. Almost at the same time, there was shouting and cursing in the building, and several closed windows on the second floor were suddenly pulled open, and someone poked his head out of them. But several energy beams precisely hit the window frame, and the flames burst out, forcing the head that had just protruded back. Xiaoan held 2 shotguns and covered Yunan. However, the woman didn't appreciate it, and while quickly assembling the firearm, she asked, "Is your marksmanship in DUI 9527 so poor?" Of course Sean knew that she was accusing him of being merciless. When the people from the Star Pavilion poked their heads out, Sean was fully capable of headshotting them one by one, but in the end the energy beam fell on the window frame. But Sean just shrugged and smiled, dismissing the accusation. It is true that the force of the Jedi apprentices is astonishing, but this force is never used to kill indiscriminately. Even if the other party is a vicious person, unless the situation is unavoidable, Xiaoan is more inclined to bring him to justice instead of judging whether that person deserves to die from a personal perspective. As a Jedi, prudent use of one's own power is the most basic requirement. And Sean didn't intend to relax his demands on himself at all. What's more, even if you don't consider the position of the Jedi, but only think from the perspective of the Red Apricot Squad, it is better not to kill people at this time. Living thieves are worth more than dead ones. We are here to make money with peace, not to kill people. At the same time, the deputy captain, Yunan, had completed the assembly of the firearms, and saw that the original sniper rifle, which was as long as one person, had turned into a heavy-duty rapid-fire gun with the change of parts and the temporary installation of brackets. The guns were aimed at the Stars Pavilion, so that the people in the pavilion were even more afraid to show their faces. Holding a gun in her hand, she turned to look at Sean, and asked in a cold tone, "Are you trying to teach me a lesson?" Sean didn't budge. "Are you trying to quarrel here?" Anping got a headache when he heard it, so he just punched the outer wall of the Stars Hall. The mechanical arm burst out a dazzling arc, and the heavy punch directly punched out a big hole in the masonry outer wall driven by the electromagnetic force. And almost at the same time, a flash bomb from Uncle Sue was accurately thrown into the hole, and it exploded almost instantly without any delay, without giving the people behind the wall any time to react. If Xiaoan hadn't been vigilant enough to turn his head and close his eyes in time, he might be dazzled by the flashes of friendly troops in the cave. Even so, when he turned around again, he saw that Anping had already kicked open the gate of the Kungxing Pavilion, and charged into the enemy's formation single-handedly with his flesh and blood. Sean deeply admired the bravery of such a reckless man, shook his head, and immediately followed behind Anping. After all, this is a team task. He is here to perform the task, not to quarrel with the vice-captain. Instead of staying outside to overlap with Yunan's position, it is better to go inside the building to cover Anping. The first floor of the Pavilion of Stars was already in a mess. Most people were caught off guard by the combination of broken walls and flashing lights, and fell to the ground in a daze, retching endlessly. The few who were hiding behind the bunker and were lucky enough not to be dodged were also quickly locked by Anping, who got close to him and fell down with one blow. Sean hardly found many opportunities to intervene, and Anping wiped out the first floor by himself. But before the stairs leading to the second floor, Anping stopped and gestured to Sean. To be honest, Sean didn't understand Anping's gesture at all, but it didn't affect his understanding of the other party's intention, so he raised his 2 guns and pointed his pen upstairs. Anping smiled, raised his legs and walked quickly, and when he rushed halfway up the stairs, Xiaoan followed closely behind, and the blaster in his hand shot upwards continuously, sticking to Anping's side and hitting the second floor, for provides human stroke-level cover fire. At the same time, fire support from the outside also arrived in time, and Yunan's firepower swept through the windows on the second floor like a storm, hitting the second floor like a waterfall of flames. Compared with Sean, the tacit understanding between Yunnan and Anping is incredible. In the interior of a building with a completely unfamiliar structure, Yunnan dared to completely bring Anping into the range of fire, without worrying about accidental injury. This is a tacit understanding that can only be honed through many times of life and death together. Sean couldn't help being amazed. And under the cover of the firepower of this storm, Anping felt as if he had entered the land of no one. Facing the berserk firepower output outside the window, the ambush soldiers of Jade Mouse didn't even dare to straighten up to face the incoming enemy. They could only barely raise their weapons in their hands and shoot randomly from behind the cover. However, this random marksmanship seems to be non-existent to Anping. This melee pioneer gallops all the way, and all the furniture and bunkers are smashed to pieces under his powerful explosion, and the thief of Jade Mouse is even more frivolous. The pieces of cloth fly around under the impact. Occasionally, when he missed the net, Sean would make up for it in time. Sean can't aim at the vitals, but the lethality of the blaster is still enough to completely disable the opponent. Not long after, the second floor of Star's pavilion was swept away by two people. Only the last locked door remained. Looking at the carbon marks on the door and the surrounding walls from the blaster, Anping moved closer and knocked, only to hear a sound of metal clashing, which made him frown slightly. In this masonry building, this room is the only one that seems to be made of high-strength alloy from the four walls to the door, like a huge safe. It's just that the door of the room was locked tightly at this time, and the people inside had no intention of opening the door to attack. Anping stood in front of the door, adjusted the mechanical arm twice with his left hand, shrugged, "I'm careless, I forgot to install a plasma torch, it's hard to break the door, it's a pity that Xiao Zhuang didn't follow." Before the words finished, El Yunan's voice came from the first floor. "You still need Xiao Zhuang's help in such a trivial matter, you should show some face." While speaking, the woman came to the second floor with the sound of guns colliding all over her body. Looking around at the messy scene, she sneered at Anping and Xiao En. The two played well. There are a total of 13 people on the first floor, and almost all of them survived the injury. "Are you performing the Notre Dame contest?" Anping shrugged, "It's not good to kill them." At the same time, another voice came from the first floor. Su Bo smiled sadly, "That's right, the value of taking human organs is higher if they are taken from living people. If the parts of these 13 people are sorted out, they can be sold for hundreds of thousands on the black market, right? Even if Xianming can't be found, at least it can make up for a little loss." Hearing these words, Sean shuddered a little, and couldn't figure out how much Su Bo's words were true or false. And El Yunan also smiled when he heard the words, and said to Anping, "Captain, I'm going to perform torture techniques here, is it possible to let the people in the door come out?" Anping sighed helplessly, looked at Xiao En, and asked, "What about you?" Sean walked to the door, carefully touched the door and the lock, then leaned down, took out a palm-sized multifunctional tool cone from his waist, and popped out a hair-thin metal probe. Then gently feed it into the gap of the electronic lock. He adjusted the direction of the probe with extremely fine movements, and judged the internal structure of the electronic lock from the force of the feedback, and then disintegrated it little by little. This set of lock-picking techniques was learned by Sean temporarily before the mission in Bergamoer, and the multifunctional tool cone was a parting gift from Chen Sanwan on the silver. For a moment, Xiao En couldn't help thinking that Master once said that a person's life is a process of continuous accumulation and practice, and if he takes every detail seriously, there will be rewards. Master's words are indeed not wrong, although the way of repayment is different from what I expected. I just don't know what happened to Master now? Thinking of Master Mistima, Sean was in a daze for a moment, and his hands continued to move according to inertia. The next moment, there was a violent tremor from the probe, and an electric arc burst out from the door lock. Only then did Sean come back to his senses, quickly retracted the probe, got up and retreated. The door lock in front of him was reduced to wreckage in a slight explosion. The metal door also opened slowly inward with creaking and groaning sounds. Anping nodded and said, "There are two tricks." El Yunan snorted coldly and declined to comment. Su Bo chuckled, and shouted in a very exaggerated voice, "But we still have to take what should be taken. If we can't make up for our losses." Before the words fell, a sigh came from behind the door. "Everyone in Bian, I just surrender." Chapter 39. As the door was completely opened, the person hidden in the door also showed its true colors. It was an unremarkable, thin middle-aged man with disheveled beard and hair, pale skin, wearing a simple shirt and shorts. Judging from the wrong buttons, he came to this room for emergency evacuation, and he did so in a hurry. Facing the menacing red apricot squad outside the door, the skinny middle-aged man smiled helplessly and said, "Congratulations to everyone who successfully captured Jade Rat's Rat King. I really didn't expect that we would be betrayed so quickly." El Yunan sneered and said, "I also congratulate you, the fat man who betrayed you is dead." The Shu King shook his head, he will not betray me. Only Zhang Jinjin can do such a thing. I knew that this Mr. Zhang was good at calculating, but he was still blinded by profit and wanted to make money on his territory. Pen. Now he borrowed a knife to kill me, and I deserve it. Anping, who was likened to a knife, said, now that things are going on, I'm afraid you are the one who wants to borrow a knife to kill people? Zhang Jinjin and I have lived and died together, so don't try to provoke here, let's explain the problem honestly. Where is Xianming? Uncle Su added, and where is your treasury? The Mouse King said, if you want to find the treasury, the basement is there. More than 30% of our recent operations in Li have been kept there. However, the Xianming you are looking for has just been sold. Haha, as soon as the front foot of the thing left, you arrived on the back foot, what a wonderful coincidence. At the end, the skinny middle-aged man who was at the end of his life burst out laughing. L. Yunan stepped forward, but was blocked by Anping's hand. Anping didn't laugh, didn't get angry, and ignored Shu King's provocation, and only asked, who is the buyer? The Shu King gave the answer very decisively, Blue Dragon. This answer made Anping's expression froze. Shan was a little puzzled, and looked at Uncle Su. Su Bo said succinctly, one of the most powerful pirate organizations in the DUI area is elusive and daring. The so-called Suzaku who attacked DUI 9527 before are a group of inferior followers and imitators. Well, like you as expected, it has quite a problem with us. Shan immediately understood Anping's embarrassment. Xianming has really fallen into the hands of the worst people. Even if you think about it, Qin Glong would not use Xianming as a water purification material. The Mouse King said leisurely, Xianming is actually the most difficult thing for us mice. People who need it and can afford it mostly have their own reliable purchase channels, so there is no need to buy it from us. Such dirty goods, for example, you're being bought directly from Kun, right? The price is fair, the quality is reliable, and there are no worries. Anping stretched out his mechanical arm and pinched Shu Wang's chin, get to the point. The Shu King sighed, isn't the word Qinglong important enough? If you want to get back Xianming, go to Qinglong for it. Of course, in my opinion, you'd better take the treasury, honestly return to your deserted area, pretending that nothing happened. No matter how bad it is, the 13 people outside the door, you can take any organ you want, I really can't give you more things. Uncle Su couldn't help asking, why didn't you take it? The Mouse King said, if you are a doctor, you should be able to tell that my life is not long, and I would have already died. If it weren't for this, my subordinates and I have never failed to steal in the galaxy for many years. Why did you lose your mind for a while, knowing that there may be a trap? One more step in. After a pause, the Shu King said again, someone told me that I can get Xianhuang blood 3 days after the matter is completed. Hearing the words Suanhuangxiu, Xiao En suddenly felt that the emotions of his teammates fluctuated abnormally. But before he savored it carefully, Anping laughed loudly when he heard the words, haha, the legendary elixir? Do you believe in this kind of nonsense? When you are about to die, you might as well try anything. It doesn't matter Suanhuangxiu, Nine's one pill, or even Fu Shui. The doctor over there should be able to see that I have hidden more than one in my internal organs. It's a nonsense scam. It's just that in the end, it's still nothing. After finishing speaking, the Shu King raised his head, with a smile that seemed to be enlightened, and said nothing more. Xiao En only felt the absurdity in his heart. This Mouse King obviously lost a mess, but he still had a gesture of realization when he was about to die, as if he was the winner. Is this a typical example of people who want to block people even to death? It really deserves to be a mouse. However, for this kind of hob meat, the Hongxing team has its own method. Anping pondered for a moment, then asked Su Bodeo, how much do you know about immortality? Uncle Su was taken aback by the question. Immortality is of course nonsense, but it's easier to talk about prolonging life, such as going to bed early and getting up early. Anping interrupted, contact Boluo Security Company, they have a sworn feud with Jade Rat, hand over the dying Rat King to them, and they will surely have a way to prolong his life. Su Bo's eyes lit up, Black is still the captain, you are Black, I will find the contact information right away. Those people have no other skills, and the tricks that make people hurt and not die are really wonderful. I will let them record the video at that time. Sell it on the black market, share the proceeds. Before he finished speaking, the Shu King raised his head in horror, and said, the Qinglong also bought a batch of weapons and equipment that we stole from the Tianxian arsenal, which coincidentally contained positioning means. Only then did Anping sneer, "Where's the locator?" Xu Wang walked to the wall without hesitation, and took out a round full-screen indicator from a hidden compartment, on which complex coordinates were constantly changing. "That's it." Anping took the locator, turned around and left without any hesitation. As for the Shu King and his subordinates, Anping didn't even look at them. L. Yunan obviously had a lot to say, but he just shook the handle of the gun in his hand, and didn't waste any energy on the wounded. Only Su Bo sighed, "I'm just working hard." Then he ran all the way to the basement to recover the cash in the vault. Xiao En followed behind the captain and deputy captain, and when he walked out of the Stars Pavilion, he saw a familiar rental airship approaching tremblingly at the corner of the street. Anping couldn't help laughing and said, "It seems that I saw the right person, he is a trustworthy person." L. Yunan wrote lightly, "It may also be that he found the alarm clock locked in the back seat when I got out of the car, and he couldn't remove it." Anping couldn't help asking, "Is it really an alarm clock? Does it matter?" While talking, the airship finally came in front of everyone, and at this time Uncle Su also completed the recovery of the vault at an incredible speed, with a backpack bigger than himself on his back, but he still walked like flying. Uncle Su stuffed his backpack into the trunk of the flying boat, jumped into the back seat, and said excitedly, "This jade mouse is really rich, and 30% of the income is so fat, even if Xianming can't chase it back, it is basically can cover the loss." Before he could finish speaking, he was stared at by the captain and deputy captain at the same time. The murderous intent permeated the flying boat, almost causing the driver to lose control. "I'm just saying, Xianming will definitely come back," Su Bo said. "Qinglong's bastards will definitely go around threatening blackmail when they get this kind of weapon, and we will definitely be the first ones chosen by them as a demonstration object for killing chickens and monkeys." Anping said, "It's good to know, so contact Xiao Zhuang and ask her to warm up the spaceship. Let's go to Qinglong. After saying this, the team leader, who had remained calm all along and kept his face unchanged in the hail of bullets, finally couldn't help but cursed. "Zhang Jinchench, he is really calculating." Uncle Su was the best at smoothing things over. Seeing the captain suddenly furious, he didn't force him to persuade him, but asked, "Captain, do you really think Zhang Jinchench is using a knife to kill people?" Anping raised the positioning indicator angrily, and waved it twice. "Isn't it obvious? He just wants us to deal with Qinglong. Do you think this locator is a coincidence? It's because people in the Tianxian area suddenly had an idea. Do you want to update your equipment? And it just so happened that this batch of equipment was stolen again? This is clearly handed over to us by the Jade Rat." Uncle Su pondered for a while, then clicked his tongue again and again. "At first I thought Mr. Zhang was going to borrow our sword to kill Jade Mouse and the person in charge of the 9th district. It turned out that he pointed the blade at Qinglong, and it was really a big shot. Appetite is not something poor people like me can figure out." Anping said unhappily, "What is there to speculate about? The interests dictate it. What is Jade Rat? What are the benefits of catching a Jade Rat? As for the person in charge of the 9th district, he has always been suppressed by him in the divisional position. Can't move, I'm afraid he still treats each other's intrigue as a pastime. But Qinglong is a colossus that is really beyond his control. In the dry galaxy, Weibian and Qinglong have the deepest beams, but this is actually mainly because Qinglong hates us, not us. The real fear Qinglong, those who hate Qinglong must be Li, who has a big family and a big career." Following the statement, Anping's anger gradually calmed down, and his tone calmed down. "In the past few years, the most seriously injured by Qinglong is the space city Li. Those lunatics have committed major crimes in the city more than once, and even the important cargo ship that looted Li has long been a thorn in the eyes of the President Chen Yao. But Qinglong has always been elusive, and there are masters behind it. Even the security forces of the Qunkan group have not been able to wipe them out, let alone a mere space city." Speaking of this, Anping sneered instead, obviously feeling more resentful about this matter, but soon returned to the topic. "So for a regional leader like Zhang Jinchench, if he can successfully eradicate Qinglong, it will undoubtedly be a great achievement. If it goes well, you can directly break away from the stereotype of the Tianxian region, and move towards a higher realm of meat-eaters." Su Bo laughed and said, "Then the next time we meet, it will be Mayor Zhang who is under one person." Anping's smile twitched slightly. "It's probably true. The current president, Chen Yao, is just a noble young man, far less scheming than Zhang Jinchen, let alone aggressive. He has stayed in the position for long enough. And although Zhang Jinchen's Bansa bastard has neglected his training, it seems that he has spent all his energy on conspiracy and calculation. Liu Yunan asked coldly, then what should we do with him? How to deal with it? Go back and replace all the holographic targets used in training with his appearance, what else can we do? Anping laughed at himself, the theory of borrowing a knife to kill people is purely inference, and there is no real evidence. The only actual contact with Jade Mouse, the previous person in charge of the 9th district, has just been shot dead by us. And he was the one who provided the clue that Jade Mouse was hiding in the Stars Pavilion. In the past 15 minutes, we fought in full swing, but no security forces came to disturb us. This is Zhang Jinchen selling our face. Now we ate total of 2 favors from him, how do you say how to deal with it? Liu Yunan said, when a person is killed, the relationship will naturally be over. Anping sighed, it makes sense, kill him 10 times when I dream at night. Liu Yunan snorted coldly, but stopped arguing. After all, she was only the vice captain, and with her temperament, she could only be the vice captain until she died in battle. The atmosphere in the flying boat froze for a while, but no matter how condensed it was better than the captain's fury. Su Bo, who was in charge of smoothing things over at first, only felt a burst of peace of mind and pride. And at this moment, Xiao En, who had been watching the whole process, suddenly said, shouldn't it be enough to make the ins and outs of the matter public? Everyone in the flying boat was taken aback. Shan felt that it was inconceivable that everyone was stunned. Because the logic is not very simple? The most fearful thing about any conspiracy is being exposed and announced. If Zhang Jinchen has a clear conscience, he doesn't have to worry about what he has done being known. If he has a guilty conscience, he should bear the consequences himself. After a pause, Xiao En analyzed again, for the person in charge of his subdivision, it's chilling to kill the head of the 9th district as a colleague. For the president Chen Yao, this is an ambitious and unscrupulous person. Conspirator, you should be vigilant. In addition, Jade Mouse and Qing Long are all planned by him, and similar organizations will be more vigilant against him in the future. With such a joint effort from top to bottom, and internal and external forces, his life will not be easy. After saying a word, it was Liu Yunan who laughed first. Uncle Su, this kid is indeed smarter than you. Chapter 40. Shan's suggestion greatly boosted the team's morale, but the situation ahead is still difficult. Captain, the coordinate analysis has been completed. On the red apricot, Zhuang Yuanying timidly displayed her calculation results on the holographic platform. In a dense asteroid belt, there is an exceptionally huge flashing red dot. Count 9776. Here. Su Bo showed obvious sadness, he looked like a lonely old man with white hair sending black hair to him. Shan was a little curious, is there anything special about it? Uncle Su glanced at Anping, while Anping scratched his head and said, to be honest, this is your first task as a rookie. Originally, we didn't want to give you any hints during the whole process. But now you are in Li, the performance is quite good, and secondly, things have changed this time. In short, this is the lair of Qing Long. Shan nodded, not surprised by this conclusion. If you were in any pirate organization, you wouldn't be able to randomly dispose of such a big weapon like Xianming, of course it's safest to keep it close to you. This should have been expected long ago. But judging from Uncle Su's reaction, DUI 9776 is probably not an ordinary dragon's pool and tiger's den. Anping said, you can understand it as a small military base. From the outer defensive satellites to the underground labyrinth that penetrates into the core of the asteroid, the essence of Qing Long's decades of operation is all in this base. Such a heavy description surprised Shan, is there no one to care about such a conspicuous target? Su Bo mocked, after all, it is Qing Long. Shan said, tell me about Blue Dragon in detail. Anping said, yes, it's better to start from the beginning. So, while driving the spaceship away from the space city, the team leader introduced the newcomer Shan to the enemies he was about to face. Qing Long is a very dangerous opponent. In the past 10 years, we have played against them more than 30 times. The loss is even heavier, but it will be alive and well in a short period of time and make a comeback. Except for Qing Long, there has never been a pirate organization that we have been able to wipe out many times in a row without getting hurt. Xiao En thought for a while and said, so Qing Long is not a pirate organization in essence. Anping said, the key points are well grasped. Of course, this kind of organization has the support of the regular army behind it, so even if they are uprooted, some people will return to life with corpses soon. Before he finished speaking, he was interrupted by Shan. So far, has anyone uprooted them? Anping was stunned for a moment, and then smiled. That's right, no one has seriously injured Qinglong to the point of uprooting, so let's work hard with this goal this time. Xiao Chuang, let's make preparations. Zhuang Yuanying was ordered to leave. Su Bo lamented, Captain, let's be more realistic, shall we? The target location is DUI 9776, and there are never less than 300 permanent troops there, and there are no less than 10 fighter jets around. There are only 12 of Zhuang's 7 mechanic robots. It's a blessing to be able to chase Xianming back, why bother to compete with those hundreds of lunatics? L. Yunan said, it's rare for me to agree with Xiao En's opinion. The reason why Qinglong has made a comeback repeatedly is because it has never been uprooted. If it is really wiped out one day, I don't believe that there is still a regular army behind them. Interested in supporting the second Blue Dragon. Su Bo suddenly lost the strength to lament, and the captain and deputy captain went crazy together. It seems that the future of this mission is ill-fated. Or take 2 more pills and forget about your troubles for a while. And when Uncle Su went back to his room to look for medicine, Zhuang Yuanying also ran over from the control room. The flight path is calculated, and we can start at any time. L. Yunan snorted and shook his shoulders, as if he was gearing up to warm up, while Anping smiled, then let's get started. The cone-shaped spaceship quickly flew along the special course calculated by Zhuang Yuanying, and shortly after leaving the space city, a dense asteroid belt was ushered in front of the spaceship. The red apricot went deep into it almost without hesitation, cruising through the dense rubble array, and the debris in the asteroid belt hit the deflector shield of the red apricot from time to time. I couldn't help but burst into a cold sweat. However, not long after, he was attracted by the sight in front of him. I saw a few bare asteroids floating quietly among the densely packed fine meteorites. This kind of small celestial body is innumerable in the asteroid belt DUI. The newly developed asteroid announced by Kyunkan Group has been coded DUI 14223, and the early single-digit numbered asteroids can be sold for sky-high prices just by the number. But to Xiao En's surprise, there is absolutely no DUI 9776 among the few asteroids in front of him. It is not difficult to see from the radar of the red apricot that the nearby star map and the star map of DUI 9776 do not match at all. Zhuang Yuanying made a mistake in calculating the coordinates. Did she take the wrong route? However, Anping smiled and praised, Ha, you really deserve to be Xiao Chuang. This kind of tricky route made you come out. Zhuang Yuanying lowered her head shyly, pulling off her soft hat. This is my duty. The deputy captain, L. Yunan, frowned. Captain, what kind of show are you acting? Isn't this DUI 9776? It's really not, this is DUI 4399, I thought you should have an impression of this place. L. Yunan was stunned for a moment, then carefully observed the holographic star map projection on the radar, and suddenly said, this is the frontline base of the Kyunkan Waste Group. Uncle Su also reacted, and explained to Xiao En, at the beginning, the Security Bureau of the Kyunkan Group claimed to eliminate harm for the people and eradicate Qinglong, and dispatched several large warships and hundreds of fighter jets to suppress the border with arrogance. Qinglong set up a battle at the gate of the house. As a result, the army has been stationed here for half a year. They didn't even find a hair on Qinglong's legs. Instead, they ate and drank the supplies actively donated by the CO sponsors, and finally cursed running away in a dingy voice. Anping said, but you should all be able to guess the truth about that mopping up operation. Not to mention that the security forces of Kyunkan Group are by no means incompetent. Even if they are really useless, as a regular army, they are dozens of times stronger than pirates the troops stationed here for half a year. Even if they only blocked the waterway of Qinglong, those pirates could die in their hometown. But in fact, after the fleet of the Security Bureau withdrew, Qinglong not only did not after half a year of blocking and weakening, it became more active. Hearing this, Xiao En suddenly realized, collusion between officials and gangsters. That's right. Anping said, Ning Tao, the deputy director of the DUI branch of the Security Bureau who was in charge of commanding the frontline security fleet at that time, can basically be regarded as the Qinglong's behind-the-scenes boss, or the agent of the behind-the-scenes boss. He was involved in the sweeping operation. After being infamous, he was dismissed by Kyunkan Group on the spot, but it took only half a year to be hired by Zirun Medicine as a special security consultant, and returned to the Security Bureau a few years later, becoming the branch director of DUI. Sean was a little unbelievable. This is also possible? Are there no voices of opposition from the public? Su Bo sneered and said, of course there is. So Ning Tao has been calling on companies from all over the world to take active actions and sponsor them to carry out another bandit suppression operation, so as to get rid of the shame. It's a pity that the consciousness of the people in the Dry Galaxy is too low, and they refuse to donate money. And the bandit suppression operation has been delayed for a long time. Sean couldn't help being dumbfounded. Such a shameless gesture, in fact, is just 4 words: objection is useless. The Kyunkan Group doesn't care about the opinions of the people at all. While everyone was talking, Anping had already driven the spaceship to hide behind a large meteorite, avoiding the face-to-face with DUI 4399, and then released several small invisible detection devices from the belly of the spaceship, and quickly flew to DUI 4399. These reconnaissance vehicles are obviously not ordinary products. They shuttled through space at an astonishing speed, and returned safely to the Hongxing in just 1 hour, full of valuable recorded information. Anping called up the screen in the Scout, and immediately, the bare surface of DUI 4399 appeared in the holographic projection. With Anping's control, the images in the projection changed rapidly, and the focus quickly locked on a man-made plain area, and there were temporary military buildings standing on it, rusty and dilapidated due to years of disrepair. Obviously, this is the ruins left by the bandit suppression operation many years ago. In the middle of the ruins, a manor with a completely different painting style can be seen surrounded by many military buildings. In the circular courtyard, there are green plants and colorful flowers, and artificially developed rivers and fountains nourish this touch of greenery. Surrounded by greenery, there is a simple square building. Then, most importantly, in front of the outside door of the small building, stood 2 soldiers in uniforms of the security forces. There are actually people on this desolate planet that should be abandoned. At this point, Xiaoan finally realized why the captain put his foothold here instead of DUI 9776. Captain, do you think that the mastermind behind Blue Dragon is here to watch the show right now? Anping said, after all Qinglong is holding Xianming. If it were you, would you feel at ease watching a group of vicious pirates playing with such a big killer? Su Bo added, when people go out to walk their pets, they still know to keep them on a leash and keep them nearby. Anping continued, but it is obviously impossible for Ning Tao to bring a large army and rush forward. Moreover, it is impossible for him to expect that he will be regarded as a target. Therefore, compared with DUI 9776, here the defense is much weaker. If the main force of the Security Bureau is still there, the Hongxing's reconnaissance device will not be able to return. But now it seems that the new director of the branch is really too careless. He has not realized that own value at this time. Speaking of this, Anping couldn't help but smile, and from this smile, Xiaoan fully understood Anping's plan. Can be called wonderful. As long as Ning Tao can be caught in DUI 4399, he can use Ning Tao to threaten Qinglong and return Xianming, which is much easier than going directly to the Dragon Pool and Tiger Den. And if Qinglong refuses to obey, it will be like a vicious dog rebelling against its master, and it is impossible for the Kyunkan Group to spare them lightly. If Qinglong obediently obeys orders, with the villainous temperament of the Red Apricot Squad, no, according to the guiding principle of the team being self-responsible for its own profits and losses, it must be to use the hostages to the extreme. The only question that remains is whether Ning Tao is really on DUI 4399. In all likelihood, the 2 soldiers in front of the door are wearing elite uniforms, and the elites of the security forces are usually only dispatched to protect important people. The important people who will appear in this desolate area at this time, except for Ning Tao, there will be no one else. Of course, taking a step back, even if Ning Tao is not there and there are no big names in the manor, that's okay. Copying all the treasures in this manor should make up for a silver loss. Uncle Su added, blowing up the manor to the sky before leaving, the effect will be even better. Anping nodded and explained, DUI 4399, as Ning Tao's secret temporary residence and the contact hub with Qinglong, actually relies on Qinglong to ensure safety. Sending regular troops to garrison for a long time. Then if there is any security problem here, Qinglong will be duty-bound. Su Bo praised, so He is still Captain He. Chapter 41. The black-hearted Anping quickly drove the spaceship through the dense meteorites, approaching DUI 4399 little by little. Although this former frontline military base has been abandoned for many years and most of the military facilities have failed, after all, it is still operating as Ning Tao's temporary residence at this time, so Anping dare not be careless at all. After all, the Red Apricot is just a specialized spaceship, not good at frontal combat, while the predecessor of DUI 4399 was a military base. Even if only 1% of the military facilities are still functioning, it is enough to pose a threat to the Red Apricot. However, it may be that Ning Tao is really incompetent, or it may be that Anping's driving skills are high enough, and the spaceship is concealed enough. Of course, it is more likely because the Red Apricot team was lucky enough that the spaceship managed to escape without alarming anyone. Successfully landed on the back of DUI 4399. When he landed, Uncle Su heaved a sigh of relief. "Oh, I thought I would be intercepted halfway and blown up into fireworks." My heart was beating wildly. L. Yunnan sneered, "You've got the medicine again, right?" Su Bo said, "After all, I'm just a doctor and a civil servant. I'm not as strong as you savages. I can only strengthen my thin body with forbidden drugs." Before he finished speaking, Anping patted his head with a robotic arm. "Stop talking nonsense, get ready to act." Following the captain's order, Uncle Su immediately restrained his laughter, picked up the oversized backpack he had prepared, put on a slightly ridiculous helmet, and walked off the spaceship with the lightness and swiftness of a 37-year-old. Anping followed closely behind, still traveling lightly, not even carrying a blaster gun, and the armor on his body seemed thin and sparse. Shan chose to stay with Anping. After comparing the other two teammates, he felt that partnering with the captain was the most reassuring for this mission. Anping smiled and did not refuse. The last one to disembark was L. Yunnan. She was still wearing a heavy coat, and she was dragging a floating shelf behind her, with various firearms piled up like a mountain. Zhuang Yuanying still stayed on the ship. After L. Yunnan disembarked, she waved goodbye to everyone, and at the same time controlled a small cargo airship to fly out from the back door of the cargo hold of the Red Apricot. Uncle Su took a look and gasped, "It's actually this fight, Xiao Zhuang, you are so ruthless." Zhuang Yuanying smiled apologetically, "It's necessary for the mission." L. Yunnan looked at Su Bo disdainfully, and said coldly, "Do you have an opinion?" No, I don't dare to have it." Su Bo seemed to be a head shorter in front of L. Yunnan, so he dared not argue, but seeing L. Yunnan constantly moving the guns on the shelf into the cargo box of the airship, he couldn't bear it. Zhu said, "The transportation fee cannot be shared equally anyway." L. Yunnan sneered and didn't bother to answer. Instead, Shan was a little curious, transportation fee. Anping saw that L. Yunnan couldn't finish loading and unloading for a while, so he explained, "We should wait until the mission is over and I will talk to you in detail when the rewards are settled, but let's talk briefly. This cargo airship is Zai Zhuang's private prop, we borrowed it to complete the task, it needs to pay the transportation fee to Xiao Zhuang." Su Bo added, "And the cost of this one is extremely high. It's more than 5 times the normal price." Anping said, "Because it has gathered a lot of painstaking efforts of Zhuang Yuanying, it has the best performance and the highest cost." Uncle Su twisted his mouth, if someone hadn't dragged such a heavy luggage, there would be no need for such a high-performance flying boat. L. Yunnan sneered, "Okay, I'll pay for your transportation, don't count on me for fire support." Uncle Su quickly laughed and said, "I'm just joking. I just took some medicine and my mind is not clear." While talking, L. Yunnan finally closed the cargo box, "It's time to go." At this time, Shan had already looked at the pilot's seat of the airship, his eyes lost in thought. As a driving enthusiast, he can see the extraordinariness of the flying boat at a glance. Although limited by the overall technological level of the dry galaxy, its performance may not be comparable to the flagship model of the Republic's famous factory, but a qualified pilot enthusiasts will never be simply obsessed with theoretical performance. Applicability is the first priority, and the flying boat that Zhuang Yuanying took out is obviously very suitable for the Hongxing team. Its carrying capacity is strong enough, and judging from the overall structure and engine model, although the flying speed will not be too fast, it is absolutely stable and quiet, which is very suitable for today's sneak operations. While thinking about it, Shan already wanted to jump on it and experience the real feeling of driving for himself. When an excellent pilot is driving the flying boat, he can feel the hard work and inspiration of the producer. It feels like reading a wonderful novel and enjoying a wonderful opera performance. Shan is undoubtedly a good enough driver. Enping only looked at it amusedly. Okay, you can just drive, you don't need to be so idiotic, I will just step aside. Shan unceremoniously jumped into the driver's seat, and the moment he sat down, he felt a kind of heartfelt joy and nostalgia. Although the airship hadn't actually started, the Jedi apprentice could already picture it moving quietly and smoothly. The last time he drove such an excellent vehicle was in Berg Amor, and thinking of Berg Amor, Shan couldn't help but think of Master again. After the manor was parted, the two sides lost contact completely, and the attempt to contact on the Bien also ended in failure. Then, in the base of the Red Seeing Squad, he tried to find an opportunity to do the same, but still had no results. Now, he is neither closer to the truth nor closer to the Master, but inexplicably ran to DUI 4399 to help others rob Xianming. Shan felt like a fallen leaf drifting with the waves, as if he had lost his way. But as a Jedi apprentice, he feels that everything he has experienced and everything he is about to face are meaningful. There is no need to be confused, it is enough to do the things in front of you as much as possible. Returning his attention to the present moment, Shan felt the excellence of the airship, and turned his head to give Zhuang Yuanying aboard the Red Apricot a high thumbs up. The girl nodded shyly and triumphantly, and then buried her face in the soft hat and sighed. Uncle Su watched the whole process with straight eyes, and commented, I think you two should get married. As soon as he finished speaking, Enping slapped him on the back of the head. The performance of the flying boat was as Shan expected. On the desolate asteroid DUI 4399, it carried everyone to the military base with amazing tranquility. Not fast, but fast enough for this tiny object, and after about 2 standard hours, the abandoned military buildings were already visible on the horizon. Hold on. El Yunan in the back seat patted the driver's seat, go around the mountains over there. Xiao En nodded without asking any further questions, and let the flying boat turn around. After a while, he came to a rolling mountain and rock parcel. El Yunan looked around, just put me here. Shan was a little surprised, she wants to stay here alone? But the others didn't take it seriously at all, even Uncle Su flattered him with a smile and said, when we act later, the vice-captain, please take care of my younger brother. Enping took the initiative to explain to Xiao En, for El Yunan, this distance is the best sniping position. Xiao En only felt a little unbelievable. The distance from here to the military base was already the theoretical range limit of ordinary blaster sniper rifles. She wanted to complete actual sniping here. This is no longer humanly possible, right? Enping smiled, that's why she treasures her sniper rifle very much, even ordinary people can't touch it. In the Red Apricot squad, very few people would spend money wrongly. Shan looked at the spear on El Yunan's back again, and his heart surged with curiosity. Obviously, El Yunan was able to accomplish incredible long-distance sniping, and this special sniper rifle contributed a lot. But without even looking at it, Enping on the passenger seat patted the shoulder, don't look, she will really ask you for a fee. The money she spent on this sniper rifle is enough for Kun going to buy an apartment. Xiao En couldn't help but feel itchy when he heard the words, but he also knew the importance of the matter, so he nodded and drove the flying boat forward. Not long after the flying boat moved forward, Enping gave instructions. Let's make a slight detour, we'll attack the manor from another direction later. Enping said while calling up the holographic projection on the flying boat, and began to explain the action plan to Shan and Subo. At this stage, we have very limited information, so this operation is a gamble. Don't be obsessed with fighting. If you miss a hit, you must evacuate immediately. As for the specific evacuation method, it is the old rule, each according to his own ability. But generally speaking, I think the probability of Ning Tao hiding in the manor is still very high, so I will mainly talk about how to break through the manor and catch people out. Because I came in a hurry, I have no way to collect information about this temporarily remodeled manor. Information can only be judged according to common sense, you have to listen to the general idea, and you must know how to adapt to the situation. The manor should have been remodeled by the headquarters during the encirclement and suppression operations, and the focus was not on the ground. From the images from the previous scouts, it is not difficult to see that the defense force on the surface of the planet is not too strong, and it is likely that the essence is gathered in the underground. The opponents this time are different from the general mob. They are the elites that Ning Tao dared to use to protect himself. And we have limited manpower, and we don't have a good location. We will suffer a lot in away games. So we need to find a way to disperse the enemy. I consider giving full play to Liu Nan's long-range firepower advantage. First fight a peripheral battle with the opponent, find a way to fish out the opponent's main force, and then take advantage of the chaos to sneak into the manor and capture Ningtao. Of course, the plan belongs to the plan, and the actual action will definitely face many accidents. And the members of the Red Apricot Squad must keep in mind 4 words at all times: adapt to the situation. It doesn't matter if you give up the mission goal or betray your teammates. We are cheating Hong Xing, don't be bound by any rules. When Xiao En heard this, he realized that Captain Anping was giving himself a private lesson. This feeling is a little subtle, especially about giving up goals, giving up teammates. But he still listened carefully. But at this moment, Anping simply turned his gaze away and looked directly at Xiao En. Finally, it's the point I'm most worried about, and I must emphasize it to you. Shan nodded, showing all ears. The enemy this time is not the vicious people like Suzaku and Qinglong, but the regular army of the Kyunkan Group Security Bureau. In theory, they represent justice for the galaxy better than we do. After a pause, Anping continued, but they are enemies. Shan immediately understood what Captain Anping wanted to say, but he didn't know how to answer. Anping was not satisfied with Xiao En's silence, and continued, it doesn't matter if you show mercy to Jade Mouse in the Stars Pavilion, the other party is a clever thief, not a clever fighter, and we have enough spare power to suppress the whole audience. To be wounded and not die, or to die without being injured, is all in our minds. But this time we don't have the strength. A single thought of benevolence will not only kill you, but also kill everyone who has expectations of you. After finishing speaking, Anping smiled again, it's a pity that Boss Li is not here, otherwise it would be better to let him fool you. After all, I am not very good at words, so I can only speak so far. You are a smart person, I probably don't need to say anything, just think about it yourself. Shan nodded. However, at this moment, Uncle Su suddenly added, Xiao En, let me, as the senior of the team, give you a thinking question. Speaking. If you were Ningtao, who would you bring with you if you did such a shameful thing? Shan was taken aback by this obvious question. Fortunately, Uncle Su didn't expect him to answer. Obviously, he wants his confidants, right? Otherwise, wouldn't it be troublesome to bring a newcomer who doesn't know what to do, and go back and say things that shouldn't be said with a big mouth? Shan nodded, of course. Then let me ask you again, what conditions do you need to meet to become Ningtao's confidant? Shan subconsciously wanted to say that he was strong enough. As a result, Su Bo asked himself and answered quickly, are you strong? Obviously not, your strength is definitely stronger than all of Ningtao's subordinates. Will you work hard for him? Shan was taken aback by this question. Uncle Su said again, isn't it upright? It's a big mistake. If you really want to be upright, Ningtao won't be the first to believe it. What if you report yourself later? Then it's rare to be confused. It's even more unreliable. Ningtao came to DUI 4399 after all, there is a risk. Once you are in danger, you will count on those who like rare and confused people to save you? So there is only one final choice, the same people can be taken by Ningtao. The confidants who came here must have handed in the nomination certificate and proved themselves. And the way of proof, you should think of it. Shan's heart sank, he did think of it. For this kind of legal and good citizen with an apparently innocent net worth, the best way to register is of course crime. Only by committing an unforgivable crime, and then handing over the handle to Ningtao, can he be regarded as a confidant. Su Bo said, of course, the above are just my personal guesses, and the facts may be completely contrary to what I thought. Ningtao's subordinates are a group of honest gentlemen, and they chose to follow him out of great ideals. What is it with Qinglong? Yes, it was just a temporary expedient move, they still have dreams in their hearts and their wealth is clean. Of course, it's more likely that even if most of these people died without guilt, there are some innocent people among them. Maybe the one you shot was the one, and then you will become a murderer who killed good people. But I don't think it matters. What matters is what you think in your heart, whether you want to be a good person who will always be innocent, or whether you want to be a person who can do things. Shan frowned tightly, only feeling that this kind of choice between the two was very unreasonable from the beginning. Of course, the world has never really been reasonable, otherwise there would be no need for the Jedi Order to perform missions all over the world. But what should I do if the matter specifically falls on me? At this time, Xiao En began to miss Master again. If Master was still there, he would definitely give correct guidance. However, he could never rely on Master's guidance forever. At this moment, Uncle Su couldn't help but add another sentence, I am a doctor, so I will give you another example of a doctor. You should know that no matter how good a doctor is, there will be patients who cannot be saved. Dying before your eyes is a common occurrence for doctors. The more experienced a senior doctor is, the more mistakes he will make on the operating table. Even a genius doctor like me has unbearable memories. But there is also a kind of doctor who never, if you miss, you will never cause casualties to patients due to your own fault, and you will be innocent all your life. After a pause, Su Bo revealed the answer in a mocking tone, that is a doctor who does nothing. In an instant, the hesitation in Shan's heart was swept away. The difference from the master is a trial for myself as a Jedi apprentice, so this time I will do it according to my own ideas. Wait for Raihi to join master, and then listen to her criticism. Chapter 42. After making up his mind, Shan didn't say much, but silently took the short gun at his waist into his hand. This action was enough to show his attitude. Su Bo immediately stopped talking and laughed, and Anping also let out a sigh of relief. Not long after, Shan's airship came to the edge of the military area. Tall buildings made of metal were in sight, and there was even a smell of rust in the air. The manor where Ning Tao is located seems to be very close at hand. Anping patted the driver's seat. Okay, let's stop here. No matter how lax their ground security is, it is impossible for us to drive the flying boat straight to the house. If we go any further, we will be discovered. Xiaoen stopped the airship as he said, and just about to ask what to do next, he caught a glimpse of a crimson energy beam shooting from a distant hill, knocking down the guard at the main gate of the manor. The Jedi apprentice froze for a full second before realizing that it was a sniper attack from El Yunan. She just fired like that. He didn't wait for his teammates to issue action instructions, and didn't even confirm whether his teammates were ready, so he fired without authorization. However, Anping and Su Bo beside him were not surprised by this, and they patted Xiaoen on the shoulder at the same time, and then divided into two groups, approaching the manor along different paths. Obviously, for the Hongxing team, this kind of silent understanding has long been a basic skill. They know El Yunan and trust El Yunan, just as El Yunan understands and trusts them. Shan couldn't integrate into this incredible tacit understanding for the time being, so he shook his head, chose the direction of Anping to follow, shuttled continuously in the shadow of the abandoned building, and quickly approached the destination. At the same time, El Yunan's sniping was the first to catch everyone's attention, and successfully triggered the alarm bells in the manor, and a group of heavily armed security soldiers rushed out of the buildings in all directions. One of them wore a scarlet cloak over his armor, as if he was an officer-level leader. However, he had just walked out of the building, and before he could issue orders, the helmet was suddenly pierced by an energy beam, leaving a bright hole, and then his body slumped to the ground. El Yunan's sniper shot fully demonstrated the power of the DFQ-91 sniper rifle, and it still maintained incredible accuracy at the extreme distance. One shot left the opponent in chaos without a leader. The chaos didn't last long. After all, these security bureau fighters had undergone extremely strict and formal training, and their strength was far from comparable to that of a mob of criminal organizations. It only took them a few seconds to make the right judgment. First, the position of the sniper was confirmed based on the trajectory, and then the crowd quickly dispersed and hid in various hidden positions. Many bunkers and automatic defense facilities also rose in the courtyard of the manor. There are also two heavy-duty turrets, continuously pouring torrential rain of energy beams on the distant mountains. El Yunan's sniping was immediately suppressed, and the soldiers of the Security Bureau took advantage of this opportunity to immediately mobilize their manpower, board the airship, and fly to the distant mountains. While sneaking quietly, Shan began to worry about El Yunan's situation. But at this moment, another crimson energy beam shot from afar, hitting a flying boat precisely, piercing through the front armor and fuel tank, successfully igniting the high-energy fuel of the flying boat. It turned into a ball of fire. The three fighters on the flying boat melted silently in the raging flames, while the following two flying boats immediately braked and turned, not daring to advance rashly. A moment later, the heavy turrets in the manor swept the distant hills with more violent firepower, and saw that the rocks shattered like rain, and they were flattened under the violent bombardment of heavy firepower. This violent suppression of firepower continued until the turret became red from overheating and did not stop. And this undoubtedly provided strong confidence for the soldiers in front. The flying boat that had braked suddenly received a signal of safety and continued to drive forward at full speed. Then at this moment, another streak of crimson energy flashed across everyone's field of vision, and the sniper shot from an unbelievable angle, causing the blazing particle beam to penetrate the armor plate and shoot into the fuel tank, knocking down the entire airship and the fuel tank. The soldiers on board turned into fireballs together. The heavy turret in the manor suddenly turned off for a moment. Because this seemed like a naked humiliation to them, the enemy snipers, under the cover of powerful firepower, did not evade or retreat, faced the horror that could instantly turn anyone into coke, and continued to shoot and kill their companions. The next moment, the heavy turrets in the manor looked crazy. The firepower that was enough to pose a threat to medium-sized space warships swept unreservedly towards the distant mountains. Under the impact of the high-temperature particle flow, the solid rocks melted quickly like ice blocks burned by a spray gun, and the magma rolled and the mountains turned for purgatory. Shan was only shocked for a while. Anping said calmly, "Don't worry about El Yunnan, this is just a small scene." Shan was a little unbelievable, is this still a small scene? Her hidden mountain is almost turned into juice. As a sniper, the most fearful thing is that after the position is exposed, it will attract heavy firepower to counterattack. Therefore, most sniper operations are only carried out when absolute concealment is ensured. However, in order to attract attention, El Yunnan exposed his position from the beginning. And the heavy firepower in the manor is also beyond expectations, which is simply not something that a single soldier can match. Don't worry, she has shifted her position a long time ago, and she won't be foolish enough to stay where she is for others to fight. She is smarter than anyone else within her range. Shan immediately remembered the confrontation in the underground base. Indeed, although the vice-captain usually appears to be too blunt and even irritable, his calculations are deep and accurate in combat, which is really impressive. And the standard procedure of the Security Bureau has long been a trick for her. After finishing speaking, Anping sighed, as if he had touched some restricted area. He seemed to be out of interest, and only waved his hand to signal Xiaoan to follow up as soon as possible. Xiaoan also cheered up, not caring about El Yunnan's situation for the time being. If you want to really help El Yunnan, you have to cherish the space she created and grab Ning Tao immediately. As long as the enemy general is in hand, the battle situation will naturally be reversed instantly. There is no need to add more casualties. The speed of action of the two became faster and faster. Because El Yunnan attracted too much attention, under the cover of the ruins, they went all the way to the outskirts of the manor without attracting anyone's attention. But just as Xiaoan was about to climb over the outer wall of the manor and enter the greenery, he was stopped by Anping. "Look over there." Anping pointed to two security soldiers standing outside the wall with guns on guard. Even when the alarm bells were ringing, these two people still kept their posts firmly, but they were obviously full of curiosity about what happened in the distance, and they kept looking at the distant mountains. Although he didn't dare to leave his post without authorization, his mind was completely out of sight. Xiaoan understood Anping's plan with just one glance. These two obviously not so elite fighters were the breakthrough chosen by Anping. Separate actions. Anping smiled, "Try not to ask in the future." After finishing speaking, he took the lead and rushed towards the direction of the two people. This sleepy middle-aged man's eyes widened at this moment, and his two thick thighs erupted with incredible force, allowing him to explode at an astonishing speed on this asteroid with low gravity. At the same time, Xiaoan approached from another direction, and his speed was no less than that of Anping. After a while, Anping was the first to be exposed. "Who?" A security soldier finally saw Anping's figure running at full speed out of the corner of his eye, shouted in horror, and aimed his blaster gun at him. But soon he was surprised to find that the speed of the opponent's charge was unimaginable, and when he was running, his steps seemed to imply some kind of peculiar rhythm. He could always change direction suddenly when he tried to pull the trigger, making the security guard the fighter's aim misses. It was clear that the manor was an open field, but he, the gatekeeper, was helpless against an intruder running barefoot. He aimed several times, but he couldn't even find a chance to shoot. After a while, the security guard became a little restless, and subconsciously stabbed his companion with his elbow. "Didn't you see that I am in a mess here, and you are still watching the show?" However, with this stabbing, he felt that the other party was powerless, and fell down directly. He couldn't help turning his eyes in astonishment, only to see that his comrade who fell to the ground had a scorched black hole on his forehead tragically. The next moment, a beam of energy in the line of sight covered the field of vision from far to near in an instant. and his world fell into darkness. Chapter 43. After the gatekeeper fell, Enping gave Sean a thumbs up. Those were really beautiful two burst shots, and the opportunities I created for him were not wasted at all. Not to mention Su Bo's earnest efforts were wasted. I just hope that after this mission is over, when he sees the bill Su Bo gave him for psychological counseling fees, he can keep calm. While thinking, Enping quietly came to the door along the outer wall, turned over the corpse on the ground, quickly took off his armor and coat, and put them on himself. But Xiao En's movements were a little faster than Enping's, as if all of this had been rehearsed many times in advance, which made Enping feel absurd. This kid looks pretty and serious, why is he more proficient at picking up corpses than me? He used to be in the funeral business? And this moment of distraction made Enping's movements a bit slower, so Xiao En completed the disguise first, and quickly ran into the manor with the full set of equipment of the gatekeeper. The security soldier uniform on the apprentice was a bit loose and didn't fit well, but Sean managed to show his flustered and messy footsteps after only 2 steps. A hole in the uniform. Behind, Enping, who was still trying to zip up his trousers, was dumbfounded. How is this kid so proficient? Sean, the journeyman, gradually regained the feeling of the Bergamo period while running. He also sneaked into the manor, changed his appearance and disguised himself, and went all the way smoothly. But the difference is that there is no longer an omnipotent master behind me, and the battle plan in my hands is no longer the kind of huge battle blueprint that makes people feel at ease after reading it, but only the 4-character mantra, adapt to the situation. What Sean hates most is this kind of heartless battle, but at this time he has no choice. While trying to feel the guidance of the Force, the Jedi apprentice made up his mind and rushed forward all the way. Soon, behind a temporary bunker in the middle of the courtyard, he encountered 2 security soldiers wearing the same uniform. When the other party saw Xiao En, he didn't show any emotion at all, but raised his gun to aim vigilantly. Stop! Who is it, and which team is it? Of course Sean couldn't tell the name of his troop, he didn't even know which troop was on DUI 4399, and he couldn't be sure if there was any communication code between them. But this does not prevent him from giving a perfect response. The Jedi apprentice put on an extremely flustered look, and said out of breath, "The sniper is just fainting. The other side is the direction of the enemy's main attack." While speaking, he kept shaking his arms and stretched out his fingers in the direction he came from. "Don't worry about that sniper anymore. Hurry up to support, it's almost over there." However, the person who pointed the gun at Sean did not relax his vigilance at all. While looking at the comm manor gate suspiciously, he asked, "Since it is urgent information, why don't you use the communicator to report it?" Xiao En said angrily, "Hasn't the communication around here been completely blocked and interfered with? You still use a ghost communicator." The voice of the Jedi apprentice was so righteous, and as he stretched out his hand in front of the 2 of them, the words seemed to contain incredible magic power. So much so that the 2 soldiers with guns couldn't help but startled, thinking that the voice coming from the communicator in their ears was purely auditory hallucinations. And just such a startled opening is enough for Sean. He took half a step forward, his hand stabbed out like lightning, and landed on the carotid arteries of the 2. The 2 elite fighters fainted instantly, and their bodies slowly collapsed. Sean let out a sigh of relief, and thought to himself that this immature mind control technique could be used to great effect. But before he could feel relieved, he saw a whole team of security fighters running quickly from behind a bunker out of the corner of his eye. When the 2 sides met each other, they were both taken aback. Sean reacted very quickly, and immediately leaned over and hugged the unconscious 2 people, and shouted to the team of security soldiers, "Assassins are coming to the manor. Someone here is injured. First aid is needed." His voice was so loud that the whole team of security fighters couldn't help being stunned. To these elite fighters, Sean's voice seemed extremely abrupt, even absurd. The security forces of the Kyunkan group have very strict combat procedures: how to respond when encountering a surprise attack, how to rescue teammates when they are injured. These have standard procedures, and these procedures definitely do not include hugging teammates on the spot and screaming "call." But anyone with actual combat experience also knows that those who cling to the standard process will always be the ones who die the fastest on the battlefield. And just when someone wanted to ask Sean for proof, Sean suddenly pointed to a green bush not far away. "The assassin is hiding in that direction." Enping, who had followed Xiao En all the way to hide in the green bushes just now, could not help cursing inwardly when he heard the words. "Sean, you bastard, you dare to betray the captain!" But immediately felt a little relieved, although this kid is a bit of a jerk, he adapts really quickly. The Red Apricot team's so-called emergency response is to achieve this step. At critical moments, they must be able to betray their teammates without hesitation. Because this kind of betrayal is essentially a kind of trust. And how can the dignified team leader live up to the trust of the rookies? Anping's bleary sleepy eyes suddenly widened, and he no longer looked lazy. He stood up from the bushes, and his figure instantly attracted the attention of the security guards. More than 10 blaster guns focused on him at the same time, but lost his trace in the next instant. Anping exploded at an astonishing speed in the forest, leaving behind the dense rain of energy beams, while Ning Tao's meticulously maintained manor greenery provided him with excellent cover. His figure was like a ghost in the forest. It appears and disappears from time to time, unscrupulously attracting the opponent's firepower. A whole group of elite fighters fired several rounds in a row, but they couldn't do anything to the figure in the bushes. The head of the security captain felt a little strange, pressed the communicator in his hand, prepared to report the situation to his superiors, and asked for support. But at this moment, a crimson beam of energy shot out from a gap in the distant mountain, straightly piercing through his temple. Even Shan was dumbfounded at this moment. Yunnan. She's still alive. No, she's still alive and kicking to provide fire support. Shan turned his head, and saw that the place where she first hid had already been turned into a raging sea of flames by the heavy firepower in the manor, and even so, the heavy artillery battery still did not stop the firepower from pouring out. How could Yunnan find an opportunity to support his teammates in the manor under such a difficult situation? But the astonishment is the astonishment. Xiaoan didn't miss this opportunity. He took advantage of this group of soldiers without a leader and collectively at a loss, to further spread the panic. Hurry up and disperse. Don't stand still, there are more than one enemy sniper, we are already surrounded. The bewildered soldiers involuntarily followed Xiaoan's instructions to dodge around. Their movements appeared concise and well-trained, but this quality was obviously used in the wrong direction. In the bushes, Anping covered the scratch on his shoulder and grinned, it's getting more and more interesting. At the same time, Xiaoan was hugging 2 unconscious soldiers, and when he was about to move closer to the headquarters by dragging them, he saw a thin figure approaching quickly. The man was wearing a white combat uniform, carrying a medicine box in his hand, and trotted all the way, moving from bunker to bunker with extremely skillful and rigorous tactical movements, and got close to Shan in a short while. Shan looked at the beautiful wrinkled face in front of him in disbelief. It was Uncle Su. When was he? No, why did he? Still not right, the tactical action just now was so rigorous that it was no different from a regular army. Without waiting for Shan to recover from the countless question marks, Uncle Su has already proficiently used Kyunkan Security's standard medical diagnostic device to sweep around the 2 fainted soldiers and make them emit piercing screams. These 2 are going to die. Someone come with me and send them to the medical cabin. Hurry up. While speaking, Uncle Su turned on the communicator. The front number is 43,287, and I request the headquarters to open medical cabins number 3 and number 4. Someone is seriously injured. There was a moment of silence in the communicator before responding, ask for permission. This skillful dialogue made Shan feel even more incredible. The thin man in front of him seemed to be a member of the regular army, not the drug jar in the Red Apricot squad who liked to take banned drugs. Stinky boy, don't be dazed. It wasn't until Su Bo's subtle voice came from his ear that Xiaoan came back to his senses and realized that this person was indeed Su Bo, not some clone. I will take this opportunity to sneak into the headquarters, and then find a way to help the captain make a way out. The 2 of us should be enough to catch Ning Tao, you have other tasks. As he spoke, Uncle Su gently pointed to a heavy fort, take that down as soon as possible. Shan was taken aback when he heard the words, take down the heavy fort? Does it make sense? However, before he could ask why, Shan felt a slight vibration under his feet, and the humming of the engine of the fighter plane came from afar. Outside the manor, in a semi-abandoned hangar, the rusty floor rumbled open, 2 black long-wing fighters rose slowly from the basement, the vector engines on their belly ignited blue light, supporting the light the fuselage quickly floated into the air. Su Bo said, LV Nan can't handle that, you go and help her with heavy artillery. Xiaoan glanced at the heavily guarded heavy artillery position, and saw that the fort was heavily guarded, and there were several automatic gun turrets eagerly turning around. Suddenly, his heart stopped. You want me to engage in such a position alone? What do you think of me? Jedi Master? Don't worry, Yunnan will support you. After a pause, Uncle Su smiled again, I will also encourage you mentally. What is the use of spiritual encouragement? Are you a Jedi Master too? However, before Shan opened his mouth, Su Bo had already pulled the 2 security soldiers who were knocked out by Shan into the headquarters with a force that did not belong to his thin body. Hurry up and get someone to help. Anyone who goes to the theater there again will be blacklisted, and if you get injured, go get yourself a bandage. Uncle Su's upright and confident voice really moved several security soldiers around. They gathered around Uncle Su with some hesitation, and helped him carry the wounded together. Seeing this, Shan had no choice but to get up and leave, and walk towards the heavy artillery position. Chapter 44. The journey after the Jedi apprentice was safe and sound, but just as he was about to reach the finish line, he aroused vigilance as expected. Stop, who, which team? A soldier in the captain's uniform pointed a gun at Shan's head. Xiao En sighed in his heart, and he didn't know the difference between him and Su Bo. Why did Su Bo's disguise win people's trust so easily, but he was pointed at by guns wherever he went? This time, however, he didn't have to bother thinking about the answer. The moment the security captain pointed his gun at Xiao En, a crimson beam of energy shot out from an incredible angle, directly piercing the man's head. Lie down and scatter. Immediately, a veteran who temporarily replaced the captain shouted loudly. The well-trained fighters also showed strong execution ability, and immediately scattered and crawled away from the original bunker position. Xiao En took this opportunity to quickly blend into the crowd, feeling a little regretful that he couldn't get rid of the loyal captain in a non-killing way, and at the same time marveled at Liu Nan's sniper skills that are so amazing. Accurate marksmanship comes second. The key is the speed with which she shifted positions and the tacit understanding with her teammates, which once again refreshed Shan's cognition. It turns out that in this remote star area, there will also be such ace-level fighters. But after Liu Nan's shot, Xiao En's dilemma was immediately resolved, and the soldiers around him no longer cared about questioning a security soldier in loose clothes. They each gasped violently behind the brand-new bunker to calm down their emotions. Coincidentally, the veteran who temporarily replaced the captain was kneeling beside Xiao En, roaring continuously through the communicator. What are the pilots doing? Hurry up and take off that sniper. Shan quickly added confusing information, there is more than one sniper. I just encountered a sniper at gate number 1, and there are obviously enemies hiding in the abandoned military zone. The veteran who shouted was hesitant when he heard the words, who are you? Seeing this, Xiao En sighed again from the bottom of his heart, I really can't easily win people's trust. He also knew that his speech and behavior were obviously nondescript compared with the genuine security fighters, so it was inevitable to arouse suspicion. But he was also helpless. Without any prior planning and almost no preparations, the captain flew all the way to DUI 4399 as soon as an idea occurred in his mind. Shan had no time to study his opponents, let alone imitate their words and deeds. He is not an old aborigine like Su Bo and Anping who has lived in the Gan galaxy for decades. He even speaks Kyunkan fluently just now. So what Shan hates the most is the so-called improvisation, running to carry out missions without dozens of backup plans in hand. It is really a shameless streaking behavior. But at this time, Xiao En couldn't allow Xiao En to think too much. The temporary captain holding the communicator was completely suspicious. The automatic gun turrets will aim at themselves. Then there is only one choice left for Shan. The Jedi apprentice stared at each other, and said softly, I came to temporarily support the heavy artillery position. The headquarters is very dissatisfied with the efficiency of the heavy artillery, and I happen to have learned artillery technology before. Judging from the words alone, this sentence has no logic at all, and it is even an act of self-exposure. The regular army under the Security Bureau of the Kyunkan Group is not a temporary mob. How can battlefield mobilization be so trivial? A young man who looked highly suspicious suddenly ran out and said that he was ordered by the headquarters to support the heavy artillery position. This is the word spies written on his face. However, when this self-exposing remark was uttered together with the Jedi apprentice's force-skill mind control, the vigilant veteran immediately looked confused, and then nodded, I see, let's go. Then he even gestured to his teammates around him to let him go. Shan let out a sigh of relief, nodded, and under the incredulous eyes of all the security soldiers, he quickly ran towards the heavy turret. The effect of the mind control technique this time was better than the Jedi apprentice had expected. Before he came to the galaxy, he hadn't been able to use the mind control technique so skillfully, let alone use it continuously and intensively. Xiaoan also felt a little strange in his heart. Obviously he had frequent accidents recently, so the routine meditation practice became intermittent. But the connection with the Force seems to have become closer, and even the effect of mind control has exceeded expectations. But at this moment, a burning star suddenly appeared in his mind again, and light and heat instantly filled the entire space. The Jedi apprentice is no stranger to this scene. This is the second time he has met this scorching sun. The last time was when he jumped from hyperspace to the dry galaxy on a passenger ship. Vaguely, the Jedi apprentice realized that the picture in his mind must be a revelation given to him by the Force, but the timing of this revelation was really not so coincidental. Surrounded by a group of enemies, Sean really had no time to be distracted and immersed in the flow of the original Force. He could only restrain his mind, forcibly suppressed the picture in his mind, and continued to move forward. The heavy turret in the manor is a real big guy. The part above the ground has a hemispherical outline and a diameter of nearly 10 meters. A grey square gun barrel protruded halfway from the sphere, and the muzzle continuously ejected high-temperature and high-energy particle streams, ravaging the distant mountains and rocks like kneading snowballs. As Xiaoan walked closer, he felt more and more clearly the vibrations from the ground every time the cannon was fired. He also felt a little more worried about Yunnan, who was within the coverage of the firepower. Even without those two fighter planes, it would be impossible for Yunnan to persevere under such artillery fire. Especially in order to support herself just now, she forcibly fired a shot in all difficulties, revealing her position again. I must act quickly. Fortunately, this turret that rose from the ground left a small door on the surface for the gunner to enter and exit. Sean didn't want to get close, but couldn't get in. Would it be possible to use a lightsaber to draw circles on the spot in full view? Or use the personal explosives you carry with you to blow up a path? Now that there is a door, how to open it is just a trivial problem for Sean. Holding the complete set of tools presented by Chen Sanwan, Sean unlocked the side door of the turret within 20 seconds, pulled the door and walked in. As soon as he entered the door, he was pointed at the forehead by a blaster. Who? Which unit? A soldier in red uniform guarding behind the turret door sternly asked. Sean wanted to curse in his heart. How many times have you heard this sentence? As for? Do you look so awkward? I've tried my best to imitate your words and deeds, okay? No matter how I am a person, I can tell that I am a spy. Oh, probably because I got in by picking the lock. Only this time, Sean was finally able to respond differently. Without hesitation, he leaned low to avoid pointing at the gun, and his body rushed towards the guards in the turret like lightning. In this confined space, the Jedi apprentice didn't need to hide his strength at all. The body strengthened by the Force suddenly exploded with a speed that was even better than that of Captain Anping. Before the opponent had time to pull the trigger, Sean had already slammed his palm on the opponent's chin with all his strength. After the crisp sound of bone shattering, the soldier fell down like ooze. Passing over the guard, Sean also saw the whole picture inside the turret. Although the turret looks like a towering hill from the outside, the space for personnel activities inside is relatively small. Apart from the guards at the gate, there are only two gunners sitting in front of the console. When the two heard the noise, they hurriedly turned around and stood up, and began to fumble for the self-defense blaster at their waists. Sean stretched out his hand, and the invisible force directly grabbed the two of them, and they touched each other face to face. After eliminating the enemies in the turret, Sean rushed to the console without hesitation, then looked at the completely unfamiliar panel, feeling a headache. How to play this? In normal times, when Sean saw this novelty, he would be more or less excited and happy. After all, it was a good opportunity to learn. But when the situation was urgent, Sean couldn't be happy. Through the surveillance screen in front of the console, Xiaoan could clearly see that the two fighter jets had completed their warm-up, officially took off, and were about to shuttle in the direction of Yunnan. The time left for myself is very limited. Yunnan may be able to barely avoid the heavy fire bombardment in the complex terrain, but once the Air Force arrives, the isolated snipers have no room to struggle. Sean took a deep breath and sat on the gunner's seat. May the Force be with you. Then, without hesitation, he clenched a completely unfamiliar joystick with his right hand and pushed it forward. Immediately, the entire turret began to tremble slightly, and the square barrel quickly raised its muzzle, pointing straight to the sky. Sean regained his spirits, realized that his guess was correct, and immediately held the other joystick beside him and pushed it forward. As expected, it was used to control the lateral displacement. Of course, it is impossible to aim and shoot with only these two joysticks, and can only roughly complete the positioning of the barrel. Those complicated buttons and push rods on the panel are responsible for the real shooting task. Specific coordinate calculations, firepower output mode, ballistic prediction, these are all extremely complicated procedures, so two gunners need to work together in this turret. This kind of heavy-duty turret, under the control of a skilled gunner, can complete ultra-high precision shooting, and it will not lose the wind even in the face of those space fighters that shuttle like electricity. It's a pity that Xiao En is not a skilled gunner after all. After roughly evaluating the accuracy of using the push rod to control the heavy fort, he directly gave up the plan to shoot down the fighter plane with the heavy cannon. Unless those two fighter planes are willing to honestly float in mid-air, let Xiao En test fire 2 rounds to calibrate. But that is obviously a dream. The fighter planes not only did not hover, but flew towards Yunnan at an astonishing speed. In desperation, Xiao En did not hesitate to hold the joystick with both hands at the same time, causing the heavy turret to turn quickly. Instead of aiming the muzzle at the sky, it aimed at another heavy turret that was close at hand. At this distance, there is no need for any precise calibration, and Sean will never miss the target. And on the unfamiliar panel in front of Sean, only the red button that symbolizes firing is particularly eye-catching. Chapter 45. Sean reached out and tapped the button without hesitation. An astonishing scorching energy stream burst out from the square gun barrel, piercing the shield and armor of the opposite turret like a spear, leaving a terrifying hole in the hemisphere. But the aftermath of the energy flow did not stop, and swept forward all the way, lighting up a fiery wall of fire. The heavy turret pierced by a single shot groaned in the flames for a moment before detonating loudly, turning into a ball of heroic fire. Shattered metal fragments blasted in all directions, and swept away the nearby security fighters in an instant. Such a sudden change immediately attracted the attention of the audience. Everyone in the manor stared dumbfounded at the burning sea of flames. Even the most elite fighters were dumbfounded at this moment. Accident? Accident? Hallucination? Either way, it's a completely surreal sight. The two fighter jets that were shuttling were also attracted by the flames below, and for a moment they didn't even bother to mop up the snipers in the mountainous area. After a while, I saw that the turret that had succeeded in the attack quickly turned its muzzle and aimed at the sky. The pilot of the fighter plane only felt a tingling scalp, and a chill from head to toe. The fighter plane he was driving was only a small fighter plane, mostly used for simple ground support or air combat missions, and was quite weak in attacking tough situations. Facing the heavy turret on the ground, at such a short distance, it is simply a living target. At this moment, no one dares to care about the sniper in the mountains. No matter how powerful the sniper is, he is just fishing in troubled waters and knocking out a few innocuous big-headed soldiers, but the heavy turret that suddenly went crazy is enough to destroy the world. Sean was not polite at all. After piercing through the heavy fort on the opposite side with one cannon, he pushed and pulled the control lever with both hands at the same time, aiming the cannon at the center of the manor, the small building transformed from the headquarters, and then directly fired the cannon up the second floor. This time, even the slowest security fighter realized something was wrong. People no longer cared about the threat of a distant sniper, and quickly focused their attention on the sudden defection of the heavy artillery. They each reported the sudden change with their communicators, causing chaos in the command network. The two fighter planes that took off naturally didn't care about going to the mountainous area to sweep up the sniper Yunnan, so they quickly turned around and smashed a series of energy beams on the turret, causing a series of ripples on the thick deflector shield of the turret. Little effort. Sean unceremoniously pulled the control lever, turned the muzzle of the gun to fight back, and although the natural firepower missed, he once again showed his sense of existence without a doubt, which intensified the panic in the manor. What's going on with this turret? Is it a mutiny? No, I heard that there are spies who dressed up as us and sneaked in. Is that spy a monster? Can he sneak into the turret under the eyes of everyone? Anyway, where is the heavy fire team? Hurry up and blow this thing up. Why hasn't the headquarters responded yet? Cut off the energy supply of this thing quickly. These well-trained fighters were completely lost and panicked. But after a while, people were pleasantly surprised to see that the flickering light on the shell of the turret suddenly went out, and the turret, which was rotating unscrupulously, also stopped in place. Its power source has been cut off. A burst of cheers erupted from the crowd, and immediately a soldier with a missile launcher aimed at the small door on the side of the turret, blasting the thick metal door inward with a missile, and the door shaft burst out for a while due to the broken pipeline. Twisted arc. The soldiers only felt more excited. Hurry up and make another shot. If you catch that spy, you must cut him into pieces. Amidst the noisy chatter, the second missile accurately hit the sunken side door, and finally blasted the heavy metal block directly to the ground, revealing the scene behind the door. Immediately several daring fighters rushed into the turret along the open side door. I saw a corpse with a scorched chest and a bloody face lying beside the door. Its face was almost unrecognizable. Only the red uniform symbolizing the elite can explain his identity, the only bodyguard inside the turret. In addition, in front of the console, 2 gunners fell unconscious on the ground. And a person wearing a loose soldier uniform was lying on the console, making no sound. This is... The soldier who entered the gate was stunned when he saw this situation. The expected fierce battle did not come, and there were actually only 2 corpses and 2 unconscious gunners in the turret. The spy saw that the situation was not good, so he committed suicide. Someone hesitantly raised a guess. Bah, it's cheap for him. A senior veteran spat angrily. However, a soldier who looked like a captain stretched out his hand silently to push away several soldiers who were in the way, strode to the console, kicked an unconscious gunner awake, and then directly grabbed his collar, lifted him into the air. What happened? The gunner who was suddenly awakened could only feel the buzzing in his head, and he couldn't tell why. After talking about it, he only remembered that someone broke into the turret, and then he fell unconscious. The captain questioned him for a while, but found nothing, and was extremely annoyed, so he pulled the corpse lying on the console away, wanting to whip the corpse to vent his anger. But he saw that the man was about 40 years old, with dark skin and weathered face. Yuan Yi. The captain's voice was trembling with extreme fright and anger, and there were even stars in front of his eyes. How could it be the wilderness? Why is it him? He should be the gatekeeper of this turret, how could he die on the console? The next moment, a flash of inspiration flashed in the captain's mind, and his eyes suddenly turned to the bloody corpse in front of the door. Kill him for me. The soldiers around were bewildered. The captain held back his anger and explained, that corpse is the spy, he wants to fish in troubled waters. While speaking, the captain had already raised his blaster, the cold muzzle was more powerful than any words, directly causing the soldiers standing in front of him to dodge in a hurry. At the same time, Xiaoen, who was lying dead in front of the door, finally couldn't pretend anymore. The security forces of the Qunkan group are indeed elite. The maze he hastily set up has only troubled the opponent for less than 2 minutes. And now Shan still exposed his identity in an extremely unfavorable way. He was sure that as long as the captain took the lead in shooting, he would be greeted by a hail of gunfire. In desperation, Shan had to use his final plan. The Jedi apprentice pretending to be a corpse quietly pressed the button of the remote bomb. The explosives under the console seat were detonated by him, and the sea of flames and heat waves swelled violently, engulfing everyone who was close at hand in an instant. Shan got down on his stomach, tightly covering his mouth and nose, and then only felt a burning stream on his back accompanied by thick smoke sweeping past. Even wearing the elite uniform and armor of the janitor field, Shan felt a little bit overwhelmed. Fortunately, the scorching current was quickly extinguished, leaving only billowing thick smoke still flowing out along the side door. Xiaoen took this opportunity to grab a stunned soldier from his side, staggered out of the smoke, and shouted hoarsely, "Help! Help!" At this time, the Jedi apprentice once again brought his acting skills to the extreme. He imitated the voice of the wounded, and supported a genuine security soldier. Both in posture and appearance, he looked like an innocent soldier who was murdered by spies. In order to increase the success rate, he also tried his best to activate the mind control technique. However, what greeted him was not the medical care of the medical soldiers and the care of comrades in arms, but countless cold muzzles. "Who are you?" A soldier in azure uniform led at least 30 soldiers and surrounded Xiaoen, his eyes were full of coldness. Shan was really out of balance at this moment. What am I doing wrong again? It's fine if the mind control technique fails, these security fighters are extremely resolute in mind, and it is difficult to influence them in a hurry. But his disguise has obviously been so hard, why is he still seen through at a glance? However, Shan couldn't wait for the answer to be revealed. Because the leader in the blue uniform had already raised his right hand, and said in a languid way, "Forget it, it doesn't matter, let the coroner investigate his identity." This time, Shan was really helpless. In the face of dozens of blaster guns, even if the soldiers around him are used as human shields, it is nothing more than pulling one person as a sieve. As for the soldiers who surrounded them, although many of them looked confused and seemed to not understand why they shot at their own family members. The order from the chief was absolute. However, at the critical moment, he saw that the leader in the blue uniform couldn't let go of his raised hand, and his indifferent face was gradually covered with a layer of surprise. He raised his left hand, pressed the communicator on his ear, and asked in disbelief, "What did you say? Seriously? But... I know." After turning off the communicator, the warrior leader was silent for a long time. The anger contained in his eyes seemed real, but he finally ordered, "Let him go." The soldiers around were confused. "Let him go? What do you mean?" Some fighters who knew the inside story argued, "But he is obviously..." The leader in blue roared angrily, "I said let him go." This time, there was no objection. All the people silently lowered their guns, and then looked at Shan with various complicated eyes. Xiao En let out a sigh of relief, put down the unconscious soldier who was used as a camouflage prop, sorted out the red clothes that didn't fit, and then strode towards the small building of the headquarters. The road was smooth, and no one blocked his face with a gun and questioned his identity. Even the firepower pouring into the distance ceased. After hovering for a while, the fighter jets in the sky put on a helpless gesture and landed back into the hangar. The war seemed to come to an end in an instant. But now, there is only one possibility for such a miraculous turn in the battle situation. Captain and the others finally succeeded. Chapter 46. When Shan entered the headquarters, someone was already waiting at the door in advance. It was a young woman wearing a red kun-style cheongsam, standing in front of the small building with deep fear, and said to Xiao En, "Please, is this Mr. Xiao En? Please follow me, President Ning is already waiting for you." Shan was suddenly surprised. Why are there women dressed as civilians here? And also dressed so fancy? But when he looked around and saw the exquisite and gorgeous decoration in the building, he immediately guessed that Ning Tao did not regard this place as a military base at all, but as a resort for enjoyment. And this Cheongsam woman is naturally a servant in the villa. In addition, Shan also saw that there were many styles, hats and shoes of different sizes in the wardrobe at the entrance. This shows that Ning Tao not only lives by himself, but also entertains friends here. It seems that the Red Apricot team's spoils will be extra rich this time. Xiao En was thinking in his heart, but when he saw the young woman in front of him, although he said that he wanted to lead the way, he could barely walk, and the fear in his heart seemed to be overflowing. The Jedi apprentice said softly, "Don't be afraid, I'm not bad." Before she could finish her sentence, the Cheongsam woman suddenly collapsed, squatting on the ground and shivering, saying, "Please don't kill me. Please don't kill me." Shan was taken aback by this overreaction, but he calmly put away his weapon, released a gentle smile, and stepped forward to help the woman in the cheongsam up. "No one will hurt you, trust me." The extremely gentle voice contained real power, which quickly melted away the woman's fear, allowing her to finally stand upright slowly. Shan patted her on the shoulder, "Go and rest first, I can find my way myself." After speaking, his face darkened. At this moment, he already smelled a very strong smell of blood from behind a spacious corridor on the side. So there is no need for outsiders to lead the way, he also knows where to look, and at the same time he also knows what happened in front, which may not be a good thing. But just as Xiao En was about to take a step, the woman in the cheongsam grabbed his sleeve. The woman flinched but said stubbornly, "Please, please don't leave me alone. Please." Shan had already guessed where the woman's fear came from at this time, so he didn't ask much, just nodded and let the other party pull his sleeve. After that, Shan walked through a snow-white corridor in the direction of the bloody smell. And on the wall at the other end of the corridor, there is an exquisite fountain statue, which is carved with a slender and graceful girl. The girl held the kettle in her arms, and a trickle flowed from the kettle. If the water in the pot hadn't been stained with a touch of blood, this fountain statue would be a rather elegant and extravagant work of art. On a desolate asteroid like DUI 4399, fresh water resources should be very precious. The woman in the cheongsam took a half step forward, still pulling Shan's sleeve with one hand, while stretching the other hand towards the statue's forehead, and pressed it above the temples on the left and right sides. After a while, the metal wall next to the two suddenly dented inward, revealing a spiral staircase that snaked downward. "Please, please come with me." "No need, I'll go ahead." Shan didn't make things difficult for the fear-wrapped woman beside him, took her hand, and walked down the stairs first. Along the way, Xiao En felt the smell of blood coming from ahead was getting stronger and stronger, almost suffocating, and he couldn't help but feel suspicious while feeling heavy in his heart. What did Anping and Su Bo do? The Red Apricot Squad has never been that kind of extremist organization. Now they only need to take hostages. Why do they have to do such a tragic thing? When Sean finally walked down the last flight of stairs, his eyes suddenly opened up, and a magnificent scene came into view. It was a fountain square like a desert oasis. The surrounding walls, the floor under the feet, and the pillars in the square, were all expensive special stones. And each piece of stone is also hand-carved with exquisite patterns and patterns. In addition, gorgeous silks and blankets of various colors are luxuriously laid on the floor, matching the texture of the floor. In the middle of the square is a fountain pool. 7 statues of young girls with different shapes hold kettles in different postures and pour expensive fresh water into the center of the pool. This is a scene of extravagance that should never appear on a military base DUI 4399. It's just that the landscape now looks empty and lonely. Looking at an empty underground square, Xiao En couldn't help but think of something. His face gradually darkened, and then he locked his eyes on the 3 people sitting in front of the fountain. Between Anping, Su Bo, and the 2 of them, a grey-faced middle-aged man was undoubtedly the owner of this place, Ning Tao. Anping laughed when he saw Sean coming, but before he could speak, he was interrupted seriously by Sean. "Captain." The Jedi apprentice carefully controlled his emotions and asked in a calm voice, "Where did everyone here go?" Anping looked surprised, and pointed around, "Aren't all the people over there?" Sean glanced at it out of the corner of his eye, and indeed saw a lot of people huddled around the corners of the hall. There are men, women, young and old, with different appearances and body shapes. The only thing in common is that they are shivering and filled with fear. With a glance, Xiao En knew that most of them were ordinary civilians who were arrested here, not the people he was looking for now, so he asked solemnly, "I'm asking about other people." Anping blinked, pretending to be innocent, "What other people?" Xiao En suddenly became angry, "Don't play dumb. Where's Ning Tao's accomplice?" Anping opened his mouth, and in the end he could only complain helplessly, "It's all come to this point, why are you so serious?" Sean said, "I don't want my teammates to be scumbags who can swing a butcher's knife at those who can't resist." Uncle Su suddenly became amused, and asked, "Wait a minute, what you said is unfair. Did you see that they didn't resist, or did you see us wielding the butcher's knife?" Sean said, "Then where are they? Don't tell me that there is only Ning Tao in this huge underground base." Uncle Su laughed again, "Why can't it be him alone?" When Xiao En heard this, he was at a loss for words. Indeed, he had no evidence to prove that the Red Apricot Squad killed Ning Tao's accomplices. He didn't even have evidence to prove that Ning Tao really had many accomplices. The clothes in the wardrobe alone can't explain anything. But it is also very easy to obtain evidence. With so many witnesses, the truth will be revealed by just asking. However, before he could ask the commoners for proof, he heard Su Bo say in a strange tone behind him, "Gossip, is our justice envoy so focused on the life and death of a group of powerful people? Your justice is really high-end." Sean said, "It has nothing to do with the powerful or not, but you have made it clear that you are concealing the truth. Then you still ask the bottom line? Is this how you are a teammate?" Anping asked. "Is this your way of justice?" Sean took a deep breath and realized that he was indeed a little irrational. He has long known that he and the members of the Red Seeing Squad have different ideas, and they will never accommodate each other. Xiao En will never treat killing as lightly as Anping and others. Even if the other party really deserves to die, Anping and others will not. Maybe as soft-hearted as he is. Now they are willing to clean up the scene so that no traces can be seen. Moreover, compared to Ning Tao's cronies, there were indeed people on the scene who deserved more of his attention. Xiao En sighed, put aside the negative emotions in his heart for a while, and began to look around calmly, gradually focusing on the victimized civilians hiding in the corner. Most of them wore clothes of similar styles, but many of them obviously did not fit the clothes. They were generally depressed, extremely disturbed, and had obviously experienced long-term pressure accumulation. Many people had tragic scars on their exposed skin. There is a number plate on the chest. The numbers are different from 001 to 050, but the numbers are not consecutive. 23 of the 50 numbers are missing. In the end, each of them wears a metal collar around their necks, that is to say. While Sean was thinking, Uncle Su asked, "Sean, what do you think Ning Tao is doing to capture these slaves?" "Slave?" Sean was a little stunned, more surprised, and subconsciously repeated this familiar yet unfamiliar word. He has traveled with his master for many years, and this is not the first time he has seen a slave. In places where the light of the Republic's civilization does not shine, slavery still has a fertile soil for survival. But at least this word should not appear in the dry galaxy. Not to mention the anti-slavery law of the Republic, even in the laws and regulations promulgated by the Kyunkan group, there is absolutely no one that recognizes the legitimacy of slavery. Moreover, the so-called capturing slaves, is it possible that these people are ordinary people captured by Ning Tao from all over the galaxy? Just when Xiao En was puzzled, Enping sighed, I don't understand. During Ning Tao's stay here, because he was extremely poor and bored, he called his friends to launch a real-life hunting game. They captured a group of civilians through Qinglong. They are usually used for fun, and they are used as meat targets in games. They will compete every few days, hunting at least 5 people each time, and they have competed for 4 rounds so far. Killing, competition. Sean's breathing was stagnant, and he felt unbelievable. Uncle Su chuckled, and the laughter was full of heaviness. Speaking of which, was the little girl who greeted you intimidated by a gentle young man like you? Whispered to the victim, don't be afraid, I'm not a bad guy. Then there was a whoosh, and when we came in, we saw him performing. Sean only felt his breathing getting heavier. He thought the woman's fear was because of the Red Apricot Squad, but it turns out. And that person is just a newcomer among this group of beasts. The degree of perversion is even lower than the average. No matter how many things I don't want to say, I don't want to dirty my tongue. In short, he died here. Oh no, most of the people who disappeared mysteriously were like this kind of thing. Do you still want to confirm their life and death now? Sean wanted to speak, but found that he had nothing to say. Uncle Su saw that Xiao En had chosen to remain silent, and he had no intention of continuing to ask questions. He sighed and said, to be honest, we were shocked when we came down to find all this. In the dry galaxy, even someone as humble and shameless as Sozako Lu, I can't think of such a perverted game. Enping sneered and said, so it's these perverted dignitaries who rule this galaxy, not Sozaku or Qinglong. After all, how can a pervert get promoted in the dry galaxy, isn't it, Mr. Ning? While speaking, the sleepy-eyed man seemed unable to suppress his anger. His smile turned into a sinister smile, and the cold killing intent in it made Ning Tao tremble all over. The huge middle-aged man didn't dare to sit still and screamed, what the hell do you want? Don't worry, we said we won't kill you, so we will never break the contract. And now you have no choice but to bet that we won't break the contract, so give up resistance and enjoy the moment. How could Ning Tao dare to enjoy the moment? Tremblingly said, if you want money. Enping patted Ning Tao on the cheek, don't be stupid, we worked so hard and played so hard, how could we just want money? Don't worry, wait for our sniper to come back first, and then we will discuss the next step with you. Before the words were finished, there was a sound of heavy footsteps coming from the stairwell. Don't wait, I'm here. Chapter 47. El Yunan's voice was hoarse and tired, and as she appeared in the square, the smell of blood and fire came over her face. Sean's eyes widened in surprise, the deputy captain came so fast. Moreover, it's so miserable. The deputy captain's figure is still tall and straight, and his steps are still steady, but the protective jacket that is riddled with holes, the cheeks stained with mud, and the severe burns on the abdomen and arms are all shocking. Uncle Su immediately jumped up from the cushion in front of the fountain, and ran towards El Yunan while yelling, you really don't spare your life. Even though El Yunan was seriously injured, he never lost his momentum in front of the team doctor, and sneered, the one who cherishes his life will live the least long. Uncle Su scolded, what I'm talking about is that you don't care about other people's lives. Do you know how much painstaking care I have to spend to heal your wounds? What good will it do you if you tire me out to death? El Yunan raised his eyebrows, so, there is still help. Nonsense, in my hands, it's hard to die. As Su Bo said, he unceremoniously reached out and grabbed 2 expensive blankets to put on El Yunan's back, and then pulled her down to the ground. You idiot, stop pretending to be aggressive, no one appreciates it here anymore. El Yunan said, I think it's easier to stand up. That means your cerebellum is hopeless. It is recommended to feed the wild chicken after cutting it off. Unceremoniously criticizing the vice captain, Su Bo unfolded the medical kit he carried with him with both hands, and began to do emergency treatment for El Yunan. Sean watched from the sidelines, intending to help, but after only watching for a while, he realized that he had absolutely no room to intervene. The first aid skills used by Uncle Su are completely beyond the scope of his knowledge. In addition to conventional medicines such as Bacta spray, he also used a large number of unknown herbs. And these herbs, combined with conventional medicines, fell on Yunan's body, and almost had an immediate healing effect on the wound. Don't look too obsessed, and don't think about learning. Anping said from the side, this kind of terrible thing, one person in the team is enough. Xiaoan was a little puzzled. First aid technology is related to the life and death of the team members. Isn't the more people who master it the better? Uncle Su is playing with fire. Anping explained, as long as the composition of the herbal medicine is slightly different, the life-saving medicine will become a deadly poison. Therefore, he must know the condition of the injured patient thoroughly, and be aware of every physical index. Only with extreme familiarity can the required powders and ointments be dispensed on the spot. And this set of techniques is only the most proficient in the application of Yunnan, so if it were someone else, he would not be able to use such high efficiency. Su Bo chuckled, Captain, if you are willing to cooperate with me to test the medicine more, I can guarantee that the efficiency will not be inferior to the vice-captain. Anping said to Shan, this is the second problem. Except for Yunnan, few others can support Su Bo's trial medicine. This technology of speeding up the cure with conventional medicine is only as good as the murderous poison. It's separated by a thin line, so the side effects are very serious. Don't look at Yunnan's face not changing now, in fact, the pain she endured is enough to break the mind of ordinary people. Xiaoan looked at Yunnan, and saw that the deputy captain's face was a little stiff, obviously trying to support him forcibly, and the cold sweat oozing from his forehead had long been mixed with blood, making it hard to tell. But even though Yunnan was enduring such pain, he still did not forget to sneer, those who are afraid of pain can only be herbivores forever, and you, Captain, have become slick. Slick herbivores tend to live longer than carnivores, Anping said. What's the value of longevity if you can't live a happy life? Uncle Su interrupted, next time you say you are happy, please don't tense your muscles so honestly to bear the pain. Hey, relax a little, or I won't be able to get the injection. Yunnan subconsciously relaxed his arm, and then a sudden pain came from the wound. Humph! Yunnan couldn't help but snorted. Su Bo was immediately happy, oh, I made a sound of pain? It made a sound, Captain, did you hear it? Be a witness for me. The deputy captain groaned in pain in my hand. According to the previous bet, let me cry 10,000 Kyunkan coins, don't let your debts pass. Anping looked at Yunnan, whose face was gradually turning red, and who was about to explode from embarrassment, and Su Bo, who was overjoyed. Uncle Su quickly replied, death is worth it. Seeing that the scene was about to become rotten, Shan had to perform the basic duty of a Jedi, maintaining order. He interrupted the dispute, by the way, how did you get here, Deputy Captain? You came so fast. Although the topic change was blunt, it also successfully stopped the farce. In fact, this is a question Shan sincerely wants to ask. Because thinking about it now, he still felt a little unbelievable. It is already a miracle that Yunnan survived under the heavy firepower and the encirclement and suppression of a large number of security fighters, and provided timely sniper support. However, it is amazing that she broke through the siege in such a short period of time and came to the small town. In the building. It's nothing difficult. Seeing that you let the heavy artillery position self-destruct, I knew that the matter was basically done, and then I started to rush this way. The gang of trash who wanted to get close to me happened to send a flying boat for nothing. I started. It was quite easy to come here. After receiving the order, the miscellaneous fish along the way all gave up resistance, so of course I came quickly. Yunnan said it calmly, but it was also reasonable. It's just that the courage and judgment required in it, even after the fact, is deeply admirable. Su Bo said, speaking of which, the most unbelievable part is that you, boy, were able to sneak into the heavy gun tower and cause such a big internal strife. We are also thanks to you for destroying the reserve squad on the second floor with one shot. And successfully captured Ningtao. Shan suddenly said in a bad mood, didn't you ask me to solve the turret? I just said it casually, who would have thought that you would actually do it? Casually speaking. Shan was suffocated again after hearing this, and he had a deeper understanding of the Red Apricot team's improvement. This group of people really dared to dig holes for their teammates when they were improvised. While bandaging Yunnan nimbly, Su Bo said angrily, actually, I also regretted it at the time. Based on your conditions, you are almost the most unsuitable candidate for infiltrating in disguise. It's better for us to change roles. Sean could only smile wryly upon hearing this. This raid on DUI 4399 can be said to be one of the most difficult experiences in his life. He would be exposed almost every step he took, and every time he met a group of people, he would be pointed at in the face. Sean still can't figure it out. Is his disguise so bad? Although due to the lack of preparation in advance, many details were done hastily, but the people of Kyunkan security are so sharp-eyed and discerning. Seeing Xiaoen's puzzled expression, Uncle Su was amused again. Hey, don't you understand what your problem is? Sean sighed, please advise. In any case, Su Bo was wearing the uniform of a medical soldier, broke into the enemy line like no one else, and the swift figure who came to his side left a deep impression on Xiaoen. Because there is no harm without comparison. But Uncle Su played tricks and shook his head in silence. Anping said, the disguise is not successful, of course, because you have a clear flaw in your body. People don't need to pay attention to your clothes, speech, and behavior. They can tell that you are not one of them at a glance. So your brilliant camouflage skills are not at all. It didn't come in handy. Xiaoen was even more puzzled when he heard the words, where is there a flaw? Su Boyu said, Captain, it's better to hide it from him, he is still young and needs to be polished. El Yunan laughed and said, it's ridiculous to be jealous. Joke, I am a famous doctor who relies on his skills to make a living, why should I be jealous of him? Xiaoen became more and more puzzled, so he could only stare at Anping, waiting for him to reveal the answer. And that answer, like a heavy hammer, hit Xiaoen's eyes with stars. You look so handsome. There was a dead silence in the square. Anping sighed, think about it carefully, do the security fighters you meet along the way have a common feature, they all look particularly vicious. Sean nodded numbly, although he didn't remember a few faces at all in his mind, let alone judge whether it was vicious or not. Anping explained, I told you before that the troops brought here by Ning Tao are all confidants. To become Ning Tao's confidants, in addition to the previous analysis, the most important thing is to be fierce enough to be able to the kind that scares a child to cry. Sean took a deep breath, forcing himself to accept that all this is reality. Sure enough, what Master said is right, in many cases reality is even more absurd than fiction. While Anping was speaking, he held up Ning Tao's distorted face with his mechanical arm again, look, it's enough to affect your appetite, right? I said earlier that Kyunkan security is so perverted, and this person is so perverted that he doesn't allow anyone around him to be more handsome than him. But his baseline value is extremely low, so the security forces here have a common feature that is horrible. Haven't you noticed it before? Sean would like to ask, how did you bother to pay attention to your opponent's face in such a tense battle? So you are a handsome young man mixed with a group of evil spirits. You are completely a lighthouse in the dark. It is difficult not to be noticed. Su Bo protested, Captain, we are all our own people, so there is no need to be so poetic. El Yunan sneered, jealous, ridiculous. Anping added, you can see that Uncle Su and I have disguised very well. Uncle Su was startled and furious, Captain, we are all on our own, so there's no need to hurt each other like this. Anping smiled, let go of Ning Tao, and said, in short, thanks to everyone's hard work, this mission has finally achieved a staged result, and now comes the highlight, Mr. Ning. Hearing the word Mr. Ning, Ning Tao trembled all over, what are you doing? Contact Qinglong and ask them to return Xianming. Ning Tao froze for a moment, blinked his two slender eyes, Xianming. Anping smiled, it's not wise to play dumb at this time, we're not afraid of your procrastination. Well, you really don't know. At the end, Anping saw Ning Tao's body shaking like a sieve, as if he really didn't know anything about Xianming. He was also very surprised, and even raised his head and looked at his teammates in a daze. Chapter 48. The question marks in Anping's heart have piled up like a mountain. Ning Tao didn't know Xianming? Are you kidding me? If it wasn't for Xianming, why did he come to this wilderness? Wouldn't it be nice to have the attention of an orderly in your own office? Could it be that they came here specifically to play killing games? Although this also makes sense. After a while, Anping shook his head and decided not to care about these unnecessary details. Pass my words to Qinglong, they will naturally know what to do. Ning Tao seemed relieved, I'll contact them right away, but the dedicated communicator is in the room over there. Anping raised his chin, go and get it, I'm not afraid of you running away. Ning Tao quickly apologized with a smile, "Don't dare to run, don't dare to run." That's what he said, but he ran all the way, like bouncing meatballs, towards the room on the side of the square. When Ning Tao's back was far away, Su Bo said sadly, "Boss, that guy obviously has something to hide from us." Anping said indifferently, "So as long as we don't ask him about his secrets, he can do things for us more easily." Uncle Su continued, "What if it's a priceless secret? It's likely that we can't afford it alone. Don't be too greedy when you go out on a mission. If you want to be greedy, go greedy next time when you go on a mission with Boss Li." "Okay, Captain, you have the final say." Uncle Su felt a little regretful, but it was only regrettable, and he quickly turned his attention to the work in hand. "Hey, don't move around while I'm bandaging, okay? It's really hard to save you, and you still have to be a doctor." El Yunnan said angrily, "Stop talking nonsense, take this bow off for me." During the dispute between the two, Ning Tao ran back with a Sifang communicator in his hand. After a few steps, he was already out of breath. "This, strong man, I have something to ask." Anping said, "Speak slowly, don't be afraid, we are not bad people." However, the gentler Anping's tone was, the more terrified Ning Tao heard it, and the flowery rhetoric that had been brewing up immediately became dry. Although I can command Qinglong, I am essentially just an agent. Those pirates have never obeyed my discipline. If they knew that I had been held hostage, I am afraid they would not pay attention to my request at all, or at least it will be obedient and obedient. If you want them to be obedient, you need to cooperate with me in acting." Anping asked, "How do you play?" Ning Tao frowned and smiled bitterly, "Everyone should have noticed that the defense on DUI 4399 is actually quite empty, because I have assured the outer defense line to Qinglong. In other words, what happened here, Qinglong, I should have already noticed that, if I want to make them feel at ease, I am afraid I need to wrong you to play my captive." At the end, Ning Tao lowered his head timidly, while raising his eyes to observe Anping's reaction carefully. But Anping smiled, "That's right." Ning Tao breathed a sigh of relief when he heard the words, but secretly laughed in his heart that these gangsters were really just messing around and their brains were not very good. "Agree to the request of acting as a prisoner? All right, as long as you guys dare to relax a bit, I..." Ning Tao's complacent thoughts had only turned halfway, when he felt a heavy blow to his abdomen. His internal organs seemed to be all tangled together, and the severe pain spread all over his body in an instant, making his eyes go blank, and he fell to the ground limply. Anping withdrew his lightning-like fist, the smile on his face remained the same. "That's right, but I don't care. The task I gave you is to let Qinglong return Xianming, how to complete the task is your own business." Ning Tao curled up on the ground, but couldn't even utter half a syllable. Anping said, "You can play tricks as you like. After all, I promised not to kill you, so I will not kill you no matter what. But I have many ways to make your life worse than death. You can try it." It took a long time for Ning Tao to recover from the severe pain. He glanced at Anping with deep fear, and said respectfully, "I see, please wait a moment." Then, Ning Tao picked up the communicator tremblingly, and after a while, a gloomy man's voice came from it. "Mr. Ning? I heard that you are in a little trouble there? Are you looking for me for help?" Ning Tao's complexion sank immediately, and he gritted his teeth and said, "That's right, someone broke through your Qinglong's outer defense line without anyone knowing it, and attacked the military base, causing heavy losses to the elite soldiers of Qinkan security, and I was taken hostage by someone. If you still want to continue to be your leader, put away your ridiculous airs. Show due loyalty to your master." Ning Tao was obsequious in front of Anping and others, but when he shouted to the leader of Qinglong through the communicator, he could be described as strike hard, with hatred and murderous intent intertwined in his tone, and the power of the superior was exhausted in just a few words. "Obviously." The communicator was silent for a while, and then hoarse laughter sounded, "You are right, Qinglong is the running dog of Qinkan group after all, and a disobedient dog will not live long." Ning Tao said, "It's good to know. However, excuse me, if we Qinglong are lackeys, what are you, Mr. Ning? The owner of the dog? Or the rope to tie the dog? Compared with the lackey, is the rope or the lackey itself more important?" Ning Tao's face turned red and then pale, his fat palms tightly gripped the communicator, and the sharp metal edges scratched his skin, but he didn't realize it. After a while, Ning Tao clenched his teeth and said, "You can try it." "Haha, Mr. Ning, calm down, I just said it casually, we have cooperated for so long, there is no need for outsiders to take advantage of the joke. So, what does Mr. Ning want me to do? Ning Tao said, bring Xian Ming. There was silence on the other side of the communicator, and then leader said, Mr. Ning, I'll be right there. Then, facing the hung-up communicator, Ning Tao only felt a burst of exhaustion, but he managed to raise his head and smiled at Anping. Please wait a moment, everyone. The moment Ning Tao said was almost literal. Less than 2 hours later, a dark green space fighter descended from the manor of DUI 4399. It has changed the mobility, and it has the same effect as the red apricot. It's just that its length is only about 10 meters, which makes it extremely short and powerful. Su Bo was in the basement of the headquarters, saw the fighter plane through the surveillance equipment, and couldn't help but whistled. Leader actually came to the scene in person. Captain, you said that if we take this opportunity to shoot him down. Anping said, then the new dragon head will lead the blue dragon to come here and tear us all to pieces. Uncle Su sighed, what a pity. Anping added, also, keeping this leader alive is more beneficial than letting him die. Hey, why? This guy has a blood feud with our Silver Knights, right? Anping raised his head and thought for a moment, then shrugged and said, I just said it casually, I just think that if Boss Li was here, he would have made such a judgment. I remember last year when we had a close-range confrontation on Li, the boss obviously had the opportunity to kill Dragon Head, but he deliberately spared his life, and his explanation at the time was that a living Dragon Head would be more beneficial to us. Su Bo asked, where is the advantage? Didn't he do a lot of things later? This time he even stole Xian Ming. Anping said, who knows, Boss Li didn't explain it, saying that we couldn't understand it because of our IQ. I think it's because he was playing tricks on purpose, and he deliberately didn't say the reason, so as not to be slapped in the face by others in the future. It's also possible that Boss Li has become more and more cautious under the guidance of Master Bai these years. But generally speaking, Boss Li's judgment is almost correct, so let's spare Leader S life for the time being. Su Bo nodded, no way, just spare his life. While the two were talking, El Yunan sneered and said, listening to you guys discussing something you can't do in a serious manner, I'm really about to burst out of laughter. For this kind of disappointment, the two of them completely ignored it. At the same time, the hatch of the green fighter plane slowly opened, and the leader of the blue dragon, a man honored as the Dragon Head, came out wearing heavy armor. Leader, the moment he appeared, Anping and Su Bo stopped talking and laughing at the same time, and there was a trace of coolness in their eyes. Dragon Head, I seemed to be relaxed, stretched my limbs swaggeringly, stretched my muscles and bones, and then waved to the cabin, and then two pirate warriors in heavy armor each left with a huge metal box come out. The two men held a gun in one hand and a box in the other, and followed leader, walking in the manner as if no one else was present. Occasionally, when confronted with the soldiers of Kyunkan security, the two sides would nod to each other, appearing extremely familiar. Su Bo looked in amazement through the monitoring equipment. It is simply the famous painting of the Milky Way. Kyunkan security is actively fighting crime. And soon, members of the Red Apricot Squad also appeared in the famous painting. Chapter 49. Leader, he took the elevator with two entourages to the underground plaza. When the elevator door opened, he was greeted by a bright light and a faint smell still lingering in the air. The entourage next to Dragon Head smelled the smell of blood, and immediately became tense, looked around, and raised the muzzle of their guns. Leader, I was able to do a job with ease, and stretched out my hand to signal my subordinates to relax, as if this was his home field. President Ning, I'm here. While speaking, Dragon Head stepped forward, and after crossing a veil barrier, he saw the fountain in the middle of the square and the 5 people sitting in front of the fountain. Anping greeted first, long time no see, thank you for delivering the goods to your door. Regarding this kind of provocative words, Leader said without hesitation, when I heard Xian Ming, I guessed it was you. And the entire galaxy can pass through my outer defense line without anyone noticing, and only you. Anping said, let's put aside this kind of low-level tricks. As long as you let the water go, even a 10-year-old child can fly a fighter plane over your mob. Leader said, there are billions of school-age children in the GAN galaxy. How come you are the only ones who can cross my line of defense and hold President Ning hostage? Anping said, you should ask yourself this question. You set up the line of defense, and you left the loopholes. Of course, it is up to you to decide who to let go. Maybe you want to take this opportunity to kill enemies and annoying people. Should the boss deal with it together? Ning Tao was only upset for a while. The two men were fighting with each other, and they just wanted to use the power of Kyunkan group to suppress their opponents. But the problem is, for Ning Tao, these are all nonsense. As long as he can free up his hands afterwards, he will not let go of any of these two parties. Okay, let's hand over as soon as possible. The matter here is too big for you to hide from the higher UPS for too long. Once the higher UPS find out and take it seriously, none of us can escape. After the dispute was interrupted by Ning Tao, leader smiled slightly and made a hoarse voice, "That's right, hand it over as soon as possible. This is Xianming that you want, and now it is returned to the original owner." One of the attendants dropped the heavy suitcase on the ground and opened it, revealing a silver metal can. After Su Bo stepped forward to check, he nodded to Anping. Anping signaled Su Bo to put away Xianming, and said, "Okay, we will accept the goods, next." At this moment, a sound of palm nuts was heard. It turned out that another follower brought by Dragon Head dropped the suitcase in his hand to the ground, seemingly intentionally or not. Leader glanced at him and said, "Why are you so clumsy? Check if something is broken, if it's broken." The attendant didn't dare to wait for Leader to finish speaking, so he quickly got down on the ground, ready to open the suitcase to inspect the goods, but just when the lid was about to be opened, Sean suddenly felt a strong impulse, as if the contents of the box had an unusually close connection with him, which made him break from his previous stand of watching the whole process, and involuntarily took half a step forward. At the same time, Anping seemed to smell the danger, and interrupted sharply, "Shut it." However, the follower of Dragon Head would naturally not obey the orders of the Red Apricot Squad. The metal box was opened in his hand, revealing a few golden injections. The air in the square instantly condensed. Everyone stared at the injection in the box intently. Ning Tao was the first to make a sound. He pointed at the Dragon Head, his horror was beyond words. "You, how dare you bring this thing out?" Leader shrugged, "Of course I don't want to bring the group's treasure to such a dangerous place. But Mr. Ning, you told me to keep this item close to me, and I can't let it go for a moment. I said that just to keep you under strict supervision. You are misinterpreting my order. After all, we are just a bunch of social dregs without academic qualifications, and it is inevitable that we sometimes fail to understand the orders of important people." However, Leading Head hadn't finished his pretentious lines when Anping's mechanical arm suddenly burst into light. Driven by electromagnetic force, his fist hit the suitcase like a meteorite, crushing everything into pieces. The golden liquid oozed from the fragments, and evaporated quickly. Leader put on a regretful expression, "It's a pity, this yellow blood is a legendary elixir that prolongs life, it's not such a waste." As he said that, he looked around again, "Speaking of which, didn't your little mechanic follow? To be honest, I thought she would be happy if she saw her relatives." Before the words were finished, a figure suddenly flickered in front of Dragon Head, and a heavy fist from a flesh and blood body was imprinted on the arms of Dragon Head hastily raised. The tall Dragon Head staggered back a few steps with his heavy full-body armor, barely absorbing the impact, and then he immediately raised his hand to stop the counterattack of the two followers. "Okay, it's not me who was injured." Leader waved his arm indifferently, and immediately threw a string of blood beads from the armor. Beads of blood came from a bloody right hand with deep wounds showing bone. El Yunan's entire arm twitched involuntarily due to the heavy injury, but the expression on the woman's face seemed that she couldn't feel the slightest pain, and there was only boiling anger in her eyes. Leader facing the anger, but still calmly, using flesh and blood to shake steel hard, "This fighting spirit really deserves to be the former Special Forces of the Security Bureau. I still remember your siblings." Before he finished speaking, Anping had already stepped forward, and when the two attendants had no time to react, he pinched the Dragon Head by the throat and lifted it into the air. "You want to die that much?" Leader made a voice with some difficulty, "Of course I don't want to, but I know you won't kill me, because the famous Red Blood Squad will never be overwhelmed by anger, so even if you hate me, you will still kill me. Let me go. If that's the case, why can't I make up for my loss? Thanks to you, I, the lackey of the Kyunkan group, will peel off my skin if I don't die, and you are just poked by me with trivial words. It's just a psychological wound." At this time, Anping also calmed down his anger, and slowly put the Dragon Head down. The team leader returned to his bleary-eyed posture again, only a little coldness remained in his voice. "Make up for the loss? I think you are fishing in troubled waters. How many injections were in the box just now? Do you need me to report it and count it with Ning Tao? Leader said, no one will believe the numbers that are dead and unsubstantiated. Ning Tao had just realized at this time, his fat cheeks flushed with anger, how dare you greedy Ing Su and Huang Xiu? Leader said, Mr. Ning misunderstood, there is absolutely no such thing, how dare I be greedy for the treasures of the MO group? I kept all the collected Xian Huang blood with me, and unfortunately it was not damaged until DUI 4399. And DUI 4399 is your jurisdiction, what happens here is beyond my control. Ning Tao was stunned for a moment before realizing what the other party was talking about, and immediately got a nosebleed from anger, how dare you frame me? Leader said, what I stated is the truth, you don't allow Qinglong to directly garrison DUI 4399, so I had no choice but to bring you 2 followers to redeem you from the robbers. We have been allowed to station from the beginning. Ning Tao said angrily, how could I allow a group of pirates to station in the military base? If someone finds out. Leader smiled and said, when Mr. Ning entertains friends here to play killing games, he is not afraid of being discovered? After all, Mr. Ning still can't trust Qinglong. Now, please pay the price for this suspicion. After finishing speaking, the pirate leader went directly past Ning Tao and came to Anping. In short, I have already delivered the things. Next, I hope that the Red Blood Squad will keep their promises and let Mr. Ning survive. Anping stared at Leader coldly, and said, I remember I said I hated that name very much. Leader said, so I have to say a few more times, a group of butchers who kill people like hemp, just because they have a little psychological trauma, they named the team Hong Xing, in order to change their minds and be good people? Is there such a cheap thing? Then if we Qinglong change our name to Xiaoqing, can we become a public welfare organization for nothing? Anping sneered, compared to the last time we met, you talk more. Leader said, I can't beat you, but I can always beat you. Anyway, you dare not kill me now, why don't I say a few more words? It's true that I dare not kill you, but there are ways to make your life worse than death. Please try as much as you want. Leader is not afraid, I'm really curious about the method that can make my life worse than death. Anping was silent for a while, then sighed, turned around and said to El Yunan and the others, no way, I can't beat him. El Yunan sneered, true trash. Uncle Su comforted, don't worry, we didn't expect you to win from the beginning. Boss Li is not here, so we are indeed weak in quarrels. Anyway, in essence, we are making a lot of money, and it doesn't matter if we lose some face. L.A. Anping looked at Shan again, rookie, what can you do? When his name was called, Shan didn't respond immediately, but looked a little dazed. His eyes wandered, as if looking at something that didn't exist. Shan. Anping was a little surprised, are you uncomfortable? The next moment, the figure of the newcomer in the team rushed towards Leader like lightning. Before everyone had time to react, he reached out to the belt of Leader, and took out 2 golden injections from it. Then, while everyone was dumbfounded, Xiao En crushed the injection, and the golden medicinal liquid kept slipping from his fingertips, and evaporated before it hit the ground. After the last drop of medicinal liquid disappeared from his hand, Xiao En let out a sigh of relief, turned around and nodded to Anping without even looking at Dragon Head, and said, I'm done. Anping slowly narrowed his white eyes, and then clapped vigorously, awesome, really awesome. You should really look back now, that grandson's face is already blue. Uncle Su was also dumbfounded, how did you find out that he was hiding something? Shan smiled, intuition. In fact, the reason is something that even Shan himself is a little baffled. It is of course the force that guided him to find the yellow blood hidden by the leader, but why did the force guide him to find the yellow blood at this time? But no matter what, it's hard to understand. Once again, the Jedi apprentice sighed in his heart how great it would be if the master could be by his side. At the same time, the voice of Dragon Head came from behind. Compared with the usual hoarseness before, but the previous calmness was gone, and he looked exhausted. Are you a newcomer to Red Blood Squad? You are amazing, I remember you. Chapter 50. Generally speaking, when someone says I remember you, it means that there's nothing they can do but hold grudges. It can be described as the standard bark of a defeated dog. And with Leader leaving behind the bark of a defeated dog, he left the arena disheartened, and the surprise battle in DUI 4399 finally came to a successful conclusion. The Red Apricot team won a complete victory, not only recovered the lost property Xianming, but also searched for a wave of ill-gotten gains in the luxurious small building, which greatly enriched the results of the battle. More importantly, I slapped leader in the face on the spot, which was very satisfying. Of course, there are still some problems left, such as those civilians who were looted by Qinglong to military base. Regarding how to deal with these civilians, there are differences of opinion within the Red Seeing squad. It's understandable to want to save people, but there are too many of them. Captain Anping shook his head again and again. There are a total of 27 survivors, and the current limit of the Red Apricot is only 6 people, just reluctantly put us down, and there is an extra seat nothing. Xiaoan raised his eyebrows when he heard the words, 6 people? Captain, you count. Seeing Anping pouted in L Yunan's direction, Xiaoan suddenly understood, L Yunan is tall and strong, and he likes to be fully armed with firepower. 1 person is enough to match 2 people. Anping also said, in order to specialize in mobility, the Red Apricot has greatly reduced the available internal space, so we usually even search for loot selectively, otherwise the cargo hold will be full immediately. The 27 people will be crushed into pieces. It definitely won't fit into the Red Apricot. Well, at most 5 or 6 slices, are you going to let them draw lots to choose the lucky one? Sean said, it doesn't necessarily have to be installed in the Red Apricot. Anping laughed, then you plan to issue 27 hanging tickets and hang them on both sides of the wing with ropes to bring them back. Sean said, I plan to requisition the cargo spaceships in this military base. I have observed through the console in the basement. There are 3 cargo spaceships and more than 20 small shuttles parked in the hangar. They are all dignitaries who came here to gather the cars of the nobles. And I have also verified with the survivors that 5 of them can drive cargo spaceships. Anping's smile gradually disappeared, because he found that Xiaoan's attitude was extremely serious. We're not here to save people. Sean retorted, I didn't come here to see death. Anping stared at this stubborn newcomer seriously, and persuaded him, give up, those people are already dead. Sean just found it ridiculous, I've never seen a dead person who can run, jump, talk and laugh. Anping sighed, I'm not Boss Li, I don't have that good eloquence, but you should know what I mean. You want to save people, this Holy Mother, this kindness is indeed precious, but your efforts are not only useless, but also it will drag other people down. Xiaoan argued disapprovingly, it's just one more condition to Ning Tao, let him leave with a cargo ship carrying these innocent civilians, wouldn't he agree? Anping said, of course he will agree, but of course he will regret it afterwards. These survivors have witnessed the darkest side of the Quncan group. Do you think Ning Tao has the guts to let them go home alive? He will let them go home even at all costs. Shut up these people. Sean let out a long breath, of course he thought of this. But when someone mentioned it at this time, he still felt a little hard to calm down. Until the safety of civilians is ensured, we will not let Ning Tao leave. It's useless. Anping resolutely said, haven't you figured out our situation? We've always been on the wire. With our mere team of 5 people, how can we survive in a group of enemies? Exchange 4399 taking the initiative? It's nothing more than us threatening Ning Tao's life. In this case, the most taboo thing is to expose our weakness and let him threaten us in reverse. We can't talk about any conditions. Xiaoan nodded to show his understanding, but before he had time to speak, Anping added, no matter how ingenious your scheme is, it is impossible to erase the resulting risks out of thin air. The more you want, the more you must pay a higher price, and now you have no ability to pay at all. Without the help of your teammates, you can't even guarantee your own life, so how can you spare the energy to consider the lives of others? At the end, Anping's voice was obviously stained with anger. But Sean is still trying to convince him. I know that I am just a newcomer to the team, and I am not qualified to act arbitrarily, let alone ask my teammates to accompany me to take risks and do good deeds. But after all, I am already a member of the team, so I should also enjoy the corresponding benefits, all the gains from this mission. I should have one, right? Anping froze for a moment, then realized Xiaoan's intentions, and couldn't help gasping, are you really crazy? Sean said, the Red Apricot team pays attention to their own profits and losses, so I hope to use all the proceeds from this mission as a reward, and hire everyone to help me with this. How many of us can't be hired by your salary? Sean said, let's go on credit. Even Captain Li Yu can boldly ask me to owe 1 million. I think the Red Apricot squad will not be stingy. Speaking of this, Anping is really speechless. Shan is really determined to save people, he has almost lost his mind. Uncle Su couldn't stand it anymore, so he stood up and said, Xiaoen, is Virgin Mary's disease so unbearable to you? Xiaoen thought for a while, then smiled and said, why don't you take banned drugs for 3 months? Is it that serious? For Shan, it was indeed serious. With 27 innocent lives in front of his eyes, if he had the opportunity to save them but stood by, it was almost equivalent to committing murder with his own hands. Shan would never forgive himself for a moment of indifference. Perhaps this kind of mentality is indeed what Uncle Su called the Madonna, and the word Madonna is often a derogatory term. But in this world, as long as it is not generous to others, then it is always better to have more virgins, right? Shan doesn't think there is anything wrong with his choice. Of course, he also respects the values of the captain and others, so now he only hopes that the two sides can seek common ground while reserving differences and try to reach an agreement. Anping was stared at by Xiaoen with bright and energetic eyes, and felt powerless for a while. Well, since it concerns the entire team, let's vote. Uncle Su, you come first. Uncle Su scolded, Captain, you really know how to pick people, and you want me to come first if you pretend to be a bad guy? Okay, I object. I have a lot of loot on me now, and the dividends from the mission settlement are enough for me to take banned drugs for half a year. So I don't want to take any more risks. Anping nodded with satisfaction, counting me, there are 2 negative votes, and Xiao Zhuang is next. As he spoke, he took out a small communicator and connected to the Hongxing number. Xiao Zhuang, you also heard the conversation just now, please give me some advice. Friendly reminder, the captain hopes you will vote against it. Zhuang Yuanying was silent for a while at the other end, and did not immediately stand by Anping's side, but whispered softly, if those people can be saved, I think. Anping interrupted, okay, I understand, you chose to side with the young and handsome rookie. Uncle Su gritted his teeth at the word young and handsome, and said, Captain, can my negative vote just now be counted as 2 votes? If you cut yourself in half, and let the lower body learn to speak, it will count as 2 votes for you. Anping fudged the ugly and jealous doctor, and turned his eyes to his greatest expectation. El Yunnan. Now there are 2 votes for and against, so the key to victory lies in El Yunnan. And based on his understanding of El Yunnan, she would probably vote against it. After all, it can be said that her closest relatives died because of the people around her standing by and watching. And El Yunnan is by no means noble enough to repay grievances with kindness. She almost instinctively rejects the so-called bravery. Especially when the issue involves the so-called innocent human life, El Yunnan's standards will become extremely strict. And being looked at by Anping with extremely expectant eyes, El Yunnan snorted rather unhappily, and then asked Xiaoen. Newcomers, do you know that even if those people survived by chance, they are already socially dead? Shan nodded. The reason is not difficult to guess, just now Anping has also warned that the people of Qiankan Group will not let these victims go home safely no matter what. Now Ning Tao is doing everything possible to silence him. If Ning Tao fails, it will be nothing more than replacing other officials to silence him. The essence of the matter will not change. Even if these survivors do return home, they will find that their identities have been cancelled, and the proof of accidental death has been issued to their families by Qiankan Group long ago. And the security fighters in the city who were supposed to protect the people would raise their guns at them without hesitation. Seeing Xiaoen nodding, El Yunnan asked again, then do you know that these people will not thank you for saving your life? Some of them will complain why you can't save people more thoroughly, some will I suspect that you are in the same group as Qiankan Group and Qinglong, and some people will simply hate everyone cynically. Shan said, but there will be people who thank me sincerely, right? What's more, I didn't save people for the sake of people thanking me. So what if there is no one who is grateful? Similarly, I don't think only noble people are qualified to survive. Even if they are ungrateful, they are still innocent people who were robbed in my eyes, and they should not die here. El Yunnan sneered and said, it's really a classic answer from the Virgin Mary. I'll give you 100 points, which makes me sick to my stomach. Shan shrugged. Although this result is disappointing, it is also reasonable. Shan can't force everyone to accept his values, and he also understands that traumatized people may react to doing good. If El Yunnan had to vote against it, there was nothing he could do. Shan would not blame her, just as he would not complain about Anping and Su Bo's negative votes. However, before El Yunnan actually votes, Please allow him to make one last struggle.